Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome back to the Kia Oval in South London. It's the start of the third day's play in the second test between England and New Zealand, and we're delighted to have your company. Hopefully you've been sitting online waiting for a few seconds for the play to start, and play is about to start, and it's Kyle Jamieson bowling the first over of the day's play to Jordan Cox. Leaves that one alone outside the off stump. New Zealand beginning with pretty orthodox looking field, just 2 slips and a gully. 59 overs bowled with this ball, so it's not at its hardest, shiniest, but it is a Duke's ball, so there will be some movement. And Jordan Cox, in some ways it's a free hit really, in batting at number 7 on debut, the company of Jofra Archer. He's got to nurse the tail through. Here is Jameson again, bowls. Cox forward, driving up towards mid-off. It's gone straight to the field of Nathan Smith, and there's no run. Another packed house at the Oval. Not every seat occupied at the moment, but very few tickets available. The alternative market was prospering outside. Couple of tickets on the resale, but it's unusual to start a test match on a Wednesday. Of course, this would traditionally, the third day, be a Saturday, but it's Friday, having started on Wednesday. Kyle Jameson in his 13th over. He's bowled a couple of very good spells. 5 wickets, of course, at Lord's, place on the honours board. This one is driven by Jordan Cox up towards mid-off. Again, straight to Nathan Smith. It's already very warm, 11 o'clock in the morning, but peak forecast this afternoon for 30 degrees, and a couple suggesting it might even get higher than that. I'm going less than 1% cloud at the moment, maybe 1%. A couple of very thin, high, wispy white clouds, otherwise blue skies, and it's a real sun cream day in South London. 2 slips and a gully. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, both quite deep. Jameson in again, left alone by Cox outside the off stump, and it's a very good morning to Jeremy Coney, who was the hardest working man in broadcast history yesterday. Had half an hour off during the entire day.
Thank you very much.
And
I'm not sure how to take that.
Your voice is showing the strain as well.
It is. It's getting more and more husky. That's why I allowed you to speak most of the first over by yourself there, Manners. And good morning to you, and morning to everybody, and afternoon wherever you are. Lovely to have your company with us. Yep, it's at an interesting phase, the test match.
Here's Jameson, bowls to Jordan Cox, looking for a single at the end of the over, doesn't get it, pushes it to Ravindra at mid-wicket, no run.
So New Zealand won't have the services of a second new ball until late in this first session. They've got to bowl another 21 overs, so we'll just have to wait and see how they approach those 20-odd overs, and it looks as though it's going to be not the short pitched ball that we saw start yesterday's play. It's pretty normal stuff, 2 slips, gully, and a couple in the covers, and 1 deep sort of wide backward point on the boundary.
Jameson into Jordan Cox, and he finds that man immediately. It's cleverly done. He wants to keep the strike as much as possible, and that was the final ball of the over. I'm surprised he didn't come in, actually. Devon Conway is on the deep backward point boundary. I thought, come in for the last couple of deliveries and try and have a crack at Jofra Archer. Jordan Cox, he's played 64 first-class matches, Jeremy, so there would have been a time as a top-order batsman, there would have been probably several times when he has batted with the lower order. He's a tail enders really. Jofra Archer at 8, he's a tail ender really.
He can bat a wee bit, can't he? He had some good innings, I think, in the Ashes at various times while he was still there. Interesting that Jameson, for me, started the bowling. He was the most expensive and a bit floaty yesterday, a bit full, and I just feel that he needs from his height to bring the pitch into play a bit more and hit the pitch a bit harder. He was back of a length pretty much in that last over, and on the target generally.
Matt Henry to bowl the second over from our commentary end, the Vauxhall end. Thought he was as well. He was outstanding yesterday. Really, really smart, which he is, isn't he? He's a clever bowler.
He is a clever bowler, and he's got the 2 key wickets, hasn't he, for New Zealand? The game was just sort of coasting along, and Root was going nicely, and Brooks started with as if he might play a dangerous innings.
Tom Blunder standing up as he did yesterday. That's a leg stump half volley, and it deserves to be hit for 4, and is hit for 4. Clipped away off his pads very nicely indeed by Jordan Cox. That was poor delivery from Matt Henry. Doesn't bowl very many of them, so it's important that you cash in. To 27 for 6 now.
Yeah, comfortable stroke. Asking to be hit sort of leg stump line, just outside maybe, but very full. So just had to lean on that really and help the angle, which he did. And it beat Ravindra, who's more mid-wicket.
2 slips and a gully as forward comes Jordan Cox in an exaggerated forward defensive position. So happy with it that he went down on one knee. Deficit of 164 now. Difficult to know what might be a material difference between the 2 innings. I don't think anything will be inconsequential unless it's 20. Here is Matt Henry again. Forward comes Jordan Cox, pushing it out towards mid-wicket. Important thing is what England would feel would be manageable. First target's double figures, isn't it?
Well, it looks as if Cox is going to have to play that nursing the tail through, rather like Phillips had to do for New Zealand in the first innings. And he's going to have to sort of control this whole second half of England's effort.
Henry in again. Cox plays defensively from the crease, just drops a bat on it, and it's picked up by Blundell from behind the stumps.
So, I mean, it's pretty standard about what they have to do, isn't it, really? They've just got to have partnerships. They've got to try and get as close as they can, first of all, to New Zealand's total, 391, and then if they can reach that, they'll be delighted, I would say, with the and it means that Cox has got to really do most of the work.
Henry again, driven by Cox on the up, but only as far as Nathan Smith at mid-on. And there's no run. The over comes to an end. England navigating their way through the first 2 overs of the morning, and Jofra Archer's yet to face a ball.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's got to do. He's got to play a very mature innings and try and keep the tail away from the New Zealand fresher bowlers. They've had a kip overnight and that sort of thing, so they'll be ready for some work today. They won't want to be out in the heat all day, and so they need early wickets. They need early wickets, and they've got to work out what's the most likely way to bring about dismissals. And I think for the tail end, you bring the stumps into play, you bring the cordon into play.
Forward comes Jofra Archer, immaculate defensive stroke to Kyle Jameson, pushing it to extra cover. You'd have been in the situation where runs are desperately needed from 8, 9, 10, 11. As captain, I mean, you didn't bat 8, 9, 10, 11. But how would the bowlers have felt overnight? You know, that Jofra Archer obviously was resuming. But how would Josh Tongue, Matt Fisher and Sonny Baker be feeling? You know, I would wonder, there is hope rather than expectation, because run scoring's not their job, not their primary job anyway. Driven by Archer. That's a lovely shot. What a cover drive that is from Jofra Archer. Beats backward point. Dive from Devon Conway in vain. That's a absolutely cracking cover drive from Jofra Archer, and he's actually had to reach for it a little bit, didn't he?
It was too wide. That's what we saw a lot from Jameson yesterday. Too full and too wide. And you can either easily let that go, of course, or you can decide to, yep, I can have a crack at that, and I think I can get some runs. Archer's good enough, I think, that you can't be bowling way up to him and just expect him to whip it onto the stumps or perhaps on an inside edge.
Here is Jameson again. Bowles beaten this time. Archer pushing forward, and it was a better length from Kyle Jameson.
I mean, it's an interesting one because swing bowlers like to, of course, get the ball as full as possible to allow the ball time to swing. But at the same moment, you can't be floaty and up there that anybody can see a half volley coming to them, and they're ready if they're prepared to play their shots. And that's, I think, what we're confronting or that Jameson is confronting at the moment with Archer.
Same field, 2 slips and a gully, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Archer now, punches one off the back foot for 4 more. Through the offside. That wasn't a good delivery from Jameson, but it was really, really handsomely dispatched by Jofra Archer on the back foot, upright, thumped.
Yeah, flowingly appropriate. Jamison's very wary about bowling too full, but this is a drag down. He's not really that fast nowadays. There's not much, you don't of course get any swing when you're bowling that length, and so plenty of time to get back and play a good back foot punch square. So that man now has gone out to the boundary.
Archer has 8 now, 2 boundaries this morning, and now plays defensively, guides this one straight back to Jameson. He's looking a bit out of sorts.
Oh, Jameson. He is. I agree. And New Zealand have got to be, they'll need their 4 seamers today in the heat. They'll need that. They might even have to go to a spinner, a part-time spinner, of course. And I'm guessing with all the right-handers, well, in fact, they're all right-handers, aren't they, left in the English order? You'd think it would be a first look at perhaps Rachin Ravindra if you wanted to go to the slower variety of bowling. But, Jameson's a bit of a concern at the moment. He doesn't look happy.
Here he is loping in from the pavilion end. That's a good one. That's quicker as well. It's just back of a length. That's certainly not drivable, and it beats the outside edge as Archer gropes defensively towards that one. That was a much better delivery from Kyle Jameson. Just seemed to have a little bit more zip. He has been a bit... you used the word floaty. I wouldn't dare. It's because he's still bowling at 80 miles an hour, but that one is definitely zippier. 235 for 6.
Yeah, he just seems to have lost what you might call just that steady delivery, that stock ball, if you like, that pays the bills. If you're a bowler, you don't need all the ones that might get the swimming pool. But to pay the bills, the electricity bill, and get all that done, all those energy things.
Here is Matt Henry, and that's caught at mid-wicket. It's clipped, it's full, not quite a half volley, but it was very full. In at the pads, clipped away by Jordan Cox, and an outstanding catch from
Latham. I think, he
Latham
pulled himself out of second. Yeah,
put himself out of second, slip at short mid-wicket. And a very, very good catch, because that was off the middle of the bat. It was firmly clipped. And the New Zealand captain has taken a storming catch at short mid-wicket. Really good. Low down, a long way to his right as well. Well, maybe just about a metre to his right, but it was low. Got 2 hands to it. He's hung on to an excellent catch. That is such an important wicket.
It is indeed. I mean, if there was one man that New Zealand wanted to get out as quickly as possible, it was Cox. He can play a lot of shots. He's quite dangerous, in other words. He deals in boundaries, and he's just come off 200 in his one innings that he's had since returning from the IPL. So, yeah, it's an important wicket. I think it was a very sensible move from Latham to come out of that slip, because Henry has got 2 LBWs. In other words, he's getting it straight at the stumps and has got those 2 important ones. He's looked as if he wants to bring the stumps into play, even in the over and a bit that he's had this morning. So that extra man over from the offside to strengthen, and also to keep it up where you can get if it's not well timed. We've seen lots of these positions in this match, and it just says that the ball is holding a little bit. It's not easy to drive the ball or to tuck it away. It goes in the air for perhaps maybe 8 to 10 metres, and that's where Latham had placed himself. So it's a good position, to stop because it allows Ravindra to go squarer and protect the boundaries that they certainly have taken so far. So good wicket for New Zealand, important wicket.
Matt Fisher is the new batsman and immediately comes forward playing defensively. New Zealand have got a close catching cover now, as well as a catching mid-wicket. The captain, Tom Latham, remains there. They've also got Henry Nicholls now catching at close cover. Sort of a extra cover really, but stationary, catching. Henry in again. Oh, that's edged, and I think it's carried to Mitchell at first slip. He's got his left hand to it, but he's very upright at slip, and he just, I don't know if it carried.
I'm not convinced either. I don't know. It's one of those ones we need to see again.
Good stop.
Yes, it was.
If it wasn't a catch.
He's gone a little bit wider, I think, this morning so that he can see the catch. It's got to go past because Blundell's standing up by the stumps before he gets a good sight of it. It was on his left.
Can bat, Matt Fisher. Forward he comes. Steers just one away behind square on the offside, and it's fielded by Devon Conway, and Matt Fisher is off the mark, but he's made some useful runs in the majority of his career, of course, with Yorkshire, but now he's moved to Surrey, so this is his home ground, and he's a useful number 9. He obviously is now very familiar with these conditions. So England will hope that he can make another doughty 30 or 40. And now Jofra Archer needs to make 50 or 60 if they're to reduce that deficit. It's still over 150. 155 runs England trail by. Fisher, Henry in again, bowls to Archer. Did that one keep a bit low?
Oh, yes, that did. That's what the cry you heard from Blundell directly behind the stumps. That kept, one of those ones that sometimes you just don't get a bat to. You're not expecting that. It's of a length that you kind of, I think you've still got to go forward on this surface. I don't think, has there been many slip catches in this game? Hardly any, I would say.
A couple in the gully, haven't there? That one hits the pad and is well fielded by Daryl Mitchell. Let's have a look through.
Well, there's Mitchell, but I mean, that was really a glove that went over his head. I'm not counting that as a genuine slip catch yesterday. With what was it, Rue, wasn't it?
Yeah. They haven't actually been. Blundell, Mitchell, short mid-wicket. No, they haven't.
That's right. That's very interesting. I think that says a lot about the pace of this pitch. It says a lot about the bounce in this pitch. And I think bowlers are now starting to adjust that. Instead of bowling that very full length and trying to swing it and bring the cordon into play, I think they're just pulling their length back a bit and seeing some of the variations that can occur and trying to hit batsmen on the pads.
Carl Jameson's going to continue, and he's bowling to Matt Fisher. Fisher has one. Jofra Archer has a couple of boundaries. 8 not out. Couple of rasping cover, but one off the back foot, one off the front foot cover drives. Here is Jameson bowls, beats Fisher outside the off stump. Still something there, Jeremy. Third morning, and there's still something there for the quick bowlers.
Yeah, it's important over this, I think, for Jameson. He looked pretty downcast at the end of last over and wouldn't even pick the ball up, just stopped it with his foot and flicked it away to someone else in disgust. At his own, length bowling, he just can't find that stop ball. That's the sort of length, isn't it, there, that he wants to have, where you can, that's just a nice gentle nick, that, and he's getting enough bounce because he's tall.
Mitchell and Latham at first and second slip, still very close together. Forward comes Matt Fisher to the next one from Jameson, pushing it square of the wicket on the offside. It's the narrowest slip cordon I've ever seen from anyone in a test match. They were standing next to each other, almost overlapping.
Yeah, it's a very wide stance from Mitchell, to be honest, for a first slipper. Maybe he's about to change, but hands on hips at the moment, legs straight out, as if he's about to perform a burpee or something like that you have to do in those horrible classes.
It's a very, very wide stance at first slip, I must say. It's just limits mobility. Jameson in back of a length, and Fisher able to knock it away defensively. Jameson again picks it up and backhands it to the keeper.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It does. It just hinders movement and quick movement, which is often required in the slips. I haven't seen a replay of that catch or potential catch last over. I don't know whether we neither of us could see it so clearly, whether it just bounced before him. He saved the run, but was it a catch?
Gully's moved to more of a fourth slip now. Jameson in, bowls a bouncer to Fisher. It hits him on the shoulder. He tried to duck. He did duck, but he didn't duck enough. And it just clattered into the soft part of his shoulder. So that'll be maybe just a gentle sting. It won't really have hurt. So if you want to be hit, no, if you have to be hit, then that would be one of the areas you say, okay, you can have my shoulder. That's actually, mate, it's actually more of his back. It's actually hit him between the shoulder blades. So maybe that was more uncomfortable than I suggested. Archer, the non-strikers, end on 8. Matt Fisher on 1. England 236 for 7, trailing by 155. Jameson in again, bowls. It's back of a length. It's a bouncer actually. It's gone through at about throat height. Fisher left it alone. There really is a very strong aroma of fried eggs. Unmistakable smell. It's fried eggs, isn't it? It can only be fried eggs. There's no bacon. It's just fried eggs.
No, bacon is a lovely smell, isn't it? You always got to have bacon on if you're selling the house.
I know, but
and coffee.
You haven't got any bacon smell, have you?
No, I haven't.
Just got the eggs.
Got the eggs, yeah.
But later on, it becomes.
It's not the sun cream, is it? It's not the flavour in the sun cream.
I have to ask Sam Allard alongside us. Is your sun cream fried egg flavoured? Here is Jameson again. Pushes it out into the covers, straight to the fielder, and there's no run. Sam is studiously avoiding us, or ignoring me anyway. 236 for 7 at the end of the over.
Yeah, well, that was a better over. I've mentioned how important it was for Jameson, but he kind of had pulled the length back just a shade. He's not going to get there for the swing that he's associated with and that danger. The ball, of course, as it's getting older, is not likely to swing a lot. There's no breeze around. Sometimes in the mornings, that's when you get a little bit more swing at cricket grounds. And it's not there for him if he's going to bowl that. But he's looking for bounce at the moment to just make Fisher feel uncomfortable.
Matt Henry continues now to Jofra Archer, and he's forward again, playing defensively to short mid-wicket, fielded by Captain Tom Latham. I like the fact that Latham is trying some. I mean, I presume Henry is playing a big role in setting the field, if not exclusively. But they're trying something a bit different with Jofra Archer. It's not a slog field, but it does illustrate the fact that it's still quite a slow pitch. That's why they've got the catching cover and the catching mid-wicket, as Archer again plays defensively to Matt Henry, and it's because of the way Henry's bowling. He's taken a bit. He's not bowling at full pace, is he? No,
and he's also looking to nip the ball, isn't he? He wants it to come back and bring the pads into play. He's already got 2, and he's looking for a 3rd. They're quite happy to give Archer a single. They've dropped Ravindra back now to save a boundary.
Slip in a narrow gully, and that one is clipped out to short mid-wickets, fielded by Latham.
They've pushed the mid-on and mid-off, have come a little deeper here than we've seen them so far in the match. There's the deep point looking to save boundaries as well, and there's a fine leg. So they're quite happy if Henry loses his line or length a little bit, if he's clipped away, just to give him a single.
Here is Henry again, bowls. Oh, and he's got an edge. Archer has chased one outside the off stump, and Tom Blundell has taken an outstanding catch, standing up to the stumps. That is brilliant glove work from Blundell. I mean, he did have full sight of it all the way because it was wide outside the off stump, but it's bounced. And Archer's had a waft at it. He's got the thinnest of edges. Blundell's taken a screaming catch, storming catch. And Archer is gone. England lose their 2nd of the morning, 236 for 8. Wonderful bowling again from Matt Henry, who's just oozing skill and smartness.
This one bounced, didn't it? This one bounced a bit more than Archer thought and anticipated. He's been playing, lowish deliveries coming through, but there's another indication of the variable bounce on this oval pitch. It's a little bit wider, and he was drawn into a kind of a straightish, but at the same time a cutty kind of shot that he was wanting to play, and he's just got a little edge. And Blundell's done a really good job standing up for New Zealand. He's shown good feet to get around sometimes if it gets down, around that leg stump and just outside leg stumps. He's collecting the ball there nicely. He's got the eyes nice and level and the head forward, and his gloves are working really well. So that's important because he put pressure on Brook yesterday. Brook didn't even get forward to the LBW. He was dismissed off Henry. He was so aware of the keeper behind him. And here he's up to the stumps again. I think it's a good move if you feel confident enough, and he's looking very confident in his game at the moment. Good dismissal for New Zealand. 2 quick ones this morning.
I'm dripping with sweat, and you're not even moist. Here is Matt Henry, bowls, first delivery to Josh Tongue, the new batsman. It's clipped away nicely off his pads down to long leg. He's immediately off the mark. My doctor says it's a sign of good health if you sweat a lot.
Oh dear, I better.
Do you think she's just?
Shall I have a lie down?
Either you're not very healthy enough, or I'm super healthy.
Well, you are. You're dripping, actually, aren't you? If you sit back a little bit, you might get the shade. How's that?
That's immediately better.
There you go. Now, of course, we'll have to change the camera. There's always a camera now in a radio broadcast. I can't stand it. It's for socials, apparently.
Forward comes Matt Fisher.
Seems to be everywhere you go. They want to, as if people want to see us, or me anyway. For heaven's sake.
It's a peculiar thing,
I can't pick my nose.
All these years,
rub my eyes.
I'm still not used to it. I still forget that it's there.
That's exactly the same for me. Exactly the same. So I don't think it's necessary myself.
And
it's a radio broadcast.
Every now and then, people send me a screenshot of with me in an embarrassing position, and I shrug my shoulders and say, "Well,
hard luck.
Well done.
Yeah,
you got me."
And they say, "Oh, Jared's wearing a nice shirt today."
I have actually got a little towel which I've left in the commentary, which I've left in the press box, which is really silly of me. Jameson in down the leg side, leg glance. I think he just stepped inside it and left it alone. Actually, Josh Tongue, 2:37 for 8. 2 men out this morning. Jordan Cox clipping a full-length delivery from Matt Henry to short mid-wicket where Tom Latham held the catch. Good captaincy putting himself there. Well, I think Matt Henry said, "Skipper, can you go there?" I think give the credit to the bowler.
Yeah, I think so. Let's do that. And also it allows runs to be saved by Ravindra, who was there and saving one. He was deeper than the captain went into that position.
Here's Jameson, bowls a bouncer, and it's left alone by Fisher. Just have a quick look, if you can, over mid-off. Can you read the...
Yes, I can.
On the LED advertising board.
Someone doesn't know how to spell shirt.
Yes, it says, "Buy your test..." Well, it should say shirt now, but there's an R missing. Which is... That's been the third day.
You think you'd have fixed it by now?
237 for 8.
It doesn't make a great statement about all the merchandise around, does it?
Jameson in, that's good delivery. He's kind of probing for his best bowling at the moment as Jameson. But his body language is a bit lackluster, to say the least.
I don't get it, that
droopy shouldered.
That spelling, because if you look away to third man area, they've got it very much right, haven't they? Over to that side under the. Did you call it the Kalahari? No, it's
Galadari.
Galadari. That's another stand. They're considering the Kalahari Desert to bring it in. This picture's a bit like that.
Kalahari would be entirely wrong for that stand because there's no shortage of drink. And that's a good delivery again from Jameson, and I think Fisher has left it alone, just dropped the hands inside the line of the ball, taken by Blundell. Could talk a little bit more about Tom Blundell, if you could, Jeremy, because he's been a long serving keeper for New Zealand, but throughout all the years, I've always ever thought of him as solid, reliable, dependable. I didn't realise that he, was quite the glove man that he showed in the last 2 days, particularly standing up. I mean, here is Jameson again, and it's left alone, taken by Blundell. Maybe it's because he's not flashy. I don't know, but I've always thought, yeah, Tom Blundell, solid, dependable. But there is much for his batting as his glove work. But he's a lot better than that.
Well, he's really matured over the last couple of years, and it's really those last 2 years I've seen him actually stand up to Neil Wagner at times, and that was the test match against England at the Basin Reserve. That was the 1-run win, if you remember, and he was up for that too. So if he trusts, I think, the bowler's line to be reliable.
Jameson in, and that's left alone outside the off stump. Yes, I mean, it's not the pace of Wagner because he wasn't quick, but the angle, left arm over mostly to a right-hander, that's really tough to stand up to, because you see the ball so late, don't you?
You do. It's coming out of behind the batsman, really. So yeah, it's he's been able to stand up, and he's got better and better at it. And on a pitch like this, which, as I've mentioned, is a little bit up and down, not excessively so, but certainly there is differential bounce. And if it's Henry, of course, occasionally Matt Henry will be able to get a bit of nip off this pitch as well, and that's how he dismissed Rooters in this yesterday afternoon.
Henry continuing, running away from us, the Vauxhall end. This is pushed to in front of square on the leg side, and there's a rare single, 237 for 8. 200 becomes 238 for 8. Ooh.
Morning, John. You warm, are you? Yeah, this is sitting back. You've got your nice sweatband on, which of course is for Thorpe. We had it last year, didn't we? We had the team photo with all of us wearing our gear.
That's right. It was a great test match last year, beaten past the outside edge. Tom Blundell standing up behind the stumps.
Good take, wasn't it? That bounced.
He has got a little bit of bounce. Apart from the very first ball of the day, bowled by Matt Henry, that is, which was too full and on the pads and clipped away for 4. He has been excellent in the opening half an hour. There couldn't have been stark difference between the first half an hour of play yesterday. As Henry in again. Oh, he's beaten on the back foot. Is Josh Tongue, and he's guessing really. And I suppose one of the things that's come to mind, sitting at way back in the shade here in the Vauxhall end, is that the differing approaches to bowling to the tail. I don't know if you and Manu spoke about it, but no funky fields, no fielders out on the boundary, no short pitch bowling. If it's good enough for a top order batter, it's good enough for the tail. Oh, and again, how was that missed?
Yeah, that's Henry's starting really to get into his work here now, folks. I don't know whether you got the telly on or something like that as well, or you'll be able to sync it up, or whether you're just in bed and you've had your Bovril and you're just quietly listening to us and easing off into noddy land. But this is good bowling. I mean, he's starting to get the ball to move away as well.
Henry again. This is just a little leg side and thumps off the pad of Josh Tongue, who's 1 not out, Matt Fisher 2 not out. Yeah, I suppose I'm always very aware of the time difference with New Zealand, having in-laws living in that part of the world, of course. This is the time of the year where it kind of works for you. If you're a New Zealand cricket fan listening to cricket on the other side of the world, 11 hours difference means start of play 10 p.m. You can definitely get the first session in, even with. I mean, it's a Friday, so you don't have to get up in the morning. Oh, this is lofted up and could be a catch. Oh, taken at mid-off at the second attempt. Is that Nathan Smith there? Oh, it is Nathan Smith. Now, in truth, he's made a little bit of a meal of this because it's a relatively straightforward catch. He had to backpedal furiously to make the ground up, but he's actually spilt the ball and then managed to catch it with his right hand. But the real big moment, of course, is not the fact that it's wicket number 9 for England. It's a fifth wicket for Matt Henry, and what a display. He has provided his side, the attack leader, 5 for 64, and he has nipped out all 3 wickets today.
Yes, he has, all 3.
Wow, what an effort.
Yeah, it makes a difference when you have someone like that in your side, doesn't it? It's fantastic effort from Henry. He didn't start brilliantly, if you remember, with the new ball. He went for a few runs and it looked a little bit out of sorts, but once he came back yesterday afternoon, he started to find that rhythm again, and he really has been difficult customer to confront actually on a surface that's doing a little bit, and just a wee bit too much for the tail enders. And the wicket of Cox early this morning, the first one to fall, was the important one obviously remaining for England today. That was the first one to go, just clipping it to Latham at a shortish mid-wicket was a good position to be in. It allowed them 2 things: a catcher, Latham, and also it allowed Henry to bowl a little bit straighter because he had the man by the umpire to prevent singles going there as well. So terrific bowling, probing, surgical, at the stumps, just outside, keeper up, awkward.
And it's Jameson from the pavilion end. He's yet to take a wicket, and first ball is dragged by Matt Fisher, who's tried to essentially play correct test match cricket with the bat in hand for the majority of his innings, but now it's time to play some shots. And that was an ugly one, but it did pick up 240 for 9 in England.
Yeah, I know. Is he going to play like that? Is he going to suddenly, because Baker is out there, is he actually going to attack?
I think he's got to, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, if you're going to attack, it's probably the end to do it, isn't it?
Yeah, big gaps on the leg side there. Give him Fisher a single. And this time he plays to the offside. Now there's a chase here. It's Conway down there at backward point, I think. And that does restrict the single. Just get him a little black book.
It's like a library going on here. They're all black.
Do the kids all blacks? That's very fitting, isn't it? 222 for 6 England at the start of play today. I can't have my laptop here because essentially it was set on fire. We are all having to sit back, not because we're relaxing here in the commentary box, it's because it's so hot.
Well, we've got a wee bit of shade, haven't we,
it's
from
just
the floor above.
Our legs are not getting any shade, but our bodies are, so that's all right. Sonny Baker facing his first delivery in Test cricket, and this just pitches and leaves him, and he withdraws the bat. 241 for 9.
150 lead.
Oh,
it's a very handy lead for New Zealand. Whether they'll find the going just as difficult, we'll just have to wait and see. That's the next thing round the corner once New Zealand claim the last English wicket.
Glorious opportunity for New Zealand. Walk out on a day 3 wicket at the Oval. Sun out, no threat of rain. There was a little bit of cloud cover last night which aided the New Zealand bowlers of Phil. Again, drops his hands on this one, does Baker, no run. And they'll feel that if they can get to lunch, 1 down, maybe even 2, and add another 50 to that score, 200. I know that this England team have traditionally liked to chase. Well, it's going to be an ask for England, especially with such a callow bowling attack, and one where, unlike New Zealand, although New Zealand struggled in exactly the same way to a point at Lord's, New Zealand have relied on their attack leader today and yesterday. Can England rely on theirs? We will find out throughout the day. Oh, that's beaten Sonny Baker. I don't think he's actually experienced what it's like to lay bat on ball yet. In his first innings as a batter in Test cricket.
At the moment, Jameson is certainly looking as if he's trying to find that length that he can keep hitting and know that he doesn't have to think about it too much. There's muscle memory coming into it, and it just gets there. And it's outside the off stump just, and he's brought all his cordon into play. I just wonder, is he tempted to go for a Yorker here?
We'll find out. Certainly a rhythm about Jamison's bowling, as this time it's dropped down to the ground by Baker. And that is the end of the over. New Zealand have bowled to a plan. Jerry's off. They lead by 150. 3 wickets falling this morning. England have added just 19 runs. All 3 wickets going the way of Matt Henry, who picked up the 2 big scalps yesterday. Joe Root and Harry Brook both trapped in front of the wicket, both falling within 8 or 9 runs of each other. And from that moment onwards, New Zealand have had their noses in front of this match. And then the 3 wickets today, I've just added to that. Henry set to continue. Mel Farrell's about to come in, but certainly need the wet wipes on these microphones and headsets that we're using today, because it's a scorcher. And the sun is set to continue throughout the weekend. As Henry... Oh, what... Well, that sound you hear is the sound of the wicketkeeper wearing one in the gut. Because Matt Fisher has danced across the crease to off stump and tried to flick this ball down to the fine leg boundary. He's missed, and Tom Blundell behind the stumps has just been dealt a painful blow. Oh, I tell you what's made it even worse is that Fisher's actually got an inside edge on that. He's deflected it back. He's sped the ball up, Mel.
Well, I was coming on here to actually praise Blundell and his keeping today, because I think he's been absolutely brilliant, and he's smiling, so that's a good thing. But he's tough as well.
I think it's a grimace. Here's Henry. This is guided down to deep backward point. Fisher sets off really quickly, and he's coming back for a second, and he's gonna get the second. The throw has been, well, you've just been applauding Matt Blundell's glove work behind the stumps. We'll have to see a replay. It looked like Matt Fisher was treading water, and if the throw had been taken cleanly, then possibly he would have been run out. We're looking at the big screen here now. Certainly Baker didn't want to go anywhere, because he knew that his partner was going to be caught short, and Blundell's made a little bit of a hash of that, Mel, so curse of the commentator.
I'm not that powerful. I don't believe in a commentator's curse. Yeah, that was almost Benny Hill music territory, wasn't it? Sonny Baker didn't know whether to stay or go. Matt Fisher's flying about.
It's not Rashin Ravindra down there, is it? It wasn't his fault, that miss run out, but there has been a little bit of Keystone Cops about his fielding.
Oh, yeah, it was not pretty yesterday, put it that way.
No, it's not. It's not Rashin down there.
Might be Devon Conway.
Here is Henry in, and wristily flicked that by Fisher. A shot that's going to get you into trouble more often than not. There's a slip in place. There's a fielder down at third and one at deep backward point. So at best you're going to get a single, and that's a single that he's clearly shown he's not willing to take. So probably best to leave that shot at home. 243 for 9, and this morning, this first 45 minutes, Mel, short ball this time. Good bouncer from Henry. Well, it couldn't have gone any more different from what we saw yesterday, right, when England were bowling.
Well, I actually think that Tom Latham deserves a lot of credit. I think he's captained them really well this morning. When Jordan Cox was showing that propensity to flick the ball onto the leg side, he brought himself out of the slips cordon and put himself in that short, straightish mid-wicket position straight away for Matt Henry, and brought the keeper up to the stumps. Really smart captaincy, and when you see then the ball follow the field up.
Here's Henry again, short again, and this is cut square, and in front of square actually is a chase on for the fielder, and just gets there in time. But crucially for England, actually in a weird way, I think they'd prefer 3 runs rather than 4, because it means that as long as Sonny Baker can survive a delivery, Matt Fisher will be facing the first ball of the next over.
It's a great bit of fielding by Devon Conway. It was him fielding out there in the deep. It's brilliantly to flick that ball in. Just got one hand to it in the air as he popped it back in, and he was up quickly as well.
And he managed to keep his cap on.
That's possibly the most impressive part of it. But yeah, so I just think Latham as captain set his fields really well. The plan that he's had, you need the keeper up to the stumps thing, as I find it really fascinating. I love it. I love it in cricket generally.
2 slips and a gully for Sonny Baker, and this ball is left alone, and it does mean that Matt Fisher will face the first ball of the next over, which you imagine will be bowled by Cole Jamieson, who's bowled well this morning. Good rhythm, beating the outside edge on a few occasions, but yet to pick up a wicket in this innings. 246 for 9.
I mean, I've commentated on a lot of county championship cricket, a lot of domestic cricket, associate cricket, women's cricket, where you see that ploy used a lot more because the bowling's not as quick generally. But I've spoken to a lot of players about it as well. You essentially need 3 things for it to work. You need a captain who recognises the time to implement the plan. You need a really skillful and athletic keeper. And you also need a bowler without an ego, because some bowlers actually don't like doing it because they feel it's a reflection on their pace.
Machismo. Single taken here, and again Matt Fisher sets off really quickly, turns the corner, runs back, and will turn 1 into 2.
Well, Sonny Baker stayed there and he was ball watching, but Fisher was herring back, and just see Sonny Baker just holding his hand up to his partner there, but it feels a bit harem-scarum, shall we say.
Well, I think New Zealand have missed run-outs at both ends here, and I think they did the first time around, because you're absolutely right. Sonny Baker, I think, would have been well short of his ground with that first run-out opportunity in the last over, and again, I think that possibly New Zealand's fielders have thrown to the striker's end rather than pushed up to mid-on, but mid-on's back, so mid-wicket comes across the field. 248 for 9, 143 the deficit. Wow, where can England get to? It's a push to see anything more than another 20, 25.
I think they'd be doing well if they did.
This is smart fielding as well, because New Zealand now, after bowling, nagging line and length, bowling properly, as you could say, now they've got an end. In Sonny Baker, they've got an end they can really target. So with Matt Fisher at the crease, they can spread the field, and they're walking in now because they know he wants to come back for a second, and he allows this ball just to hit him on the arm. He takes his eye off the ball.
Deliberately wore that, I think, in the end. Yeah, putting on another 20 runs, I mean, that'd be a great result for this pair. But it's still a long way behind England. Oh, that really hurt Fisher, I imagine. He's tough, though. He's not showing it.
He's a tall man, isn't he, Fisher?
He's deceptively tall, if that makes sense. His build doesn't look like the build of a tall man, and then it's actually surprising he's as tall as he is.
Yeah, some taller people can look a little... How would you describe it? Jamieson is in, and Fisher kind of swats at this, almost like almost like the drone has just gone a little bit too close to him, and he's flicking it away.
Like Mitchell Stark, you could see him on his own with no other reference point around him, and you know he's a tall man.
Cole Jamieson,
yeah, yes,
absolutely. Will O'Rourke as well, you'd say. But yeah. Somebody has, I mean, you just mentioned that commentated all around the world and different forms of the game. I mean, when commentators get together, we always, trot out the same grounds really. Cape Town, Gore, MCG, Lords. Jameson in, and he tries to swat at this. Fisher leans back and throws a bat at it, but doesn't connect. Again, that's fair enough, I think, with that shot. Could have got a little edge or a glove through to the keeper, but there's no one back here. It's got to play his shots. But yeah, give us an idea of some of the more unheralded cricket grounds around the world or formats. There's a special kind of buzz or feeling about watching and commentating on cricket. The tees or the facilities might not be up with the likes of Lords and the Adelaide Oval, but still manages to conjure up wonderful feelings. Jameson again, and Fisher, well, he kind of again he's got that swap down to a tee, hasn't he? And that's a single, which means that he does take a single last ball of the over. Not for the first time Jameson has allowed a batter to get off strike with the final ball, and that's where I think a short delivery doesn't really work for you. It allows, especially in a pitch which doesn't have a huge amount of pace, it does allow the batter to kind of pick a single, and that's exactly what Fisher does. 249 for 9 England.
Yeah, well, it was a controlled swat, if you like. I thought that was really well played. Do you know, I mean, I was only recently up at the Grange in Scotland, and I've got a real soft spot for the Grange. That is a beautiful ground. One of my favourite pavilions in the world, the blue trim on it. That's a great ground. Have you been to the Grange?
No, and do you know what? There's been a few times when you've just made it down for a test match at day 2 or something, or 3, and where you've just come from, and I know you spend a lot of time up in Scotland commentating on cricket, and that is definitely one that I'd love to see. Pushed out into the offside. Now there is a surprise. Fisher's actually angry with himself because he's taken a single. First ball of the over, and that ripple of applause is the England fans. Batting point. 250 up for England, but Fisher has erred, and he hadn't even completed a run before he realised he's made a mistake, because now New Zealand have got potentially 5 deliveries at Sonny Baker. England's number 11, yet to score a run in international cricket, and the field has immediately come in. Can New Zealand prize the last batter out? Good delivery, just a touch fuller, moving away from Baker, who pushes at this ball, but swings actually. There's a little bit of movement away, and it's taken by Blundell, who is not behind the stumps. He's back.
And you may be expecting Sonny Baker might just have a little bit of a flash at one, standing back for it.
Here is Henry again, and Baker playing defensively, and the ball just bounces and passes at the top of the bat. No run. So the Grange in Scotland. And what is your typical Scottish cricket fan like? I know it's, if you were to say that about an England cricket fan, you'd say, well, there's about 7 different types of England cricket fan. But for those who haven't been up there, and I haven't, is it a young crowd, an old crowd? Is it an English crowd? Again, beaten past the outside edge. No run. 250 for 9 England.
They're not the only associate nation I would say this about, but in Scotland what I would say is that they are an unbelievably educated and passionate crowd, because they have to be, because they have to fight so hard for everything they've got. I think there's like maybe 30 people who work for Cricket Scotland across the whole organisation. So they all do 5 different jobs, and they punch above their weight in every way.
New Zealand, this is pitched up and driven by Baker, team that have described as punching above their weight whenever they take to the field. Population of 5 million. It's 11 against 11, and they're on top here at the Oval. We have a friend, Kate, who lives in Netherlands, and when she's ever present whenever Netherlands play cricket. And I suppose Henry. Oh, this is a good take by Blundell down behind the stumps, diving to his left, clipped off the pads and looked for a second like it was going to travel down to fine leg. I don't think I've seen a test match where more runs have been scored fine leg than in this one, either as byes, wides or leg byes, but no run at the end of the over, 1 run coming from it. Baker's successfully seen off 5 deliveries, and England find themselves perilously perched at 250 for 9. But yeah, I mean, I suppose if you're a Scottish cricket fan, as much as you love watching your team play, it's also about watching the opposition. You know, just enjoying the fact that you can see international cricket. So you're supporting your team for sure, but you're also just appreciative of the fact that you're getting to watch it. And I suppose we can get a bit blasé about that in other parts of the world.
Absolutely. I've been lucky enough the last couple of years. I was up there when Australia played 3 T20s, and then the following year they had tri-series of ODIs and then T20s with Nepal and the Netherlands.
It's a change of bowling. William O'Rourke is in, and first ball, Matt Fisher just gives himself a little bit of room and carves this through the offside for 4.
Hello, Matt Fisher. What a shot that was. Confident stroke in the way, backed off as well. Now he knows that he took that single on the first ball of the last over, but that is really quite a classy, confident shot from Fisher. What can they add?
Well, absolutely. 254 for 9. Shades of Cole Jameson in the first innings, actually, the way he gave himself room and, you know, with that heavily populated leg side field, just thought, well, I'll just hit it through the covers. O'Rourke again, and this time he follows Fisher. He again gives himself room, realises the ball's not there to be hit through the covers, so at the last minute tries to pull and can only pick out Latham at mid-wicket. No run.
Yeah, so that series with Nepal and Netherlands, we had international men's cricket's first ever triple super over. Ridiculous.
That's right, yeah, of course. I saw you the day after that game.
But do you know what the thing that stands out? They really look after you up there. I have my own Cricket Scotland issue hot water bottle.
Here is O'Rourke, and again Fisher gets himself into a bit of a tangle. Moving to leg, the ball gets big on him and he just thrusts the glove up. And it's an awkward way to deal with a short delivery there from Fisher. He's going to injure himself at this point if he carries on like this.
Yeah, so it is the opposite of what it's like here, and so I do have my own hot water bottle that they bring, and they bring me flasks of hot soup. I keep waiting for the St. Bernard to come along with whiskey instead of brandy or something as well.
Oh, yeah.
So they look after you with my travel disasters as well.
O'Rourke again, short again, and Fisher takes his eye off the ball again and just kind of flicks at it. Actually, if he connected, it probably would have been more runs down to fine leg. I remember can you remember back in 2009 when Cardiff hosted the first Ashes Test, and I went up there and there was a lot of fanfare and excitement about the fact that they were going to host a test, and they had some functions at the castle, and I've still got somewhere a hip flask in the design of a cricket bat. Some Welsh whiskey, I think, was the order of the day. Steps away does Fisher. Once again, it's Latham fielding at mid-wicket. It could be effective for England if we get another half an hour of this, but it's not exactly David. I saw a comparison to David Gower yesterday, made by Jeremy Coney. This is the opposite of watching David Gower bat, isn't it?
Well, he's played some lovely shots, but I guess what I like about it is that Fisher's decided he's taking control of this situation, this partnership. I'm just remembering that they've added 32 runs this morning, England, and I wouldn't have thought that they'd get this many.
Here's O'Rourke. Oh, this is just... Wow, I don't know if this has come off the bat, but actually Fisher's trying to play this defensively. It's looped up proper, maybe off the bat handle, over first slip, and it's fielded down on the boundary in front of us. And a kind of fly slip, third by Daryl Mitchell, and the exasperation on the face of William O'Rourke is that it means that Matthew Fisher's got off strike and will face the first ball of the next over.
Yeah, taking control. Again, some shots have been very nice, a lot have been very ugly. He's won plenty, but there's a real sense when you're watching that he's taking the leadership role in this partnership and is determined to get as many runs as possible. And so far, well, he's got 18 off 31. This is a really good little innings from Fisher, and it might be a really important one as well. It's still a long way behind the game.
Nathan Smith set to bowl his first ball of the day, the morning, with a slip and a gully in place, and it's Fisher who is given no room whatsoever to move. He tries to tuck this off his hip, but instead he just wears it on the hip, and he's going to have a couple of bruises. What he needs to watch out for is a broken digit. England cannot afford another question mark over the fitness of a bowler.
They certainly can't. Inexperienced bowling attack. Nathan Smith, gosh, he's been an absolute cracker in the field, hasn't he? A wonderful catch he took earlier today, and the run-outs that he's been involved in as well. He's been outstanding.
Yeah, he's been fantastic, and he's in now, and this is an attempted scoop shot from Matt Fisher on the move, misses, and it's taken by Blundell behind the stumps. I don't think he needs to do that. He's tried that shot twice, 3 times now, and he's missed on each occasion, or he's inside edged it towards the keeper. I would be concerned about injuring yourself, and England need him as a bowler, because that kind of getting yourself in that kind of tangle just increases the risk of just basically getting a bust finger. Here's Smith again, and short delivery, and Fisher this time ducks, and Blundell behind the stumps is shaping to move to the leg side and then has to dive to the right to claim.
Yeah, get out of the way. Get out of the way, Matt Fisher. Meantime, Sonny Baker's up the other end practicing very high elbowed forward defensive shots.
Well, I'm glad someone practices that shot.
Need a few of those. Yes, look, once Cox was out, I didn't think England would be able to get too many, to be honest, but this is a handy little partnership.
It is, but they would have wanted more at the start of the day. As Fisher steps away from the crease and attempts to thrash this through the offside. There's no timing, and it's kind of clothed to Jameson at mid-off. So Nathan Smith would have 2 balls at Sonny Baker, who's faced 10 deliveries. He's looked fine, actually. He's been beaten past the outside edge, but he's playing the line of off stump, and he's just clearly there for a long time. Not a good time.
Well, if he's there for a long time, he'll have done his job. Absolutely love Sonny Baker. What a breath of fresh air he has been this week.
Yes, he's still going to have a job to do. Smith is in. Oh, that doesn't go too far from the outside edge, and also off stump. Keeps a touch low. I mean, there's going to be big questions, obviously, with 2 full innings to come. Sonny Baker might end up with a 6-fer. England may charge back into this contest and go to Trent Bridge 2-0 up. But there are rumours that Stokes may be back, and of course Gus Atkinson as well. He's expected to play, so Baker and Fisher will be mindful. Certainly Fisher, after 4 years out of the side, got to make these opportunities count. Left alone by Baker, and frustration from Fisher. He would have wanted to force Baker to play, he didn't. And that is the end of the first hour of play here at the Oval. It's certainly been New Zealand's morning, with England overnight 222 for 6. They would have dearly have hoped for runs from Cox, but he was the first man to go, the first of 3 wickets going the way of Matt Henry, who's taken a 5-fer here at the Oval. But England are still fighting away. 256 for 9 after a word from Mel. It'll be Neil Manthorpe making his way back into the commentary box.
Thank you, Jonathan Norman. That was very formal of me. Yeah, it really has been New Zealand's morning. That early wickets of Jordan Cox, who had looked good, but he was really outfoxed by Tom Latham, the New Zealand captain. He put himself into short mid-wicket and was Johnny on the spot when Cox clipped it straight to him. And then Archer and Tongue didn't last too much longer. Both times, again, good captaincy by Latham. Blundell up to the stumps. Brilliant work behind the stumps as well. Quick hands. And then it was a lovely juggling effort by Nathan Smith to dismiss Josh Tongue. But Fisher and Baker just need a candlestick maker perhaps to complete the trilogy. But they're fighting on for England. And who knows how many more they can add. And Neil Manthorpe, how much they can frustrate this New Zealand side.
Before you go, did you work on that? Or did that just come out, the candlestick maker line?
That just came out.
Really?
Yeah.
It's very good.
Ah, thank
I
you.
like that.
Well, look, that's why they...
Sometimes on the second glass of wine of an evening you think, that'd be a good line. It doesn't happen very often, though.
Do you know what my favourite one has been of this week? There's a bowler in the Women's World Cup, Caroline de Longa, who plays for the Netherlands. She's a leg spinner, a right arm mirror of Paul Adams. The head goes under, right? And you know what Paul Adams' nickname was?
Chocha,
Not that one.
the frog in a blender.
So Caroline de Longa, as far as I'm concerned, is the clog in a blender, playing for the Netherlands.
Very good.
On that note, I'll leave you.
Very good, Melinda. Very good indeed. Well, England are struggling on, as Melinda just said. 3 wickets have fallen today, but they've somehow managed to get through the first hour and still surviving on 256 for 9. But they're a long way behind, and I'm hoping for a bit of a miracle from the last pair, Sonny Baker and Matt Fisher. Fisher does have a first-class half-century, so there's hope, but how much England can limit the damage to depends really on, I suppose, the New Zealand attack. It's a beautiful day, really, really warm. So it's not quite 30 degrees yet, but it's forecast to reach 30 by mid-afternoon. And the players have had their drinks break and well enjoyed too, well earned. So a little bit of a slog field now for New Zealand. They've got a fly slip, Daryl Mitchell. They've got a man at deep backward point, and everyone else is quite deep backward square leg as well. Round the wicket comes Will O'Rourke, and so that was a swing and a miss from Matt Fisher. It might have just hit him on the body somewhere as it trickles through to Tom Blundell, but he backed away, gave himself some room. Tough guy to slog, Will O'Rourke, with his angle and height, 6'8" of him. Not easy to slog. It's like trying to slog Mornay Morkel or back in the day, Curtly Ambrose, Joel Garner. Not easy. Difficult to get underneath the ball. But Matt Fisher is having a swing, and he's 19 not out as O'Rourke is into him again, and he does swing at this one, and he's managed to get it over the infield, over Tom Latham at halfway back at mid-wicket. It's fielded on the boundary by Devon Conway, and they've gone through for a couple. So good hit from Matt Fisher. I'm delighted to say that alongside me for the next half an hour is Cameron Ponsonby. A dying breed. Cam, not only are you a freelance cricket writer and broadcaster, you're making a success of it. There's fewer and fewer of us around.
Well, there's 2 of us, isn't there? It's me and you. A few others maybe as well.
Jared Kimber's still freelance. But it's a tough market. Here is Will O'Rourke once again. That's another bouncer. Fisher ducks underneath it. What have you made of the test match so far? Broad canvas for you?
I think on day 1, I was delighted for a bit of normality to kind of break out after a very busy week of drama and gossip and controversy. To have kind of 24 hours where cricket was played. Admittedly, I thought New Zealand batted quite poorly and gave England an opportunity to get ahead of the game, which then England were kind of returned the favour almost by allowing New Zealand to retake the initiative.
Here's Will O'Rourke around the wicket to the right-handed Matt Fisher. Jumps up onto his toes, defends it behind square on the offside, no run.
I think in all, across the 2 test matches, it's been amazing to see 2 high-quality seam attacks. I know we often talk about this New Zealand attack almost ad nauseum, but between the 4 of them, Jameson, Will O'Rourke, Nathan Smith, Matt Henry, we have 4 entirely different types of seamers. They're all right arm over in theory, but Will O'Rourke comes over the top of his head. You hear Rachin Ravindra talking about facing him in the nets and how horrible an experience it is.
Bowling round the wicket, so targeting the body as he's in. Bowls Fisher. He tries to sort of paddle pull this one onto the back foot. He rises up quite high, and I think it might have hit him on the helmet, and he confirms that by staggering away and now removing the helmet and having a look to see whether there's any damage done. It's hard to hit those, especially as a number 9 batsman, but Fisher has been clonked on the head, so the physiotherapist comes jogging out in no apparent hurry. Doesn't have a spare helmet with him, but this will just be a mandatory concussion test, I suppose. Actually, it was a good ball, wasn't it, from Will O'Rourke?
Oh, goodness me, that wasn't a glancing blow at all. It's taken him flush in the grill, just between the peak of the helmet and the top metal part of the grill. It's going to be probably a small break in play here, because Matthew Fisher's worn that right in the face. Matthew Fisher's played a lot of cricket for his 21 of 41. We've seen an awful lot of shots, a few attempted laps and scoops. I'm taken back to yesterday when England were quite heavily criticised for pursuing the short ball tactic against the tail. Well, New Zealand are returning the favour.
Well, pursue would be okay. I mean, if they went to that, but they started the first over of the day with a slog field and a short ball strategy, which I found completely bizarre. You know, that New Zealand had their number 9 batsman at the crease, and yes, Glenn Phillips was there, established, but he had to start again, and it was peculiar, really peculiar. 2:58 for 9, so this will be a fairly lengthy stoppage in play with Matt Fisher going through the concussion protocols. What's your middle name? Do you have a pet? What day is it? That actually could be a trick question, because he might well say Saturday. Feels like Saturday, doesn't it?
It's been we've kind of re-entered the heat wave. We had one last month here in London, Manners, and across the UK.
I missed that. This is
That was punching. We're now moving back into the 30s. Fans are coming out back in flats and houses. People are Googling air conditioning units. But today is an almost perfect day to be at the Test cricket.
I moved into my Airbnb room. There was I was a little early, and there were some maintenance men in blue overalls installing an air conditioning unit, and it was sort of 3 or 4 days ago, and I said, that's optimistic, isn't it? It was about 18 and overcast, drizzling outside, completely miserable. Oh, I'm going to be very grateful for it now.
Delighted they're in position, in place.
So we need to speak, Cameron, about the England captaincy. The England captain, Ben Stokes, is still the captain. Here is Will O'Rourke round the wicket, bowling again to Matt Fisher. It's another short one down the leg side. He has a tentative, half-hearted paddle at this one as he steps away to the offside and misses it comfortably. England cricket has perfected the art of taking aim and firing at both feet, hasn't it? I mean, this is a mess that they have done very little to resolve and quite a lot to create.
Well, the latest news, it sounds like Ben Stokes isn't just going to play next week, he's going to be captain again. And that was kind of being reported yesterday from the BBC and the Telegraph. He's playing for Durham at the moment, so too is Gus Atkinson, he's playing for Surrey. And rightly or wrongly, I'm feeling a bit duped at the moment by the whole situation, because as of 48 hours ago, the whole situation was being spoken about in very serious tones.
Funereal almost from Brendan McCullum. Down the leg side now from Nathan Smith, taken by Tom Blundell, no run.
The initial misstep by Atkinson and Stokes was announced in an ECB press release. We then had 24 hours where it sounded like Ben Stokes was going to retire off the back of it. What could have possibly have happened that was so bad that we would lose one of the greatest cricketers this country's ever had? Then Rob Key comes and speaks to the press, and he talks about his concern for Ben Stokes, and he did not throw his weight behind him as a potential future captain. He had to let the process play out. Then we had Brendan McCullum doing a very similar press conference talking about his concern for Ben.
Nathan Smith in again. That one is steered defensively to backward point. No run. 258 for 9. Deficit of 133.
And my initial conclusion was, while on the one hand England were doing their best to protect Ben Stokes by getting kind of their duty of care out there first and foremost, by that being the only information they then shared, it kind of led to the widest possible range of speculation being available to the public. And we now cut 72 hours later, and it sounds like everything's fine. We're just going to return to normal proceedings, and Ben Stokes will once again captain England within the week.
Here is Nathan Smith. It bails a bouncer, and it flies over the head of Sonny Baker, and is very well grabbed by Tom Blundell. Honestly, I mean, given Ben Stokes's episode with mental health, he took 6 months away from the game, didn't he? I mean, the way that Brendan McCullum was speaking, it was about care, and, you know, right now our primary concern is caring for Ben. And meanwhile, it sounds like Ben Stokes was up north in Durham, just simmering with anger about the lack of support that he felt that he'd been hung out to dry by management who covered up the vice captain's far greater indiscretion. That's 4 runs. Sonny Baker opens the face of the bat. I'm going to pay probably him too much credit here, but that looked like a very controlled steer between second slip and gully down to the unguarded third man boundary for 4.
Well, Baker's first runs in Test cricket. I wonder if you have the same nerves as a number 11 about getting off the mark as Emilio Gay would have had last week. I think you have given him a little bit too much credit. I think he's nicked off down to third.
Yeah, I knew I had.
And taken 4.
But look how calm and controlled he looks. He's faked it
It was
really
a very
well.
aesthetically pleasing edge. All the shapes are in the right position.
Soft hands. Nathan Smith in again. That's a good one. Bit quicker.
That was a leave, wasn't it, Manners?
Skids through. No. Beats him outside the off stump. But, you know, I like a number 11 who... Bob Willis used to play that shot a lot. You remember?
The edge.
Yeah, the edge. Exactly.
It's a good one to have.
The curtain rail, he called it. But, yeah, you know, I think that this all started to go wrong for England. What is it? It must be 9 months now, when they decided to cover up Harry Brooks' drunken altercation with a nightclub bouncer in Wellington on the morning of an ODI. He hasn't missed an England game since. Here is Sonny Baker. Nathan Smith again hits Sonny Baker on the pads as a speculative appeal for leg before wicket. And once you do that, once you authorise a cover-up, you're going to find it very, very difficult to find any consistency in your disciplinary measures after that.
Well, it's almost by nature not being consistent, because England's response to the fact they didn't release the Brook news and they chose to cover it up, I'm not particularly anti that, just for the sake of the argument, in that it was on the eve of the Ashes. Do England want this hoo-ha 3 weeks before the biggest series? No, let's do our best and not let anyone know. It comes out after the Ashes. Okay. But their response to that has been, rather than covering things up, we're going to be more proactive with our communications. And potentially they fueled the fire of the last week more than they otherwise had to. Like, obviously, it's an awful balance to have to strike to try and get right.
Will O'Rourke with a bouncer to England's number 9, Matt Fisher, left alone, 262 for 9.
But all the noise of the last week of controversy, or whatever you want to call it, has come from England. It's come from Rob Key and Brendan McCullum's press conferences that they probably needed to do one of them. Had Rob Key not spoken on the Thursday or Friday, a few days after the event, there would have been calls to have heard something from someone. Because we haven't heard from Ben Stokes at all over this period of time. He's put one Instagram post out saying good luck to the boys this week. But that's all.
Will O'Rourke, now the bouncer, and Fisher's just decided to leave now. He's been clocked on the head, and He's now decided not to take on the bouncer, and he's just leaving them, just ducking underneath them. Time for the Yorker, 262 for 9, trailing by 129.
The event, what it looks like the conclusion of all this is going to be is incredibly tame, basically, and I guess that's almost the best case scenario. But given the the kind of drama of the past 10 days, I feel a bit shortchanged, if that's the right expression.
I'm not sure it is. You have to explain that more. Here's O'Rourke again, bowling short, but this one is harmlessly down the leg side. So what were you expecting? The Ben Stokes to announce his retirement from all cricket?
Well, that was where we kind of started from. The day after, there was genuine concern around the ECB that Ben Stokes was going to hit send on an Instagram post, and that was going to be it. That's the kind of place that we've come from over the past 10 days. I guess shortchanged isn't the correct terminology, because there's a sense of relief in there as well, that it sounds like we've all kind of got ahead of ourselves and there's nothing really to report here.
O'Rourke, another full length delivery, maybe tried the Yorker, but in fact Matt Fisher was not preempting the bouncer, and he came forward and just plopped it to the left of Nathan Smith at mid-off and scurried through for a single. 263 for 9. He's playing a decent little innings here, Matt Fisher. Unorthodox, 22, Baker 4, 263 for 9.
And Fisher kind of falls into that bracket of being handy with the bat, useful. A first-class average of 18, 2 first-class 50s. He got an 88 a couple of years ago and a half-century for the England Lions a few years before that. He's batting a bit higher than he normally would for Surrey. He's in at number 9 for this England team, with a slightly longer tail than usual.
2 slips a gully and a leg slip for Sonny Baker on strike to Will O'Rourke outside the off stump. Just left alone, nicely left alone by Sonny Baker. 263 for 9. So it's just going to be business as usual. We're going to all go to Nottingham next week, and Ben Stokes will be back as captain, and
it sounds like that's where we currently are. Granted, we were in a very different place 2 days ago, so let's wait another 2 days and see where we get to. But I guess you could make the case that it's ended up being as good a news story as it could have been. The way it was presented by England over the past week was their concern for Ben, and kind of given his historic struggles with mental health problems, the fact that it all sounds...
O'Rourke clipped away out towards mid-wicket, fielded by Devon Conway, no run.
That he is okay and he is fit to continue. I think that's got to be the best case scenario.
It certainly is. How would you feel if Ben Stokes' captain's press conference at Nottingham, he refused to talk about the incident and about the repercussions and the ramifications? If he said, I'm just here to talk about the cricket, that's it. We're just going to talk about this series and this test match.
It's a good question. I think I'd be a bit confused. I don't think I'd understand that as a I think it's a very likely situation. That's exactly what does happen. But given that Ben Stokes has been the main character of the last 2 weeks, and we haven't heard his side of events at all, some clarity on what's happened over the past 10 days, 14 days would be very welcome, because I know I sit here as a journalist, I'm meant to know what's going on. The truth is I don't really understand what's happening. The kind of messaging that's come out has been so extreme in one direction or the other that if Ben Stokes was to come out and kind of say no comments, well, we'd forever live in a bit of doubt.
Well, Rachin Ravindra is into the attack for the first time in the innings with his left arm spin, and it's pushed away defensively by Matt Fisher. He remains on 22. So finally New Zealand have gone to the spin of Rachin Ravindra, and not surprisingly for Matt Fisher, there's long on, long off, man on the cover boundary. As forward comes Fisher, playing defensively, pushing that one out to extra cover. It's there's a man sort of maybe 2/3 of the way back on the 45 for the top edge sweep, I suppose. There is a deep square leg as well. There's nobody at cow corner, deep mid wicket. Here's Ravindra once again. Forward comes Fisher, playing defensively, and Latham fields at mid wicket. Long on and long off. There's a man on the cover boundary sweeping. What's he there for, the long hop? It's not there for the catch, surely. Here is Ravindra once again, and that's clipped away past Latham at mid-wicket, and it'll be collected by Nathan Smith coming charging in from the deep square leg boundary, and they go through for an easy single. 264 for 9.
I like this from New Zealand, just a bit of a change of pace. We're now seeing the field fly around. Now that number 11, Sonny Baker, is on strike. Just 2 balls left in the over, so New Zealand might be tempted to leave some fielders out on the boundary. They'd be very happy if Sonny Baker regains the strike for the following over. New Zealand opted for the left arm spin of Ravindra over the right arm spin of Glenn Phillips.
On the back foot now, Sonny Baker plays defensively very nicely. One thing that people haven't spoken much about Bazball was the significant cost saving that it created in terms of new balls for the ECB. Very, very rarely did we see innings go to 80 overs. New Zealand's innings lasted 96.2 overs, and there was a second new ball taken, and now we're 3 overs away, or 4 overs away from the option for a second new ball for New Zealand. Ravindra in again, that's played defensively by Sonny Baker, and the score remains 264 for 9 in reply to New Zealand's 391. It's still a very significant lead.
Well, you save on new balls, you lose out on day 5 ticket sales. Less India are in town, of course. This is a handy little partnership for England, just approaching 30 runs, 26 so far. I remember speaking to Andrew Sampson, the great statistician, great friend of yours, I believe.
Yeah, we go back a long way, me and the Wiz.
And you remember him walking through the kind of likelihood of victory, not just if you have a 100-run lead across a first-class game, but almost any lead. It made me kind of wonder why we played 2 innings, to be honest, when he ran through the numbers of even if you have a 20 or 30-run lead from the first innings, how your likelihood of victory shoots through the roof. So New Zealand in a very strong position here, still just under 130 ahead.
Slip in a gully as Nathan Smith is into the attack from the pavilion end, and it's nudged away by Fisher behind square on the leg side. They're going to come back for 2. That's good running, actually, and I think it's very well placed by Matt Fisher. He knew where the gap was, and again, I'm not shy of giving credit to tailenders for clever batting. I think he has deliberately pushed that into the gap quite softly, and that allowed him to come back for 2. If he'd hit it harder, it probably would have been just 1.
Was from the first ball of the over as well. So Fisher, knowing that he's hit the gap, would have set off quickly there. He'd have either wanted it to be a dot or 2. He wants to face as much of the New Zealand bowling as possible. So a perfect result for New Zealand, for England off the first ball. 2 runs, Fisher still on strike.
266 for 9 now. As Nathan Smith is in again. That's punched off the back foot by Fisher. It's a good looking shot, actually. Doesn't get him any runs. It's fielded by Henry Nicholls at extra cover. 266 for 9.
Well, this is the dangerous moment for Matthew Fisher, just when he's starting to believe he can really bat. He's faced 51 balls out there, taking the strike over nicely. A nice cover drive for no run to the fielder in the imaginary ring. England need him to keep going, keep knuckling down.
New Zealand have almost done their work. Place on the honours board for Matt Henry, 5 for 70. Well, beautifully. It's short and pulled away. Down nicely down towards fine leg for 4. He's just helped it on its way, really. He hasn't hit it. He's just stepped inside the line, lesser pace of Nathan Smith, and just helped it cleverly on its way. Matt Henry is very square at long leg rather than fine leg, and that's 4 easy runs for Fisher.
Just a bit too straight from Nathan Smith from the short ball, so Matthew Fisher was able to get inside the line and help the ball along its way. We're hearing Glenn Maxwell talking about the importance of line with short pitch deliveries. We always think about it in terms of the fuller length, but you're inducing the drive. But when you're trying to aim at the body, you want to still be aiming for a round off stump, so you're forcing the batter to play the ball in front of square if they're going to take on the short ball.
121 behind now. That's driven by Fisher out towards extra cover, and a good tumbling stop from Henry Nicholls. 270 for 9. Last wicket, the 9th wicket, fell at 238. So this is a doughty little last wicket partnership for England.
Well, we see the fielder who was out on the cover point boundary now coming into the ring with just 2 balls remaining of this over. New Zealand will try and keep Fisher on strike. 2 fielders out in the deep on the leg side, giving New Zealand the option of that short ball.
Here is Nathan Smith again. Forward comes Fisher and just pushes it out towards Nichols at extra cover, and was thinking about the single, but Nichols had it well covered. Is lunch still the immovable feast?
Still at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, even 9 down.
Oh, goodness me, you're being very optimistic. England going to see us through. No, I think if it's 9 down, we just keep on going. We have an extra half hour, don't we?
Yeah, that's not going to happen, surely. Well, they might bat another half now, who knows? Could do.
Well, the way Sonny Baker's beautifully guiding the ball down to deep third.
Here's Nathan Smith once again bowls to Matt Fisher, and he gets a cunning inside edge here down to Matt Henry. He's come strolling in from the long leg boundary, and Fisher has inadvertently kept the strike at the end of the over, and England are 271 for 9.
Well, Nathan Smith has thrown his head back in frustration there, because that's the perfect over for England. 7 runs off it, not really a risk taken. And Matt Fisher gets to pinch the strike again for Ravindra's following over. No real reason for England to change anything here. The current partnership stands at 33 of 66 deliveries, so run rate of exactly 3 and over. Sonny Baker on 4, but doing his job perfectly well.
Let me ask you a question. Yesterday I made what I was told was an outdated statement, that the Oval crowd were more interested in the actual cricket than the Lord's crowd, and I was corrected, and I was informed that actually the Oval has become extremely corporate now, rather like Lord's. And you know, I associate Lord's with the occasion and I don't know, the aura and the champagne.
I think,
whereas the Oval used to be more of the ground of the people, but it is pretty corporate now.
I think it's still definitely more the ground of the people than Lord's. That might be the fact I grew up in South London saying that, but I know for Surrey games in particular, you're having crowds of 5,000-6,000 in for a county championship game now. You have blast games where 20,000 people are in, and it's the socialists. They call it the best beer garden in South London.
Rachin Ravindra continues with his left arm spin. It's played defensively, no runs.
And if it is a case of there is more hospitality, more corporate events here at the Oval, it's probably more an indictment of the cricket in the nation as a whole, as opposed to just the Oval.
Here's Ravindra again, and there's a slog. I was going to say a slog sweep. He's shaped for a slog sweep, but he wasn't in position. And Matt Fisher has ended up just hoiking across the line. He's got a bottom edge, no run.
Well, just one man out in the deep on the leg side, so you can understand why Fisher's lining it up. Kind of a deep mid-wicket, deep forward square leg.
Here's Ravindra. Oh, he's tossed that one up really invitingly. He gave that a lot of air. Fisher obliges with a decent-looking cover drive, but straight to the fielder, no run.
And Ravindra a little bit flatter of a bowler than Glenn Phillips. Left arm option, spinning the ball away from these 2 right-handers.
Here's Ravindra, and that's quicker. Oh, and he's got a bottom edge, and it's beaten keeper Tom Blundell. He backed away for the cut, actually. That's well bowled, because it was much quicker and flatter from Ravindra. And there was no turn, and it was angled in towards Fisher, and he misread that. It was too close to cut, and he was fortunate, got a bottom edge for a single.
Well, this is why New Zealand made the bowling change. Goodness me, we've just seen the replay. And the ball's almost kissed the stump on the way through. Fisher looking to get back, uses crease, but the ball's just full of length. And scuttled through. Now Sonny Baker's on strike. We've got a short leg in place, leg slip and a conventional slip, catching mid-wicket.
Here is Ravindra once again from the Vauxhall end, and Sonny Baker nicely back and across, and blocks it out towards Henry Nichols, or Devon Conway rather, at extra cover. Trailing by 119 now.
So 1 ball remaining in this over. Kyle Jameson drops out to long on, encouraging Baker to push the ball for 1.
Ravindra giving lots of air. Sonny Baker not tempted. He knows his job at number 11 is just to stay there. Matt Fisher's got the run scoring responsibilities at the moment. although Baker does have 4. Matt Fisher has 31. England 272 for 9. We're both due to leave, Cam, but give me the final word on the difference between Lords and Oval while John Norman takes over from me.
Well, given John Norman is going to be coming into the commentary booth, I'll say nothing but good things about the Oval and its supremacy over its North London cousin. Packed house here in southeast London today. It is a beautiful occasion. The sun is shining. A few clouds in the sky, but nothing more. No shade available to any of the players out there in the middle currently. Nathan Smith is going to continue from the pavilion end, and Mel Farrell has joined to take over the commentary.
Thank you very much, Cam Ponsonby. Lovely to have you on board today. So one more over before the new ball becomes available. Fisher waits as in comes Smith, and it's a short ball that he shaped to pull but ended up just swiveling and bringing his bat underneath the ball as it goes through. Well, I tell you what, when John Norman and I were on commentary in the last stint, I did not think we would be back here with England still batting, and yet, here they are, partnership now worth 34.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, Matt Fisher has looked really awkward at the crease at times and could have been caught behind or inside edge onto his own stumps in the last over.
And next ball, he just guides around the corner. It was a low pull shot in the end, and he just gets it fine enough to beat the fielders. That was, again, an awkward, ungainly looking shot. But Henry Nicholls was out there at a long leg, and he just got it fine enough in the end.
Ugly runs, but mightily effective, and we're reaching a point now where England could actually almost turn this session around.
And next ball, he plays the same shot, gets it finer this time, but Matt Henry is at fine leg and a rolling, diving stop. And he turned down the single, so Matt Fisher wants another go. Matt Henry's still on his feet, and Darren Mitchell goes over and hauls him back up.
Obviously, England want to continue batting all the way through to lunch, right? But, you know, if Matt Fisher was to be out now or in this over, it would mean that New Zealand would have to come out and bat for 10-15 minutes. If England were to prize 1 or 2 out before lunch, this scorecard suddenly looks very, very different.
Around the wicket comes Smith. It's the short ball, and Fisher just gets under it and staggers off to his offside. Look, they have been ugly runs. At times he's played some very nice shots. It's been ungainly. It's been an innings as much about attitude and determination as it has been about technique and shot making.
Well, it's also just another indication that this is a good pitch. There is something in it for the bowlers. We've seen that throughout the 2 and a bit days. But there are also runs here. And if you look at the amount of batters who've got starts, it's almost surprising that England and New Zealand, to a point, struggle so much at times in their innings.
Over the wicket now, and he has a big slash at this one. Through the covers it goes for another 4 runs. Swashbuckling now. It might not be the prettiest stuff you've ever seen, but it's thrilling in its own way. And Fisher moves on to 39. England 280 for 9.
Yeah, there was a question about whether the second new ball would be taken, but having seen the way that Matt Fisher's gone about things and the ease at which Sonny Baker's defended, I think it's almost certainly they're going to take the new ball when it's due in a delivery's time.
England trail by 111 as in comes Smith, and well, Fisher falls over to the offside and just clips it to Matt Henry at fine leg. And well, they now trail by 110 because at the end of that over, England are 281 for 9, with Baker has been steadfast, 4 of 24, and Fisher 40 of 65. Partnership now 43, and that could be absolutely vital. When you look back at this game so far, in the early, so first session on day 3, The only real difference between the sides, John, you'd think is probably that first sort of maybe 90 minutes of the day yesterday, where England actually bowled really poorly. But other than that, it's been quite competitive.
Yeah, this is the highest 10th wicket stand in a home test since the 66 Johnny Bairstow and Jimmy Anderson put on at Old Trafford against Australia in 2023. So, you know, it's come at a crucial time for England, but, you know, you can feel the frustration just starting to grow with this New Zealand side. At the same time, the England fans here at the Oval have enjoyed the last 20 minutes, half an hour. They realise just how important it is, but if you would have told me on day one, when New Zealand were 108 for 4, that they would have a 100-run lead on first innings, you know, New Zealand would have taken that all day long. So they're still in the ascendancy here, and England was still some runs to claw back.
Henry with the new ball, and there's a little fiddle outside the off stump from Fisher. This is a new test altogether now.
And it is a new ball. I don't think either of these sides has bowled particularly well with the new ball. And there hasn't been a clutch of wickets at the top of the innings, right? So it might seem a little strange to people watching us on the Talksport Cricket YouTube channel, or maybe just listening to us while they're in bed trying to fall asleep. But this new ball should be enough. Ooh.
Well, Fisher steps back and carves this away down towards wide deep third, and they'll get a couple. There are 2 fielders out there in the deep on that offside. Deep backward point and deep third, and he just got it between them. But yeah, some decent shot again.
There was like a secondary applause there by the crowd, and I was thinking, oh, is that the 50-run partnership, or has Fisher reached 50? Or I'm trying to work out what that second applause signified.
Over the wicket comes Henry, and that's nicely fenced in to the offside, just in front of point by Fisher. No run though. He's farming the strike well. Yeah, you're right. It is still a long way behind. They're trailing by 108. First innings lead. That is a very, very handy lead. It could easily have been 150 though.
We haven't had a wicketless session yet, have we?
No, we have not. Henry in, bowls. Fisher has another little waft at that one outside the off stump. It was just leaving him, and he goes for a little walk to compose himself.
I don't think he's going to change. He's been moving around the crease since the start of his innings. He goes left, he goes right, he goes back, he goes forward. He sways out the way, he tries to ramp, he tries to flick. It's one of the strangest innings I've seen in quite some time, but it's been very, very effective. How many batters have reached 40 in this innings, in this test match as well? There seems to be quite a few.
As Henry is in, a bowl, full ball, and it's just punched straight back. He digs it out and ends up back at Henry's feet. Actually, Sonny Baker gave him a hand in picking it up. Well, let me see. Mitchell got 44, Blundell got 51, Jameson got 41, and Phillips got 100. And then Gay got 53, Root 46. So 6 have reached 40 before Fisher now, who's on 42.
I'd also like to know how many times Fisher's managed to get off strike to the final ball of an over.
Well, he has a big swing at the next delivery, and it goes over the slips cordon, and that is 4 runs. Continues on his merry way. He's now on 46, Matt Fisher. And a half century beckons. Who cares about the new ball? He's quite happy to keep taking it on. England now 287 for 9. At the end of that, Matt Henry over.
Would they have taken this now? At the start of play, would England have taken adding 65 this morning? If you'd offered Joe Root 65 runs to get within 100, would it? Probably not.
No, not while Cox was still there.
But, you know, with a tail, like Sonny Baker, Matt Fisher, Jofra Archer, Josh Tongue, right? So I think you would have thought about it.
I think once Cox was out, you have to give...
At that point, yeah. But at the start of play, I think he would have thought about it. How many more can you reasonably expect to get from that tail?
Now it's Jamison in and down the leg side. That is one thing. You talked about the number of runs earlier when we were on, about the number of runs that have come down the leg side in this test match, either off the bat or off the pad or off nothing. And it's one thing you would say about the bowling. Well, England got, 53 extras in their innings. What are New Zealand up to now? I'd love to check on my phone. Well, my phone keeps overheating.
I know the feeling.
9, only 9. There you go. Jamison in, bowls, and Baker just pulls out of that shot, watches it carefully as it goes past. Scotty, who likes to tell us all that his name rhymes with Hottie, did this morning anyway, which I thought was outrageous.
And Potty.
And Potty.
And Totty.
Dotty.
Totty.
Well, he says it's 9 extras.
Snotty.
Oh, well, I wasn't going to go there.
That's about it, I think.
Yeah, I think we've got all the mileage we can out of that. Right, now Baker, Sonny Baker on strike as Jamison is in, bowls, and he defends, gets right behind that one and plays a defensive shot out into the offside with a real sense of calmness. So let's not forget the part he's played in this partnership.
Absolutely. I mean, he's faced... This is a man with a nice hat stands in front of me. He's faced 27 deliveries. And again, it's just an indication. At no point have we seen a lot of wickets fall in quick succession. You know, it's never been that pitch. Seems like there's always something in it for the bowlers. I think that's almost like a perfect cricket pitch.
Jamison, he's in now, bowls to Baker. Oh, he shoulders arms. He almost stuck his right pad out to pad that ball away. And it passes harmlessly outside the off stump. Yeah, it's actually really refreshing after what we had at Lord's and the whole conversation revolving around the pitch and it being quite negative. When you think of some of the scores that Surrey matches have had this year at the Oval, I was a bit worried that we were going to have completely the opposite in a negative way, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and look, it may still work out that way.
Jamison in, bowls, full ball, harmlessly passes outside the off stump. Yeah, but in the end, I think they've done really well. Full credit to the ground staff here.
Well,
at
we'll
the
find
Oval.
out, right? If at the end of this match we're still here at 6 p.m. on Sunday, and England are 350 for 3, and it's a draw, we may go the other way.
But it's just about what you see in front of you, and I think the way it's played, certainly here we are on day 3, I completely agree with you that there's been a bit in it for everyone. There's Jamison in, bowls a full delivery, a really solid defensive stroke from Sonny Baker, and it just rolls harmlessly back up the pitch. He did really well there, and England at the end of that over 287 for 9 with Baker on 4, Fisher on 46.
We are approaching the time as well, Mel. Well, we might have an extended commentary stint or a shortened one, because I don't think there's enough time now for New Zealand to bat, is there? If a wicket was to fall in this over, maybe there would actually. What is it? 10 minutes for the change of innings. He might get 1-0. It'll be a push. That's all I'm saying. Have you seen what the food is today?
I haven't seen it, but I smelled it, and I think it's some kind of curry.
Yeah, it is. Unfortunately, I had a curry last night, so I'm not really feeling like that today.
Here is Henry. First ball, Fisher just defends it straight back to the bowler. He picks it up and fields. 46, gosh, what wouldn't... If he gets his half century here, you really have to tip your hat to Matt Fisher.
Well, when we were last on comms, we were talking about the fact that Fisher and Baker know that they're in a bit of a battle to play in the 3rd Test match. Well, Fisher's certainly doing what he needs to do.
He does have a flash at one that leaves him. The next ball, but passes harmlessly. And they trail now by 104. We always talk about the psychological...
Well, that's why I think if they went in for lunch now, they'd be frustrated with how the second hour's gone, but they'll be like, we would have taken that.
Yeah.
So, good friend of mine.
Henry in bowls. It's driven out in front of point, no run.
Good friend of mine has a theory that a team batting second has got to finish 80 runs ahead of the team batting first to feel par, to feel like they're par. And England are some way off that.
Yeah, I think that depends a lot on how the pitch ends up playing too, as Henry is in, and that sort of got Fisher a bit squared up as he tried to turn that on the leg side.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's more of a traditionalist's view of cricket than maybe what we've seen in the last few years, especially on this track. I mean, it certainly would have held true at Lord's. If New Zealand had had a 60, 70 run lead, well, that would have felt like maybe a match-winning one, because it was a low-scoring game, wasn't it?
Yeah, it depends an awful lot on the individual circumstances. Fisher waits as Henry is in. He backs away and he does whip it to backward square leg. It's another boundary. Matt Fisher, the crowd is on their feet. He's brought up his 50. He's done it in his own way. An idiosyncratic innings it has been. It's not always been pretty. He raises his bat up to the sky and then he turns and walks straight back to the crease because his job is not done yet, and that sums up this innings.
Yeah, fantastic for Matt Fisher, who of course has played his county cricket here at the Oval for the last couple of seasons, and the feeling was it was to just breathe a little bit of life into a career that maybe had plateaued a touch. He'd been out of the England setup for a couple of years, and of course playing for Surrey always puts you at the front of the queue, doesn't it?
Here's Henry, he's in bowls to Fisher, who just pokes at this one, sends it to backward point. No run. By the way, the wonderful Gary has been listening. He says Fisher has taken a run from the last ball 4 out of 8 times he's faced the last ball. Yeah, well, now it will be 4 out of 9 times because he hasn't got the single there. Partnership now, 53 runs off 96 balls.
That must be one of the highest partnerships of the series across both sides. I'm sure Gary will tell us where it stands.
Now you know he's listening. You're going to put him to work.
Oh, he's always listening. That's what he's paid
great.
to do. It's kind of his job. It's a bit like me saying, "Oh, she's talking." Oh, good to know Mel's talking on air.
So England now 291 for 9. So exactly 100 runs behind. So the chances now looking decent of them bringing it down to double figures. The psychological double figures.
Yep, absolutely. But still, it's New Zealand. In the position where they'd rather be. England would love to swap positions. New Zealand can get to lunch having bowled these out, or even just get to lunch. They've had the better of the Test match so far.
Jamieson starts a new over and Baker just jams his bat down as the ball squirts out to backward point, no run.
And then, of course, we've got some massive questions, huge questions, because, watching Matt Fisher, he's certainly running quickly, but there's been at times I've wondered whether he's not maybe just carrying a little niggle. Obviously, Jofra Archer didn't bowl yesterday on the proviso of the physio, maybe warned that he had headed into the red zone. Sonny Baker lost his footmark, so he was run up at times.
Here's Jamieson, bowls a full delivery that Baker gets right forward to and just pushes it back to the bowler.
So England are going to have to come out and bowl very, very well. And they will have to hope that New Zealand gift a few in the manner that they did in the first innings. And yeah, maybe they're going to fancy a chase on this flat oval track on day 4 and 5. They'll certainly back themselves, and of course they're so strong. Numbers 1 to 7, they've got the batting.
It's the application that's been lacking as Jamieson is in and bowls. That's left alone by Baker outside the off stump.
And New Zealand, of course, have been here before with England 4 years ago, giving up run chases of 250, 260, 270 on 3 occasions. So whilst I don't believe that will be in their minds, they will also know when they're batting that England will fancy any target in and around 350, they'll feel they're in the game.
Jameson turns, runs in, the pavilion behind him and bowls, and that's, well, it's defended by Baker, but he stood up pretty quickly, straightened up as he just bunted that ball back to Jameson. Yeah, it's definitely one. I mean, New Zealand, let's make no bones about it, New Zealand are well ahead of the game. I just think England will be feeling more positive than they would have an hour
Of course,
ago.
yeah, absolutely. If New Zealand had an hour to bat, they could have had a lead approaching 200 by now.
Exactly.
And that's completely different from where we are now. 100 lead, a couple of early wickets. England, of course, straight back in this game.
Here's Jameson, and Baker steps forward in defence, but I'm going to say he played inside the line of that one as it goes through to the keeper.
It's not been, Carl Jameson got a lot of kudos, and there was and has been a lot of attention on his bowling average. You've got to go. I was listening to Sky Sports, or watching a bit of Sky Sports at some point. I can't remember when. Maybe listening. Athens was saying you've got to go back to pre-World War II for bowling figures up where Carl Jameson is in terms of at the start of your career, and he's of course a few years in. It's incredible bowling average.
In now, over the wicket to Baker, there's the edge, and there's the wicket. It's taken by the captain, Tom Latham, at second slip. So the valiant rearguard action comes to an end. England all out for 291. Baker, the last wicket to fall, and so Jamieson does finish things off in time for lunch.
Well, Mel, that was and has been a continuation of a theme in regard to this being a terrific test match. And it's kind of gone one way or the other. There should be a phrase when it does that in cricket. I mean, I don't know. I do feel like the Ebony Rainsford Brent and you won't know who Floella Benjamin is. She's an old TV host from back in the day. Hails from my neck of the woods, Penge. South Nord, Jarrah's territory. You've been to Penge.
I have been to Penge.
She was into cricket. I really feel that could be an amazing cricket podcast called Ebbs and Flows. But sadly, she's not.
Oh.
So Ebbs has been left stranded there. But this has been a great test match. You go back to day one, New Zealand on the back foot, figuratively, 107 for 4, and then the counter-attack. They kept... Every moment they kind of got themselves into a position where you felt they were back par. They'd lose a wicket in a weird fashion. Then they nudged ahead, only to lose 2 wickets to 2 truly terrible deliveries by Jacob Ethel. End of day one, runs on the board, but feeling like they'd left a few out there. Only to come back at the start of day 2, and England, in generous mood, allowed them 100 runs for the loss of those last 3 wickets. We had the terrific moment where Glenn Phillips reached a century, an emotional time for him for his personal situation with his father, passed away last year. And then England came out and looked to be scoring freely, and Ben Duckett timing the ball as beautifully as we've seen for a long, long time, and then involved in that run out. New Zealand came back into the contest as Joe Root seemed to bed in alongside Emilio Gay. And those 2 quick wickets, then suddenly it's New Zealand's match. England 170 off for 5, battling, really battling, because giving up nearly 400. And then, of course, towards the back end of the day, we came here this morning. Could England add 100 runs for the last 4 wickets? Well, they haven't fallen that far short. They wouldn't have taken 69 runs, but you're right. After Jordan Cox went early, and then to find themselves well adrift, look, deficit of 180, to find themselves now going in at lunch, having chipped away 50 odd, with Fisher 50 not out, a red inker for him. We know, if we know anything in cricket, we always look ahead to the next session. This next session, Mel, is going to be massive for the destination of this cricket match, and it's so good to say that. 7 sessions into a test match.
It absolutely is, and it just goes to show all after all the shenanigans of the first test and the pitch talk and everything else, the most important thing is to get that 22 yards of grass right, and I think they have got that, and I think that plays a big part. So just to sum up with that session, England resumed this morning on 222 for 6 with Cox on 22 and the night watcher Archer on 0. And so the wickets to fall were Cox first up, who departed for 27. He was caught at mid-wicket by Latham off the bowling of Henry. Archer followed him, caught behind, just flaying at Henry with the keeper up to the stumps. Brilliant work by Blundell. And then Tongue went for a little check drive, and it took a wonderful catch by Smith off the bowling of Henry mid-off, juggled it and managed to hang on to it as it fell backwards. And then Baker, after that wonderful partnership at the end, he is the last to fall, just getting a thick edge to Latham again, taking another catch at second slip off the bowling of Jamieson. And the one man standing, well, Matt Fisher, half century, unbeaten. That is a massive tick for him coming into this England side. They want him for his bowling, but those 50 runs that he scored there at the end, how important might that be? Fascinating test it is, looking like it's shaping up to be. England all out for 299, 100 runs in arrears for New Zealand's first innings scores. We're going to go have some curry, and we will be back for the afternoon session soon.
Jofra Archer in with the first delivery of New Zealand's second innings. Clipped away very nicely off his toes by Tom Latham, the captain, out towards deep mid-wicket, and they go through for a couple of runs. The first runs, conveniently, England were exactly 100 runs behind New Zealand, so there'll be no complicated mathematical equations and sums to be done during the course of this innings. Exactly 100 the lead, and now it's 102, 2 without loss. Jofra Archer bowling the first over. England opting for just the 2 slips in the gully. I think that makes sense. Here is Archer once again, left alone outside the off stump by Latham. There have been very few slip catches. Matter of fact, I think there's been just one, and that was the last wicket to fall in England's innings. Sonny Baker caught by Latham at second slip of Kyle Jamieson for 4, but otherwise it's not really been the kind of wicket, kind of conditions conducive to slip catches. So England have opted for Emilio Gay at a wide leg slip, Root and Brook at first and second, and a gully as well, as Latham tucks one off his hip now behind square, or in fact just in front of square on the leg side, and they take a single. It's Jacob Bethel in the gully. Ben Duckett is at backward point. There's an extra cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, and a long leg away down to our right as we look from the Vauxhall end. Jofra Archer running in from the pavilion end. Lots and lots of people making slow progress back to their seats, enjoying the welcome shade of the concourse, which runs all the way around the ground. Whole variety of food and drink options, and as I say, people quite happy to watch the multitude of TV screens. Here's Archer in again, driven, super shot, lovely shot from Conway for 4 through mid-off. Archer pitches up, and that one has disappeared very quickly down to the long off boundary. Super shot from Devon Conway's. Getting the impression that he's just battling to re-find his best form. Fighting innings at Lord's, in ultimately in vain, but really battled for his 41 in the second innings from 91 balls, after making just a single in the first and looking very much out of sorts. But struggling to regain his best form after a fallow year or so in international cricket. Conway drives at a wide delivery from Archer, now outside the off stump. Doesn't time it at all, comes off the bottom end of the bat and trickles up towards mid-off, where it's fielded by Sonny Baker. New Zealand 7 without loss, a lead of exactly 100. And I've just been handed my Graham Thorpe headband by John Norman, who shall be with me for the next half an hour or so. Thanks for that, John.
No, you're welcome. I
We
don't think
should-
I'm going to be here for the next half an hour. I'm just sitting in because Jeremy is he's a triple threat today. It's not double bubble.
I tell you what, he was frazzled yesterday. Outside the off stump, quick delivery from Archer. That one bounces and nicely taken by James Roos, left alone by Devon Conway. But I haven't spoken enough about supporting the fight for mental health in association with the charity Mind. Of course, the last year's third day of the Oval Test against India was the inaugural Graham Thorpe Day. Thanks for this.
Oh, you're welcome. I mean, of course, well, it's always mixed feelings, really, because he was an absolute hero growing up as a player for Surrey in England, of course. Harmy will be on later today just to pay his respects, but also is a very important message that sits alongside the adorning of the headband. That is, it's good to talk, and you were one of the best of doing that. I'm going to make my way because Jeremy is about to come in. We were just saying, it's a triple threat, right? So he had to eat at some point today. So I was more than happy just to sit in for an over and just listen to you.
Matt Fisher begins the second over, and it's guided away nicely by Tom Latham for another single through cover point. That is the most important message, is that if you are battling in any way, just not feeling on top of your game emotionally and spiritually, speak up. You don't have to be alone. You don't have to be alone. Graham Thorpe, of course, took his own life at the end of a troubled time, which ended with batting coach role with England. But yep, speak up. There are people around to help. Two slips in a gully and a close catching cover as forward comes Conway, pushing this one defensively up to Sonny Baker at mid-off. There's no run. It's particularly prevalent amongst young men, boys, young men, older men. Matt Fisher now looking for early wickets. England have to fight their way back into the Test match, and I know that Matt Fisher's unbeaten 50 has reduced the damage, I won't say to just 100, because 100 is more often than not, far more often than not, a winning lead in Test cricket. Outside the off stump now from Matt Fisher. That one is left alone by Conway. But if England are to turn the tables and try and fight their way back, early wickets is the easiest and most obvious way to do that. I think that New Zealand historically, and this current iteration of the team, will be perfectly happy if England try and bowl dry and apply scoreboard pressure with dot balls. I think New Zealand will be perfectly happy with that. They'll just leave it. They'll be happy to bat. Defensively might be too strong a word, but cautiously. That's Conway is forward again, opens the face of the bat, guides it away to backward points, fielded by Duckett. New Zealand perfectly happy to absorb pressure, and if England bowl wide as they did at the start of New Zealand's first innings, I think you'll find that they will be perfectly happy to leave the ball and not make mistakes. England's approach in the first session of the first day was to see if New Zealand would make mistakes bowling wide. Here is Fisher again, and Conway looks to late cut this one. He made it look as if he had left it alone outside the off stump, but I'm pretty sure he played at that one, and if anything it tailed back into the left-hander and went past the under edge into the gloves of James Roux. So two slips in a gully, deepish backward point. That's Ben Duckett. Jacob Bethell is at a stationary catching cover 25 yards from the bat. Here is Fisher again. Forward comes Conway. Guides it up to mid-off. It's fielded by Sonny Baker. And there's no run, so tidy over from Matt Fisher. That's his strength. That's what England want from him. He's basically taking the place of Ollie Robinson, who missed this test match with a sore knee. And it's the control that England's attack require from which they got from Ollie Robinson, as well as 7 wickets at Lord's. And they want Matt Fisher to fill that role. Bowled tight, and he was pretty tight in the first innings. 23.2 overs, 2 for 62. So going at 2.5 and over. Very tidy stuff. Jofra Archer about to bowl his second over, the third of this New Zealand innings. They are 8 without loss, leading by 108. Jeremy Coney is alongside me now, and one thing that is apparent, Jeremy, is that we're not going to be surprised by lunch here at the Oval. It's been identical for 3 days in a row.
They've given it different names, and they have changed the order of events sometimes.
Here's Jofra Archer, slightly wayward. First over, and he's edged. He's got him. Tom Latham's gone into the gloves of James Rew. Pace and bounce from Archer. Latham fending at that one. He retrospectively could have left it on length, but you don't have long to make a decision with Jofra Archer bowling at 90 miles an hour. It was on a line of off stump. It bounced the extra pace. Latham's playing defensively, and a regulation outside edge and a regulation catch for James Rew. But an early wicket that England so badly wanted, and it's the captain, Tom Latham, on his way. They're 8 for 1.
Yeah, just close enough that Latham felt he had to play towards the ball as it was coming in from, of course, round the wicket. So that angle he creates, Archer, and then just bouncing a little, as you say, Rew taking that reverse cup. And so exactly what England need after a very good finish to their innings. And now Henry Nicholls is going to have to come out, and somehow between these two left-handers now, an opener, Conway, and a number 3, Nicholls, they have to subdue this new ball and put that away to one side if they can. And then New Zealand can set about, once this ball gets a little older, perhaps to over 15 to 20, and the heat to come in with the bowlers, and you get away from the first spell of some of the bowlers, so they're not quite so fresh. But they are going to have some difficulty in getting to that point, and that's the critical part of this innings, getting to that point where they haven't lost too many wickets and they've been able to subdue the attack to the point that it's not quite as virile as they're going to have in the first few overs.
Henry Nicholls comes to the crease at number 3, and first time in New Zealand Test history. It's worth reminding you that they've had left-handers occupying the top 4 places in their batting order. And there's a leg slip, 2 slips of gully, a short mid-wicket. Archer in, bowled. Boo! That one passes the outside edge, and it's pretty close to the off stump as well. More signs of that uneven bounce that has been problematic and troublesome through the first 3 days. Just a little bit unpredictable, the bounce, and that one didn't bounce as much as the previous one that got Latham.
No, that's correct. And so one that bounced took the edge. That one just kept around about stump height, didn't it? Round about the top of the off stump, really. And he wasn't really ready for that and played outside it, so it came inside the bat.
Here is Archer again, bowls, and that's a quick delivery, and it's an attempted pull shot which has crashed into Henry Nicholls' thigh pad, bounced up into the air. Some excitement, some screams of catch it from Jofra Archer.
Got to really get your feet moving. I was watching nothing else but Nicholls' feet then, and they did hardly moved at all. They stayed where they were. There was a slight bend of the front leg as he raised it, sort of a semi-hook, sort of pull it as he thought it was going to be around there, but he got in a real tangle.
There's no short leg in, but there is a leg slip Emilio Gay, and momentarily thought he might be able to run in and grab that one. I think there was some glove on it. Archer in wide outside the off stump. That was a harmless delivery, which Nicholls is entirely happy to leave alone. 8 for 1. As I mentioned 10 minutes ago, lots of people still happy to occupy the shade of the concourse, which runs all the way around the ground, and you don't, feel like you need to rush back to watch the action, because there's got to be 200 television sets around the ground at least. Like every food and drink outlet is in close proximity to a TV screen, so you can watch the cricket in the shade. Here's Archer, bowls, and another magnificent delivery which almost clips the off stump. It's a drive from Henry Nicholls, but he was very late on the shot, and he's well beaten by pace pretty much alone. I don't think there was any exaggerated or even a small amount of seam movement. It was just very quick. And Henry Nicholls pretty late on the shot there. 8 for 1. That's a torrid start for Henry Nicholls. Mind you, Jofra Archer's bowling quickly. Wow.
Yeah, just a push towards the ball. Did that go inside the bat again?
I think it did.
Yeah,
inside
that's
edge,
what I
isn't it?
thought too. He's not picking up the line.
Here's Jofra Archer looking very dangerous. Up to the crease now, bowls, and Henry Nicholls guides it away past Jacob Bethell at backward point. 2 men chasing, and the chase is won comfortably by Harry Brook, sprinting from second slip. I tell you what, Jacob Bethell's pretty quick across the ground, and he was in hot pursuit of that, and Brook just ran past him like Linford Christie. Did you see him, man? He had a 10-metre head start and he overtook him in 30.
Yeah, that's the acceleration, isn't it? He did, and then he threw it as he was still falling backwards towards the stumps, and then managed to clear the stumps, didn't he? As that looks as if it is Jofra Archer just leaving the field for a moment.
Yeah,
I think so.
Taking a shortcut as well. He's climbing over the picket fences. There are still picket fences, by the way. They're just largely obscured by the LED advertising boards. That one is driven down the ground. Matt Fisher swings it back into Devon Conway, and Conway punching it just aerially, momentarily, down the ground. Fielded by Sonny Baker. They'll come back for 2 runs. So the point about saying that Jofra Archer didn't bother using the gate, he climbed over the fence, that suggests it's going to be a quick visit to the change room. Just, I don't know, a little bit of strapping or something. So he wanted to get off as quickly as possible to do whatever it was he needed to do, so he could come back on and wouldn't be off the field and wouldn't disrupt the rhythm of the new ball. Here is Fisher again. Conway guides it to cover, straight to cover, and there's no run. Statistically, Jeremy, 100-run lead in Test cricket leads to victory 80% of the time.
Oh well, we'll wait and see whether it's the 80 or the 20, won't we? We certainly, England have made a decent start. Conway looks as if he wants to get onto the front foot and play the drive. As you're quite right, that was probably 3/4 of the pitch at least. That was in the air and his drive, but of course away from the bowler's follow through.
Oh, that's close to off stump. It's left alone. That's, well, again, we always say, that has to be put down as good judgment, but because it didn't hit the off stump. But it's also risky. I think that was a misjudgment, to be honest. I think if he realised that was as close as it was, he wouldn't have left it alone. That was very, very close. And by the way, 80% is not to say that the team conceding a 100-run plus lead wins 20%, because the majority of the remaining 20% are draws. So it means that statistically England are very much up against it. Although here is Matt Fisher again outside the off stump, and that's left alone. Although those figures are very different for the last 10-12 years. More teams have won and played themselves back into games in modern times, having conceded 100 runs, than they did for the century before that. You know, 100 runs used to, you were gone, really, if you conceded 100. But that's not so much the case in modern Test cricket. Matt Fisher running in over the wicket now to Devon Conway, and he struck on the pads. Big appeal for leg before wicket, huge appeal for leg before wicket. As always over the wicket, the question is, where did it pitch? Pitch outside leg stump, and Matt Fisher's now in animated conversation and trying to persuade, no, it's not. Joe Root's not interested, turned his back on him.
Well, that's the DRS time just completed now, but it certainly beat the inside edge of Devon Conway's bat. I'm interested where it pitched. I thought it was outside more. I thought it was starting a little bit wider. Did it come back enough or too much?
Joe Root, yeah, he wasn't going to be persuaded. He was persuaded by Matt Fisher in the first innings to review, and it really wasn't a good review at all. Here is Fisher once again. That one is clipped away out towards square leg, and Jofra Archer's back already. He's back on the field already. He was at square leg. He wants to bowl the next over, does he? No, that's Emilio Gay. I beg your pardon. It's Emilio Gay. Jofra Archer's. He is back on the field. He's just walked back on now.
Sounds like they've got 13 out there.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Yeah.
Doesn't it? No, he is back, you're right, and he's going to take and resume his position at the top of his mark for his third over. And it's going to be Nichols, who's suffered a fairly a torrid time, really. Does he go forward? He doesn't look very keen to move the feet to cover the stumps. If it's shorter, he's got a bit better chance. He's got a couple down to third man, and he's looked to pull one, but it's when it's up that the problem occurs.
It is Jofra Archer bowling the next over, and forward comes Henry Nichols, pushing it straight back to the bowler.
That's a better stride in, isn't it? And it makes you feel a bit more comfortable when you can get in behind that sort of ball that's up to you. Coming into the stumps on the angle rather than swing. So let's hope he can just get started as far as Nichols is concerned. Now we're into the 90s now, 91 miles an hour for Jofra Archer in that first delivery.
Really good head of steam, Jofra Archer. Could have had much better figures in the first innings. That one's a little wide of the off stump. Nichols again happy to leave it alone. Have you been... I was going to say, have you had time to have a look at the county championship scores? But of course you haven't. You haven't stopped working. Northamptonshire are 104 for none at lunch in their championship game against Durham, the runaway leaders of Division 2. Ben Stokes has bowled 6 overs at a cost of 16. He had a catch dropped in his first over. Didn't take the new ball. He's bowling first change, England's captain, who we now are beginning to understand will return for the Trent Bridge Test match. Could well be a decider, that one. Here is Archer again, and that's clipped away out to mid-wicket. Very firmly clipped all the way along the ground by Henry Nichols, straight to the fielder.
I bet there were a lot of television crews up there, probably more than the number of people who went to watch, I would say, at Northampton.
There'd be a few photographers and news reporters as opposed to sports reporters loitering and lurking. And there'll be a few anxious young reporters who've been packed onto the train, often from London or maybe from Manchester, with the editor's words ringing in their ears. Bring a story back, find a story. Here comes Archer again outside the off stump. Again it's left alone. This time Harry Brook flings his arms in the air at second slip and yelps. It can be a grisly business for a young reporter trying to find their way. And you get your packed lunch, you're on the train up to Durham or Newcastle, and you've got to get on that change trains and get to, it's and you know, and the pressure's on.
I'm sure it is.
You've got a file.
Yeah, but excuse me, boss. What does Ben Stokes look like? Poor chap's on loan from cycling.
That's right. Yeah. Or football maybe, because yeah, here's Archer again, and steered away behind square. Jacob Bethel chases it, slide tackles.
hasn't gone to bed for 3 weeks or 2 weeks whenever the tournament began.
And it's I'm sorry, but Stokes didn't speak to the media. I don't care, son. We didn't send you up there to not file anything. I told you we need 12 pars. Find the story. It's yeah, I mean, you know, and that does it is an element of journalism that is often forgotten by sportsmen. I'm not making excuses for poor stories. That one is right up in that sort of block hole length, but wide of the off stump, and Nichols pushes it to cover. It's fielded by Ben Duckett, and there's no run. 14 without loss. England bowled out for 291. Sum up Matt Fisher's unbeaten 50, Jeremy, because you know, it was. I think it made a very significant difference. England were 238 for 9, a long way behind, and that last wicket partnership really changed the complexion. Sonny Baker made 4 off 34 balls.
Yeah, certainly he started Fisher as if there was nothing to lose because the other wickets had fallen so quickly this morning. And it was a lot of cutting, wasn't it? It was a lot of giving the stumps away and using the cut to score runs, or the heave onto the leg side.
Here's Matt Fisher again, and that's pushed out square on the offside.
I mean, we were critical of England on the second morning, weren't we? With the short pitch deliveries, and then Archer not bowling, and Bethel taking the 5th over with the second new, all those things. And I think you'd have to be equally critical the way the New Zealanders, in terms of their bowling and the lengths that they bowled, particularly for me, just far too short and not taking the stumps. It looked as if they were Brian Lara out there for a while.
Here's Matt Fisher again outside the off stump, left alone.
So I felt that they just missed a trick on bringing the stumps into play a lot more, bowling a lot straighter, perhaps trying Ravindra a little bit earlier than they did. It would have been a good idea. And it wasn't until they had to wait until the new ball, didn't they, that they started to see some movement, particularly from Henry. And so it wasn't the best cricket from New Zealand, and they were just kind of waiting for Fisher in particular to get out. Well, he didn't get out, did he? Didn't get out, and he started to play properly and back himself.
Here's Fisher outside the off stumps, left alone.
So it was an extremely important partnership as far as England were concerned. I mean, if the others had scored runs and the total of 291 was achieved anyway, but it was achieved in such an unusual way that I think England would take a lot of heart from that, and that New Zealand, there would be certainly a sense of frustration pervading the changing room about the length of that innings, and they tried all their bowlers. I thought they just took too long to go to the left arm spinner to try and make the batsman wait.
Here is Fisher round the wicket now to Conway, clipped nicely off his toes through the leg side, and that's very nicely timed. In fact, they're going to come back for 3 comfortably, and the score moves on to 17 for 1.
And Fisher started to play some proper cricket shots.
Well,
and he picked the balls he wanted to attack.
Every time, or most times, you criticise the New Zealand team, I leap to their defence, but I can't with Will O'Rourke, because he tried to knock Fisher's head off. Well, I mean, why is he doing? And he kept doing it, and eventually Fisher knew that everything was going to be short and was just ducking underneath it. And it's just bizarre. England do it, New Zealand do it. Everyone does it to a degree. You know, the 9, 10, 11 come in, and you aim for the head. I mean, you've got 1 to 8 out by aiming for the stumps. It's very peculiar, and so I think Will O'Rourke got it wrong. Oh, well, Tom Latham did. New Zealand got it wrong. Not just the bowler's responsibility. That's pushed defensively straight back to the bowler at mid-off, and there's no run. 17 for 1, New Zealand. Leading by 117. By the way, Jeremy, the England's other miscreant, curfew breaker, Gus Atkinson took the new ball in the morning session for Surrey against Glamorgan. And how about this? He's got 2 for 8 off 10. And Glamorgan are 98 for 5. Gus Atkinson. Here's Fisher once again. And it's clipped away by the left-handed Nichols straight to mid-wicket. You know, there's one thing that hasn't been said very much, hasn't been mentioned very much, is that Gus Atkinson being out with his captain in the early hours after the Test victory. Gus Atkinson's a very occasional glass of champagne man. He's pretty much a non-drinker. There's been some speculation that he was there as his captain's wingman. We sort of put an arm around his shoulder and steer him away from any potential trouble. And he also, he didn't know about the curfew. He wasn't aware that there was a curfew because it was imposed on England's white ball tour of Sri Lanka after the Ashes, which Atkinson wasn't on that tour. And I mean, you can say that it was his responsibility to know, maybe. Anyway, Atkinson is obviously bowling a fine spell against Glamorgan. 2 for 8 off 10 overs as Archer is in again outside the off stump, left alone by Devon Conway. New Zealand remains 17 for 1. They've lost the skipper, Tom Latham, caught behind by James Roux off Jofra Archer for 4.
You know a lot more about this incident than I do. Was it Atkinson the punch was aimed at, even though it missed both the cricketers and hit a security guard?
The security guard was obviously stepped in
right. Who was the recipient? It was going to be the recipient.
I only
we don't know.
Well, it's been written, hasn't it, that it was aimed at Atkinson. Here is Archer again, strikes Conway on the pads, heading down the leg side, and it's fielded by Emilio Gay. 17 for 1, Nichols 4, Conway has 9, Latham gone for 4. Anyway, we will note those details because there are 2, not 1, but 2 investigations running concurrently, the ECB one and the one from the independent regulator. So all of those details will come out in the wash, you assume. Joe Root first slip, Harry Brooks second, Jacob Bethel in the gully, Ben Duckett backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, square leg as Conway steals a quick single here, pushing it wide of Josh Tongue at mid-wicket. Saw immediately that there was time to scuttle through for a single, called it, made it comfortably. Nichols 4, Conway moves to double figures.
Yeah, good run, wasn't it? Saw it quickly. It's the sort of thing that you often see when there's some good bowling going on, that quick singles are grabbed and snatched everywhere if you can to get off strike. That non-striker's end looks quite attractive to me. It's a good piece of landscape there. And
Emilio Gay was very keen to get there.
Oh yes, he was. That's too keen. I'll buy that. I'll take that one.
Archer in again. That's really quick delivery, and you can see Henry Nichols just flexing his front pad there because that ball has crashed into his knee. And as good as pads are these days, and they've never been more absorbent, absorbing the impact of a cricket ball. It still hurts when you get hit on the knee at 90 miles an hour.
Certainly it does. Certainly it does.
Jofra Archer's he is quite a sight. I mean, his Test match bowling average is 30. There's been many greater fast bowlers. But just watching him is exciting. It is compelling. That's guided away by Nichols, square of the wicket on the offside, and the disparity between his record against right and left-handers is also pretty eye-watering. 20 against left-handers and 40 against right-handers, giving him a career average of about 30. So, I mean, he's had great moments, but he's not statistically a great fast bowler.
I agree. People forget those kind of markers that generally tell us most about the performances, and I mean, he's looking dangerous here at the moment to left-handers. Love these.
Here's Archer again around the wicket, and it's over-pitched and it's driven by Nichols off the toe end of the bat. Sound a little bit clunky, but that doesn't matter. when it comes at you at 90 miles an hour and you get the toe end of the bat on it, that's often enough, and it is in this case. Pushed away through square leg, oh sorry, through square of the wicket on the offside, through cover for another 4,
Yeah.
23 for 1.
Yeah, it was the wood. It was the wood. You're right about the plunk, or the plink, that just occurred, and that was Nichols striking a very wide full ball through the offside.
So much time in the Test match. I mean, there's no point talking about how many do New Zealand need, or what would they like to set England in the 4th innings. All irrelevant. If we were this stage on the 4th day, that might be a question to ask. But right now, if New Zealand can bat 150 overs, they will. Here is Archer again, and that's driven. It is pitched up by Archer. You can't blame him for aiming at the stumps. In fact, he should be praised for aiming at the stumps. It does mean that you will be driven and pushed. Jeremy's off to one of his other broadcasting commitments. And busiest man in the broadcasting world at the moment. He doesn't get very much time off. Only just had a few minutes to wolf down some chicken curry. It's the end of the over. It's also a change in the commentary box. Commentary position. Double change. We'll going to have Cameron Ponsonby back, king of the freelancers, and our very own Melinda Farrell, who's also a freelancer, but belongs to Talksport now.
I'm not a king. I'm very disappointed. I'm not even a queen. Not even queen of the freelancers. Thank you very much, Neil Manthorpe. I appreciate the lack of royalty as an Australian. I don't believe in it. Right, New Zealand, 25 for 1 with a lead of 125. Using that early wicket of the captain, Tom Latham, to an absolute jaffa from Jofra Archer. But they are in a very, very good position. It's going to be Matt Fisher to continue from the Vauxhall end as Cameron Ponsonby joins me.
Thank you, Mel. Matt Fisher, ball in hand. It's the 4th over of his spell. Up to wicket bowls. Conway's forward in defence. I did see Josh Tongue just getting the nod from Joe Root to start warming up. He started flexing his shoulders about. I don't know how that quite gets you ready for bowling at 90 miles an hour, but it was a acknowledgement of sorts from Josh Tongue. And England have started well here. New Zealand 25 for 1 after 7 overs. Jofra Archer's been bowling at high pace. A fantastic angle. He delivers into the left hand and it swings away. But Fisher's now come around the wicket to Conway. Just wraps him on the gloves for a dot ball. I've got a stat for you, Melinda Farrell.
Do go on.
Jofra Archer versus left-handers averages 25 in Test cricket against right-handers 34. And having seen him start today against New Zealand's all left-handed top 3, soon to be top 4 with Rachin Ravindra, you can understand why.
Yeah, it's always been his gift, hasn't it? Plenty of left-handers to work against.
Fisher in, left alone, outside off stump.
Fisher coming around the wicket now. Of course, when he was coming over the wicket, there's always the danger, isn't there, that you might wrap someone on the pads and it'll pitch outside leg stump.
Yeah, it's a real desire of yesteryear. I think we all have Matthew Hoggard's spells in 2005 burned into our brains. Whenever there's a hint of swing, here commentators imploring for seamers to stay over the wicket, swing the ball back into the left-hander, but it's not the modern way. Stuart Broad kind of pioneered coming around the wicket, keeping all stumps in play, keeping all dismissals in play, trying to find that outside edge. And another thing that's very modern is the keeper is coming up to the stumps. James Rew has come up to the sticks to keep Conway at bay. But a shuffle in the field. A leg slips in place, one conventional slip in a gully. Fisher in. It's tucked around the corner, up to around mid-wicket, and that's a single. A wild throw comes in, but backed up. It's almost a very zoomed in ring field. If you imagine in a one-day game, everyone will be on the 30-yard circle. Everyone's about 15 yards away currently.
They're really trying to put the pressure on the batters. They were still able to get that tight single under their belts, though. Yes, keeping up to the stumps is the new black. We were talking a little bit about that in the first session. Of course, Blundell, I thought, did a really, really good job. There's one thing I pointed out. You need three things. You need a captain to recognise the right time. You need a really athletic and skillful keeper, and you need a bowler without an ego.
Fisher comes in again. Nichols on strike. In behind in defence. It's creative cricket from England. We have catching mid-wickets in place, catching covers in place. 6 fielders all waiting for an opportunity, all spread evenly around the left-handed batter. Josh Tongue is continuing his gentle warm-ups in front of us at mid-on.
Yes, and James Rue has actually just dropped back now. No longer keeping up to the stumps. Just sending out a deep square leg. So we might get something a little bit shorter now from Fisher.
Fisher to finish his 4th over. Up to the wicket, bowls to Nichols. That's short and pulled with control into the gap. They should be able to get back for 2, and they do. So another tight over from Matt Fisher comes to an end. 8 overs gone here at the Oval. New Zealand 28 for 1. Their lead is 128 for 1. It's a very thoughtful thing they've done by making their first innings lead exactly 100 to make all mathematician equations, I'm trying to look for is the word, very simple from this point onwards.
It definitely makes things easier for me because I'm terrible at those calculations. So yes, nice round numbers are very, very helpful. But they have started well, England, but because of the deficit, you feel that they really do have to make the most of this new ball. I'm not sure anyone's really bowled that well with the new ball in this test so far. They need to really do it this time around.
Well, we do have that bowling change. Josh Tongue replacing Jofra Archer from the pavilion end. So a 4-over spell from Jofra Archer, whose kind of workloads have already attracted attention across this test match. He bowled an 8-over spell in the evening of day 1, which meant he wasn't able to bowl until late on day 2. But Josh Tongue is fit and firing. He's up to the wicket now. Edged, gone. Immediate success for the bowling change for England. A thick edge from Devon Conway is well held by Harry Brook at second slip, and England have their 2nd wicket. New Zealand 28 for 2.
Well, make it count, we said, make it count, and Tongue does make it count. Just was caught, Conway fishing outside the off stump. It was good pace, good bounce from Tongue as well, and well held in the end. That's exactly what they were looking for. Love it when a change in the bowling brings around the wicket first up. And, well, they had the opportunity to turn this around. They were in all sorts earlier, England, but they are turning it around. And another wicket here really could make things very, very interesting.
Well, Devon Conway shakes his head as he walks off. And well he might, because that was a good length delivery wide of off stump. He's thrown his hands at that ball. First up from Josh Tongue, who has that similar action to Jofra Archer, where he gets the ball just to leave the left-hander. And a simple but well-taken chance by Harry Brook at second slip. And that's a bit of a gift for England. Effectively, they need to bowl out New Zealand for around 250 or fewer to really have a puncher's chance in this game, to keep that lead below 350. For New Zealand, it should almost be a case of autopilot cricket from this point onwards. Nothing special needs to be done. If you score 300 runs, we can do the maths together. That's a lead of 400 for England in the final innings.
That's really helpful, isn't it?
I'm glad. I think they planned it. I think it was done for everyone watching from afar. But the 4th left-hander of New Zealand's top order comes to the crease. Rachin Ravindra. Well, he's had a frustrating series so far. He had a frustrating series when New Zealand hosted England a couple of years ago in a 3-match test series, where he made a series of elegant 20s, but he's yet to really make his mark across these 2 matches. He's had a tough time. 3 dropped catches across the 2 matches.
And what does that do to your confidence? Scores of none and 8 in the first test at Lords, and 33 in the first innings here at the Oval. But that dropped catch yesterday was a bit of a shocker, has
All
to
three
be
of them
said.
been simple.
They have been simple, yeah. But they seem to get worse the more there are. One you can kind of go, wow, it can happen. But 3 times.
Well, Ravindra waits, 1 slip, 2 gullies in place. Wide of off stump and left alone. More inventive fields from England on display here. We just have Harry Brook as the sole fielder in the slip cordon, but Jacob Bethel and Ben Duckett are kind of joined at the hip in the gully region. We have a catching cover as well where Joe Root, the skipper, has positioned himself, and this feels like a preset plan from England. We saw in the first innings when Ravindra kind of slashed that ball and was caught in the gully region. We know he likes to play some big drives as well, and so England have put the fielders accordingly, placed the fielders accordingly.
Yeah, with the leg slip too, it's basically quite spread catches.
Big appeal, England like it, Josh Tongue loves it. The umpire says no, and they'll come for a little conflab. Harry Brook is leading the discussions about whether they will or will not review. A few hands gesturing towards the leg side, and England ultimately decide that one wasn't quite good enough.
Boy, you could just feel the whole Oval just lift then. I thought that they might have New Zealand 3 down for not very many. I've just seen a replay, but only on the big screen. A bit hard to say anything definitive, but I guess that idea of maybe height, maybe leg side on those gestures.
Tongue in again, left alone by Ravindra. It's the beauty that Josh Tongue has with his bowling, that he gets the ball to naturally shape away from the left-hander, but as with that LBW appeal, the ball seemed to nip off the seam back in towards the left-hander as well.
I just think it's been a great start to Josh Tongue's career. He was one of the very few, probably one of only 2 players, along with Jacob Bethel, who emerged from the Ashes with an enhanced reputation. And he's carrying it on into the summer.
5th ball of the over. Tongue steaming in. Ravindra forward in defence. England sticking with this slightly unorthodox field.
It's just unusual to see all of those catches spread almost equidistant apart behind the stumps.
Oh, two gullies and 1 slip. It is not a combination I've seen very regularly, and you can be sure that is the result of some analytics that have been at play. Where does Ravindra try and place the ball? Where is he often caught?
What it does do, though, there are quite big gaps between those fielders.
Tongue in, short, punch to point. That's a dot ball. So a wicket maiden to start for Josh Tongue. New Zealand 28 for 2. This has been a borderline perfect start for England, who are hunting quick wickets here. They'll be aiming to bowl New Zealand out by the end of play to give themselves as best a chance as possible for a 4th innings run chase. Matt Fisher is going to continue from the pavilion end, so he'll enter his 5th over. And it's one of the things about this bowling attack where, yes, it's very inexperienced. Fisher in only his 2nd appearance, Baker on debut. But England have almost landed on an incredibly exciting bowling attack. Josh Tongue and Jofra Archer and Sonny Baker all bowl at high pace, at up and around 90 miles an hour. It's been very fun to watch from the sidelines.
It has been fun to watch. I do think they've really missed Ben Stokes' presence as far as bowling goes, because, well, obviously he balances the side out, but just a different kind of bowler, and was where they seem to be running out of ideas and just going to the short ball plan. That's where it was always a bit too samey.
Keeper up to the stumps, Fisher in, left alone. That ball sneaks through everyone. It's going to be 4 byes. That is the difficulty for James Rew and any wicketkeeper when you're standing up to around 80 miles an hour. Everything needs to go right. So some free runs for New Zealand.
Well, 53 extras
That'd
in
be
the
a lot.
first innings, and quite a few of them were byes. I actually felt a bit sorry for James Rew, because when they're bowling, bumper after bumper after bumper, you're probably going to have a few that get through. This This one, though, it did stay a bit low and it went into his gloves and then scooted underneath them. He's up to the stumps now, though.
2 catching covers in place. Nichols on strike. Fisher delivers and Nichols defends down the ground.
Yeah, so another unusual field, but one that's obviously been set very much with these individual batters in mind. So they've still got the leg slip, but those 2 catching covers almost holding hands right in his eye line as well. I sometimes think when you get those catching covers in, particularly when there's a couple of them, there's no chance that the batter's not going to be aware of them.
Fisher strides in. Defended again, and New Zealand pinch a quick single to mid-wicket. I'll bring Ravindra on strike to face Fisher for the first time this innings. We'll see how this field shifts around for the different batter. We lose the 2 catching covers. We do momentarily. Let's see where Joe Root is going. And again, those 2 gullies are in place. Jacob Bethel and Ben Duckett manning the area. A far more conventional field for Ravindra. James Rue takes his helmet off and wanders 10 yards back. 2 fielders out in the deep on the leg side, giving England the option of going to the short ball. This looks like a more conventional test field.
Well, it is, but that square leg is in a really odd, sorry, I should say the point is in a really odd position. It's not deep.
Fisher in, over the wicket, defended.
But yeah, it's good. It's got one fielder kind of, they are quite tight in, a lot of them, but there's one that's just outside the circle, I think, but not deep.
Oh,
and
yeah.
it's going kind of in a bit of neither here nor there.
away.
Yeah. Just a bit unusual.
Well, England might be trying to almost bowl to a strength here of Ravindra's. They know he likes to score square of the wicket, whip his hands through the ball, as they've got 2 gullies, that deep point that Mel Farrell mentions.
But not really deep.
Pulls in front of square. That should be 4 and is 4. On it in a flash, Ravindra. And he's off the mark from his 7th delivery.
Really well timed, and he picked up the length very early. And with all of those fielders huddled around between the keeper and sort of the extra cover kind of area, it leaves that leg side well and truly open. Just 2 out in the deep square leg and a long leg as well. So if he can pick it up early, like he just did, there are definitely runs to be scored there.
Fisher to finish off the over the wicket. And that's very wide from Matt Fisher, left alone. End of the over, end of the 10th over, New Zealand 37 for 2. I'm Cameron Punsonby, joined by Mel Farrell on the Talksport Cricket YouTube channel. And England will be pretty happy with their 10 overs of work so far. We had an early lunch taken here because the 10th and final wicket of England's innings just dragged on a little bit.
Dragged on, it was very entertaining. There
Good
was
point.
no
Yeah,
dragging on there.
You know what, Mel? I've fallen into a lazy phrase there, and you're right to pull me up at it, because Matt Fisher's half century was only his 3rd in first-class cricket, his 1st in Test cricket. It was a wonderful moment, and he really has given England an outside chance in this match to reduce that lead to kind of quote-unquote only 100.
Yeah, that was a really important partnership between Fisher and Sonny Baker.
Josh Tongue to continue. Nichols on strike. Defended down to mid-wicket.
It is also getting hotter, if anything, even though we are in the shade now, thank goodness, finally. The sun having kind of gone above and behind us, but it is absolutely roasting out there.
I've got the weather app up.
Oh, well done.
It's not loading yet, but 26 degrees currently. We keep on edging up. We'll have a look at the UV index just to make sure that all the players are keeping themselves safe. Tongue in. Bowls, that's very full. Clipped away by Nichols for no run. It's always important to be aware of the UV index. You'll know this, down coming from Australia.
Well, I do. I was telling Scotty earlier, I'm a melanoma survivor, so I am very, very aware, and I was slapping on the sunscreen very, very thick this morning.
Well, the UV is only at 5 currently, which is moderate.
Good. Okay, that's acceptable. But it is, yeah, absolute scorcher. It's going to be really nice in Nottingham as well next week for the 3rd test. So summer has finally arrived, and it's fantastic that it's hanging around for the cricket.
Josh Tongue around the wicket to left-handed Nichols. He's just lasering in at the stumps. He just bowls that fuller length than a lot of other seamers do. He keeps so many dismissals in play. Bolds and LBWs always threatening. The fact he gets that shape away from the left-hander brings in those catches behind the stumps as well. It's been a very, very positive start to life for Josh Tongue.
And that is it. You've hit the nail on the head, Cam. It's the fact that he has so many options of taking wickets, and it makes him so valuable when the ball's doing something early on, and then we see it late in the innings as well as the mop, isn't he, in dismissing the tail.
In again. Tucked around the corner. Still no run. So 10 balls bowled by Josh Tongue, 1.4 overs, yet to concede a run, but did take the wicket of Devon Conway, who first ball from Tongue's spell threw his hands at a wide delivery and was safely pouched by Harry Brook at second slip. He was safely,
as opposed to Harry Slip at second Brook.
That's what I was going for. People would understand. So 2 slips in place. Jacob Bethel at gully as well. We do have Emilio go at leg slip also. So lots of options for England behind the wicket. Tongue in. Defended again. Henry Nichols on 13 off 27. This run rate is absolutely being kept in check by England so far.
They have changed that field, though. They no longer have the 2 gullies. It's a bit more conventional now.
Well, it looks like it's a 2 gully situation to Ravindra and a 2 slip situation for Nichols. England are in possession of some information that I'm not. I assume that means they know where they're more likely to dismiss each respective batter. Tongue to finish his second over in bowls. Defended into the leg side again, and a second consecutive maiden for Josh Tongue. So the score stays at 37 for 2. 11 overs gone here at the Kia Oval, and England's good session with the ball continues to improve.
Yeah, Tongue's been terrific, albeit only having bowled a couple of overs, but he certainly is applying the pressure at one end. Now the question is, can England back it up and keep it up, keep that pressure piled on? They can't afford to, because of the situation that they're in, that they can't afford to have a bad half hour, I do not think, because that's when all of a sudden the game can get taken away in a very short pace of time. But it is time for a bowling change as well. Fisher is being replaced by the wonderfully enthusiastic Sonny Baker, who has been a real breath of fresh air around the England camp this week. He's a lot of fun, and it's just been so nice to see someone so excited about playing Test cricket. More excited, I reckon, than just about anyone I have ever seen.
Well, Baker to start his work in the second innings. He starts with a hop, skip and a jump, and now charges in around the wicket to Ravindra. He just strays leg side to begin with. He's clipped into a vacant mid-wicket region for 1 run. You're absolutely right, Mel, in that obviously just because Sonny Baker is more animated than a Gus Atkinson or a Jamie Smith, it doesn't mean it means any more or less to Baker than it does to Atkinson, etc. But there's something amazing about being sat on this side of the boundary rope and seeing Baker, along with Emilio Gay last week, and being able to tell just how much it means to them to be playing Test cricket for England, and to remind everyone of that. This really is dreams coming true for these young cricketers.
Were you at the press conference on day one?
I wasn't at the press conference on day one, I apologise.
I'll tell you what he did.
Deep square leg comes in to mid-wickets for Nichols being on strike. Baker in. Defended. Pushed even out into the offside. They might be able to get back for 2 here. And they do. What did Sonny Baker do at the press conference?
Well, it's not the most packed press conference. There's only one journalist over here from New Zealand. So it's probably 15 or so people. Oddly enough, they've set up a small marquee in the indoor nets. It's a bit like a wedding.
It's
wedding
quite nice,
vibes.
but it's also quite bizarre.
It is. And he walked in and he saw, like, say, 17 people there. And he just went, wow, wow, like as if to say, you all want to speak to me? It was really, really sweet. That was it. I'm all his now. I'm all in on Sonny Baker after that reaction.
Baker into Nichols. Strikes him on the pad. Just trickles away into the offside. No harm done. It's a very easy way to ingratiate yourself to the media. Is just enjoy speaking to them.
But it wasn't. It was so artless. I mean, he wasn't trying to ingratiate himself. It was just how he is. I'm watching him now walk back towards us, and there's something so, you know, when you really see a brisk walk, it's like he just cannot wait to get to the top of his mark and get going again. And there's so much energy in every step he takes. It really is quite visceral.
Baker sprints in from the Vauxhall end, round the wicket. Defended by Nichols for no run. It was even the little things, like after he took his first Test wicket, he walked down to the crowd just that's down towards our left in the fine leg region, gave them a fist pump, and everyone was cheering him along. He did take that moment to look around and try and soak it all in. He's a real student of his craft. By now I think it's quite well publicised. He loves drinking bone broth. He's across all his metrics, he takes all his notes, he's trying to improve all the time. Now he's out here performing at the highest level. He charges in once more, Nichols on strike. Full defended down the ground. So 3 runs conceded off the first 5 balls of Baker's over. Henry Nichols on 15 off 32. Ravindra on 5 off 9. New Zealand 40 for 2 after 11.5 overs.
He briskly walks back again. He's the sort of person, you know, when you have a friend who's a fast walker, and so you almost have to jog to keep up with them when they're walking. That would be Sonny Baker.
He'll have a good step count, I imagine, Sonny Baker. He sprints in, has his already trademarked hop, skip and a jump to begin with. Round the wicket. Short to Nichols, and that's tucked around the corner for 1 run. And so Baker's first over of this 3rd innings of the match comes to a close. 4 runs conceded. New Zealand 41 for 2. And I imagine Josh Tongue will continue from the pavilion end.
We certainly do. He's not conceded a run yet. And just having a look at the paces of Sonny Baker. So his slowest ball was 83, and then he's been pretty consistently up there around the 88, 89 mark. I did read an interview with Nick Friend in the Cricketer, my colleague, with Sonny Baker a while back, and that area in the high 80s is where he said he wanted his average pace to be, but he wants to push his fastest ball and get it right up there towards the mid-90s.
Josh Tongue into Nichols. Forward and defends unconvincingly, but effectively.
And all those things you talked about, you mentioned the bone broth. It's not just because he's very trendy and into, you know, all of
collagen.
That.
He's into collagen.
He's into collagen because it promotes good bone health. And of course, he's had, like so many fast bowlers do, the various stress injuries that have curtailed his young career and made him really pragmatic about the game, and that's why he doesn't want to leave any stone unturned, because he knows it could end at any moment, and it almost did.
Josh Tongue comes in around the wicket again. Very full, well fielded, brilliantly fielded at mid-wicket by Joe Root. Diving to his left, prevents 1, 2, maybe 4 runs from being scored and keeps Nichols on strike.
Example of a captain leading in the field there. That was an absolutely cracking stop by Joe Root. Not just the fact he stopped the ball, he bounded up so quickly as well. I mean, it was past him when he managed to stop that ball, but it saved certain runs. And I think, too, for a team, when they see the captain reacting like that, putting his body on the line, it really does lift the rest of the team.
Tongue in again. Full again. Chipped into the leg side for no run again. I've got a friend who, his theory is that if you haven't broken your back, you can't be a fast bowler. Though them the rules. You can't be bowling really fast. You see the number of stress fractures that are going around. It happens to the best.
So Alex Contouras was the physio for the Australian team for a long period of time, and this is something that Pat Cummins told me was when Josh Hazlewood turned 24. It was the joke. They called it Happy Bone Healing Day, because at the age of 24 seems to be when those stress fractures become less frequent.
Tongue into Nichols. This time it clips the pad and they're able to take a single into the leg side. Wait for the umpire's signal. There was a bit of bat involved. Yes. So 1 run added to Henry Nichols' total.
And then the certain irony in that, that Pat Cummins himself obviously played 1 test as an 18-year-old and then spent 6 years on the sideline battling injury after injury, loads of stress ones in there, the bone, the back, everything else in between. And when he came back into the Australian test side and played in India, and from there went on to play a ridiculous number of tests on the bounce, he turned 24 a week after he made his comeback in India.
Ravindra back on strike, Tongue in. Pushed towards mid-wicket, vacant region. They should get 2. And immediately, as soon as Ravindra is back on strike, that field from England changes. Loads of fielders square of the wicket on the offside, waiting for Ravindra to flash a cut or a drive aerially through the point area. So was that a happy story in the end for Josh Hazlewood?
Well, yeah, it was Happy Bone Healing Day. It was just
how could I forget?
They used to call it in the Australian team. Just that age of turning 24, this realisation that seems to be when the bones harden and become more robust and able to take the huge stress loads that fast bowling puts on them. So 24.
Tongues finishes 3rd over. Defended into the offside by Ravindra for no run. So 13 overs gone here at the Oval. New Zealand 44 for 2. They lead by 144, and we're going to have a double change in the commentary box as Mel Farrell is going to make way for John Norman, I believe, and Neil Manthorpe will be coming in for me. I've been told that's what's been happening. We're waiting for people to be moving around. And as it happens, it looks like the players and umpires are going to have a drink as well. England be very pleased with their start so far. Sam Ellard gives me a tap on the shoulder. Perched in position to give the updates throughout the day, and John Norman is taking his place alongside me. I was speaking to our friend Yaz Rana.
Oh yeah.
And he said that he thought New Zealand had a bit of Fulham about them.
Soft touch.
Indeed. He said that they look like they should be really good. Good names on paper, but when they come up against the big boys, it's 3-0 Arsenal, 3-0 Liverpool.
Yeah.
I'll leave you with that thought as I leave.
I think Yaz has got a good point, but I think the one thing he's just failing to pick up upon is the fact that anybody who watches Fulham or anybody who watches New Zealand a lot of the time will absolutely have expected them to crumple like a piece of paper, a discarded piece of paper at the end of a day's play. Yesterday's scorecard. If you look at their record, New Zealand against Australia and England over the... I mean, how long do you have to go back? They lost 2-1 in New Zealand. They drew 1-1. They lost 3-0 their last time they were here. The idea that this is the strongest New Zealand side to tour this country, which is an idea that was put forward by a few people within this England coaching setup, I'd say is frankly ridiculous. They've had much better teams. Talking of better teams, it's great that Talksport are here, and alongside me, for the first time in 8 years, I think, we're going to be on air together, Manners. Apart from there was one rogue moment, and I can't remember what game or what the situation was, but I guess it was because your summariser didn't turn up in time. This will be the first time we were on air together.
Doesn't happen, does it? The ball-by-ballers don't tend to work together. I did the 2015 World Cup, and there was in Australia and New Zealand, and there was a mix-up in the scheduling, and there were 4 ball-by-ballers and 1 summariser. So the producer looked dolefully at me and said, Manners, would you mind providing the expert comments? And I said, no. I mean, yes, I will. I'm not going to provide expert comments, but I'll be the second voice. I think that role often falls to former players. Now then, John, we were talking about chasing in the fourth innings off air just before we sat down, and I'm particularly interested in your reading of this pitch. This is your home ground. Is it flattening out? I mean, there's still uneven bounce, and that generally doesn't change, does it? Wherever you are, there's uneven bounce, unpredictable bounce. That doesn't change, but it does seem to be getting a bit slower, and I guess I'm leaning towards a large fourth innings run chase being a possibility, as England almost managed against India a year ago.
It's not a typical oval track insofar that it started flat and then got flatter. It was always going to give a little bit more to the bowlers on that first day, and the colour now straw coloured, whereas on day one it was very green. What's different with it is, as you say, it's still just giving a bit. We saw swing, we've seen some seam movement, we've seen a little bit of up and down bounce, and you can always, the clues are always in the scorecard. At the end of day one, I said to Jerry, look at that scorecard. How many catches behind the stumps were there? And there was one, and that was down the leg side, right? So it's not that kind of pitch. You've had 6 wickets, and essentially they've all got themselves out to a point. And then as you look at the scorecard on day 3, how many starts have there been?
Sonny Baker, drink's been taken. Sonny Baker is running away from us from the Vauxhall Inn, and that's played away calmly and quietly by Henry Nicholls, and there's no run. Well, we've only had 2 slip catches in 2 innings. I mean, that's
and both
often
are
a sign,
and both are with a new ball.
That's obviously a sign of a slow pitch, isn't it? I mean, the ball's just not carrying. It's just
very early on day one. There was 4 fielders in front of the bat, right? A cover and also mid wicket, and that tells you exactly that. It's a touch slow.
Here's Sonny Baker again. On the back foot goes Nicholls, guiding it out to Jordan Cox at mid wicket. There's no run. We've got a catching mid off, stationary mid off, Matt Fisher at the moment. So it's yeah. I mean, it has been a front of the wicket type pitch for wickets to fall.
And where have the best timed shots? Where has the ball gone from the best timed shots? There haven't been that many down the ground. They've all been through backward point.
Yeah, exactly. It's it's drive at your peril conditions. Really, it has to be a half volley to be sure and confident. Short and pulled away and hit very, very nicely indeed. That's an excellent effort down on the long leg boundary. Is that Josh Tongue in the deep? Gosh, that was a very, very good stop indeed. Sprinting away to his left and diving full length, and just manages to scoop it back. It's a shot of some emphasis from Henry Nicholls as Sonny Baker dropped it in short, round about chest height, maybe somewhere between waist and chest height, but a fine pull shot. And good work down on the long leg boundary. 46 for 2.
I don't think that is Josh Tongue down there.
Could be one of the substitutes. Here is Sonny Baker again. Bowls forward comes Nicholls, blocking that one studiously up to short mid off, fielded by Matt Fisher. There were 4 substitute fielders on duty, with the unrequired players joining their counties. See, Gus Atkins made an impressive start for Surrey against Glamorgan. He had 2 for 8 off 10 overs at one point.
I think we're going to see Gus back next week. He might start that game, but I don't think he'll finish it.
Which is bonkers, really, because it finishes on Monday and the Test match starts on Thursday.
I think getting your workload up.
Here is Sonny Baker again, bowls, and that's a quick delivery. Skids past the defensive bat of Henry Nicholls and crashes into his thigh pad. It does seem odd, doesn't it? Really, I think. I mean, you know, we've already got the county championship compromised with extremely lenient replacement playing conditions that have been experimented with this year. I mean, we've had players replaced because they got an upset tummy, and you know, and sore fingers, and you know, that aren't broken. But here is Sonny Baker again, bowls, and that's pushed away behind square on the offside. Nice timing from Henry Nicholls. There's a chase on for Jacob Bethel, and he slides alongside the ball before picking it up. I think John, starting a first-class match with the intention and knowledge that a player will only play the first 2 days before he's withdrawn is taking it too far. I think that's an over-compromise. I think that takes some of the credibility away from the county championship and indeed from first-class cricket. I mean, I can understand concussion subs. I had no problem with at all. But I think England's experiment, the ECB's experiment this year, has gone too far. Was it significant life events and significant injuries? By and large, breaks or serious tears that completely incapacitate a player, they should definitely be replaced. But yeah, he's going to play the first 2 days of the game, and then he's going to join up with the England team. How does that sit with you?
It kind of feels like it's always been the way. Players are often called up
outside the off stump and left alone. I've got no problem with that. Somebody has an injury in England training session and they need a replacement, and therefore they're but starting in the knowledge that a player will only play 2 days before being withdrawn, I think is taking it too far still.
What about the ECB imposing a limit on the amount a player can participate in a game?
We need Steve Harmison to answer that.
He will be here, but a couple of hours away.
Well, we know what his answer will be, but it's always good to hear it again. Outside the off stump, left alone by Rachin Ravindra from Josh Tongue, taken by James Root. I mean, you know, I was on air with Jeremy Coney when we had confirmation that Jofra Archer didn't bowl for the first hour and a half yesterday because of that long spell that he bowled at the end of the first day. And it just conjures up images of the captain waving to the balcony to ask the physiotherapist whether he's allowed to make a bowling change.
So I'll just take you up on that, because Jeremy said that to me off air as well. Joe Root doesn't have to take he can still make a decision.
Here is Tongue edged and dropped by James Root, left-handed. It's carried to the keeper. He's gone left-handed. That's his strong side. He's the first England wicketkeeper who is left-handed, and he should have snaffled that, I'm afraid. I'm not even sure he had to go one-handed today. He was low, but no, he's got to grab that, John.
Well, it's a shame we've not got Matt Pryor on right now. He's been part of the commentary team for the first couple of days, and there was a bit of talk about James Root and the way he sets up behind the stumps. And one of the points made was that sometimes he will make a difficult chance look very difficult because he's just not in the right position.
I'm ready to make my decision.
Now, that was a genuine outside edge. Saw it all the way. It was clearly his catch, and essentially he's actually jumped past it. He's gone past it, hasn't he?
Yeah, I put that down as a bad drop. I mean, there's a slip and two gullies now. That's clipped up in the air by Rachin Ravindra. Elegant shot in the air, wide of mid-on. Give him credit. I think he was in control of it. I think he placed it. It was probably a little straighter than he intended, but it was never in danger of being caught by mid-on.
You always feel you're in the game when Rachin Ravindra is at the crease. And listening to him talk sometimes, he still talks with such wide-eyed, youthful exuberance that I almost feel he needs to mature as a person and to until we get to see the test batter he could be. I can't understand what else it could be other than maturity of mind and experience with red ball cricket that prevents this guy from scoring a lot of runs against top quality attacks.
Tongue in again, bowls. Ravindra forward, plays defensively with a dead bat, blocks it straight back to the bowler. I mean, he's averaging 49.
Well,
You know.
okay, so break that average down. If you take out Zimbabwe and West Indies, what is he averaging? And South Africa D, or
Yeah.
SAD, as I've been calling them for a number of years. It's not quite it's not quite cut through.
Okay, I have done that calculation, and the answer is 34.
Well, there you go, right? He's
Right.
averaging 34 at the best batting position. You need your number 4 to average more than 34. What other team in world cricket has a premier batter at 4 who averages 34?
Oh, that one is kept low. That's kept very low indeed, and it's very, very close to the off stump. Rachin Ravindra has chopped down on that. It's gone underneath the bat. I mean, there's the uneven bounce that we're talking about, and that doesn't improve. That never gets better on any pitch anywhere in the world. Uneven bounce, if you start with it, it generally is there and increases in unpredictability. That one really, it was very close to the off stump. He was fortunate not to be bowled, Rachin Ravindra. 52 for 2, England bowled out for 291. A lead of exactly 100 for New Zealand, so they are effectively 152 for 2.
It's good maths data for us all, isn't it?
Yeah. So nothing worse than a lead of 67.
Oh, yeah. Once you throw a 7 in there, you're pushing, right? 9, fine. 8, fine. 1 and
Yeah.
2, but 5, fine.
Anything that ends in 7 is complicated. It's yeah. I mean, like a lead of 87, those of us who play darts who like nice round numbers.
Do you know? And it's even worse when it's a deficit on first innings.
Yeah, it's subtracting is harder than adding. 2 slips and a gully as Sonny Baker continues outside the off stump. It's left alone by Henry Nicholls. New Zealand 52 for 2. They've lost Tom Latham and Devon Conway. Both openers departing for 4 and 11. Latham caught behind by James Rew off Jofra Archer for 4. Fiery opening spell from Jofra Archer, just as it was in the first innings. And Devon Conway caught at second slip by Harry Brook off Josh Tongue for 11.
I don't get sold on the body language side of things. The huddles are for show, and if you got your hands in your pockets, it doesn't make much more difference than if you got them, out in front of your face, waiting for a catch.
Sonny Baker is in, and that's clipped very nicely off his toes. A good diving stop at mid-on by Jofra Archer. Parries it, knocks it on towards mid-off, where it's fielded by Matt Fisher. I sense a big butt coming.
There is a there is a big butt, and there's a lot of big butts in cricket. They usually stand behind the stumps.
Okay, so you're not a big reader
Don't
and
say a big
believer
butt person.
in body language, but
I just think that there's been an intensity from England since the lunch break that may be testament to the fact they know their time is now, and also might be a little message up to the dressing room. But also, I think it's coming from the captain, who I think would have been so downbeat yesterday after that session and a half that started day 2 off. And I just think this England fielding team, bowling team, are just making a message out there.
Baker in again, over the wicket to the left-handed Rachin Ravindra. Forward he comes, knocks it away defensively, no run.
Not helped, of course, when your keeper puts down one. But there's been some tigerish fielding, and there's also been there was a save at cover, maybe mid-wicket actually, where Root was, and it was a really fine stop to his left. Would have been 4, and he jumped up and hurled the ball at James Rew behind the stumps. There was no run out.
Here's Baker again, and once more Ravindra plays defensively. I agree. You're not imagining it, if that's the question you're asking. I think there's been a buzz about this England fielding performance in this session. I think they've been on their toes. A couple of early wickets definitely help, but they've been on their toes. There's been energy. There's been constructive noise rather than just yeah rah rah, come on boys. As it's been good. They've been supporting each other.
At the start of this match, we said we will find out about this England team at a later stage in the match, and we're going to find out a lot more today.
Baker in again, clipped away for 4. Super shot from Rachin Ravindra. Just one of those naturally classic timers of the ball, Rachin Ravindra. You said that you, as a fielding side, and a bowler, as the bowling team, you feel you're always in with a chance with Rachin Ravindra, but you need to take a chance reasonably early on, because otherwise he's going to have 50 or 60 in no time. He just naturally scores quickly.
Well, he does, but he also tries to score runs in quite. He's not risk averse, is he? Essentially, that was on the pads, and it should be going to square leg. But on this pitch, he shouldn't be driving straight down the ground, as we just said, right?
Well, look at the field: 2 gullies and a deep backward point and a straight point.
And that tells you England think they've got a chance with this guy.
Comes Baker again outside the off stump, left alone, taken by James Rue.
And those 2 deliveries there, for me, tell you that Sonny Baker obviously still has some work to do, right? Of course he does. But if to that field, to bowl on the pads 1 ball and then way too far outside off stump the next, that's not what his captain's asking him to do. Unless Rachin Ravindra is reaching, I mean, Conway shouldn't have played the shot he was playing, but unless he's really reaching for that, he's not getting out. And the chances are it's actually flying over the infield anyway. I am fascinated to see today Harry Brook bowling for England in the afternoon on day 1 tells me they've got their team wrong. And where they're going to go from here.
2 lefties in, Joe Root. Here is Josh Tongue, bowls now to Henry Nicholls, who pushes forward and has to hurry down on this one. The low bounce particularly now seems to be more exaggerated from the pavilion end with Josh Tongue.
But is he not also, of all the bowlers, the one that is banging it in? If there's going to be anything in the pitch, he's going to be the one to get it on that length. He's not kissing the surface, is he?
No, he's a bang it in bowler, is Josh Tongue.
If this was England, if the roles are reversed, I think England will be seeking to take Sonny Baker on and just play him with a straight bat.
Tongue around the wicket to Henry Nicholls, up onto his toes he goes, playing defensively out towards extra cover, and there's no run.
This is such an important stage of the game, because we've had 4 overs from Archer and we have no clue when he's going to bowl again, or whether he can. I'm sure he will, and he might come back soon. Fisher looked a bit tired towards the end of his spell, and of course did bat for a decent amount of time. Tongue's 4 overs in now. He'll probably bowl another 2 or 3. Can bowl decent spells. What's to come, especially if Baker goes for a few.
Tongue around the wicket bowls, and that's driven by Henry Nicholls to the squarer of 2 catching mid-wickets. Where's Joe Root, by the way? I'm just looking around for the England captain. And,
he's by the bowler.
Yeah, okay, sorry, he's at mid-on. So we've got mid-on, 2 catching mid-wickets stationary, a leg slip, 1 orthodox slip in Harry Brook, and Ben Duckett is at extra cover with Matt Fisher at mid-off. Now Emilio Gay has just been moved out of leg slip to, hang on, where he's just gone to square leg, and now Joe has just said, I want you behind square, just behind square. So he's maybe 4 yards behind square at square leg, but also stationary. Round the wicket again comes Josh Tongue from the pavilion end, and pushed away by Nicholls. They're going through for a quick single. Ben Duckett picks up and has a shy at the stumps. They're through, and they made that safety. That was good calling. It was positive, running with intent. Rachin Ravindra he ran his bat in, but he was comfortably home. That's just good cricket, that good rotation of the strike. 58 for 2.
I do wonder how long New Zealand are going to be able to get away with fielding 4 left-handers at the top of the crease, because, you know, that run there would have been even better if a right-hander was about to come on.
Rachin Ravindra has just called the 12th man on for a fresh pair of gloves. I don't know why the 13th man ran on as well. He's just trotted on carrying a blue canvas bag, stood there while Rachin Ravindra took the fresh gloves from the 12th man and then trotted off with his blue canvas bag. Impossible to identify them with their green bibs on and wide broad-brimmed sun hats. Can't tell. I'm going Mitchell Santner just because. Right build, carrying the bag in his left hand. Tongue in again, forward comes Rachin Ravindra, pushing that one up towards mid-off. He might actually have changed his gloves because he dived and they might just have got dirty, got muddy, sweaty hands, and the last thing you want is the bully from the pitch, the soil, to turn those gloves into dirty, muddy patches. 58 for 2, New Zealand. One thing about New Zealand is that they are prepared to absorb pressure. They're prepared to bat defensively, and if England aren't actively bowling 4 wickets, if they're trying to bowl dry, New Zealand will be happy to be dry, to score slowly and absorb pressure. There's lots of time left in the game. Beautiful shot from Rachin Ravindra, over pitch from Josh Tongue. Not a half volley, just slightly too full, and clipped away by Rachin Ravindra. I mean, I know that half of your heart lies with New Zealand, John. You've got a very, very big soft spot for them. And like Jeremy Coney, that leads you to be, I think, overcritical of them. And so you're frustrated about Rachin Ravindra. And he does still make too many pretty 30s and 40s. I grant you that. But you can't tell me he's not good to watch.
Oh, he's fantastic to watch. That's why you want to see more of him, right?
Right.
He's so good to watch, and unlike the other 5 batters in this top 6 for New Zealand, he is prepared to take the bowler on. He's happy to get on the front foot and drive first ball. I just don't feel like he knows his game. Like when you see Daryl Mitchell come out and bat. Now you'd rather be watching Rachin.
That's time to go and get lunch, isn't it?
But he knows his game. Tom Latham knows his game. Devon Conway knows his game. They know the deficiencies of their game more than any other individual in the world, right? Of course, I'd rather see Rachin Ravindra bat. I think he's glorious, but he does get out in daft ways. And I would have expected by now, considering how much Test cricket he has played, kind of would have moved to the next level. And I haven't seen that against England.
Joe Root's into the attack with the 2 left-handers, as we speculated, and there's a big appeal for leg before wicket, first ball. Well, Henry Nicholls looks completely unperturbed, totally calm. He's turned and strolled away towards square leg, absolutely convinced there's no chance that that's out. And Joe Root, it would appear, has agreed with him, because he hasn't referred it. So, as I say, off spin to 2 left-handers, just the one slip in place. 3 saving one on either side, actually. On the offside and the offside. That's driven by Nicholls, pushed really, rather than driven, to the man sweeping on the cover boundary. That's Matt Fisher, and they take a single.
Well, the criticism of Joe Root, the captain, used to be that Joe Root, the captain, was too reluctant to get Joe Root, the bowler, onto bowl.
Does make sense though, doesn't it? It's the obvious call. Harry Brooks at slip for an outside edge, but so a man sweeping on either side, square leg and cover. 3 saving one on the offside, 3 saving one on the leg side. It's a split field as Rachin Ravindra comes forward and plays defensively and does the fielding himself. Did you hear producer Scott's excellent interview with Rachin Ravindra when he he said, when Kane Williamson broke the news of his retirement, that Lord's would be his last Test match, that Ravindra was the only one with a tear in his eye. Quick single now for Ravindra as he pushes it to Jofra Archer at mid-on. Everybody else was typically Kiwi and sort of, oh yeah, well, you've had a great run, Kane. Oh, yeah, we'll miss you, well done. And there's Ratchin getting all emotional, tearing up.
You know why, didn't you?
Well, he's
Didn't want to bat at 3.
Root in once again, some air to this delivery, and it's swept by Henry Nicholls. Very powerfully out to Emilio Gay at deep square leg.
Talking of 3, are you surprised at all that Sonny Baker wasn't given one more? He only bowled 3. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Only bowled 3
no,
overs.
I am, definitely. But you know, Root just thinking it's a hunch thing. Oh, that's driven. One bounce to Archer at mid-on. He's down the wicket, Rachin Ravindra, almost fulfilling John Norman's prophecy of a silly dismissal. Down the wicket, driving, not in control, and it's fallen a couple of yards short of Jofra Archer at mid-on. That would have been a horrendous way to get out. 66 for 2.
See what I'm talking about?
Well, you called
If you
it.
watch a team a lot, you're right. You can be more negative. Oh, yeah, you can be more critical. So I'm now watching my 2 main teams. You always want more, right? That's the great thing in sport. You always want more.
Jeremy and I were at diametric positions with New Zealand's first innings, whereas he just saw, without anybody really capitalising apart from Glenn Phillips, I just saw a whole list of doughty fightbacks and really important 30s and 40s, which all added up to 391, which I said, and I know I'm going to sound like a smarty pants after the event now, but I said at the time I thought it was 100 better than a good score. And it turns out that England made a good score.
Turns out it was exactly 100 more than a good score, wasn't it?
And I look at that New Zealand scorecard, and I understand what Jeremy's saying. Henry Nicholls 24, Rachin Ravindra 33, Daryl Mitchell 44. Blundell gave it away on 51, outside the off stump, left alone as Josh Tongue probes away at Rachin Ravindra. But you know, Glenn Phillips' maiden test century, which is really, really fabulous, and I keep wanting to say that it was as skillful as it was brave in equal measure. The bravery shouldn't detract from the fact that he played with such precision and clear decision making as well. And but you know what? I mean, 391 is a good score, and does it matter how many? Like I keep saying to Jeremy, what did you want? 591. And 391 is a good score outside the off stump from Tongue, left alone by Ravindra.
It was a decent score for sure. I can see where Jeremy's coming from. They needed an individual score of note, and they got one from Glenn Phillips. But they were behind the game all the way up until that crazy hour at the start of day 2, I feel. But I do understand, and this is one of the wonderful things with cricket, isn't it? Because it's very often when you watch a football game, it's pretty obvious. I mean, actually, in a way, that England game during the week when they won 4-2, there was a bit of, what do you make of that? Is that a good 4-2 or is it a bad 4-2?
Pushed away defensively by Rachin Ravindra up towards mid-off, and there's no run. There was a member of the England technical staff who was interviewed for about 30 seconds at half-time, and he absolutely...
Because essentially there were shades of Brendan McCullum in Thomas Tuchel after the game. And I don't think Brendan's a hairdryer kind of guy, but what Brendan is, and Thomas Tuchel appears to be, is if we're going to lose, we go down playing our way.
Yeah, it was fascinating. Here's Josh Tongue again. Bowls kept low. That's scuttled. That is an absolute shooter. Was it Ravindra who got? Who was? No, it wasn't. Who was bowled by the Bethel left-hander? Yeah, at Lords. But that's horrendous. I mean, that's truly worrying signs. You know, halfway through the third day, when the ball is bouncing at, that's shin high, right?
So we saw a couple keep low yesterday, didn't we? But not like that. But to have 2 of those, and this is where Jameson and O'Rourke are going to be bowling from in the main. When England are set, whatever England are set. I mean, we're talking about body language. There was silence on the outfit you could see all of the England players are like, oh golly.
Yeah, exactly. Look, they've all gone quiet now. There's a few shoulders drooping. Here is Josh Tongue around the wicket, right up in the block. I said don't drive unless it's a half volley, and that is a half volley, and Rachin Ravindra has pumped it away through mid-off. Actually, it didn't race away because it was so full. It's come off the toe end of the bat. Jofra Archer dived over it at mid-off, and it's rushed away for 4. So Rachin Ravindra draws level with Henry Nicholls on 25 apiece, and New Zealand are 70 for 2. 170 for 2 effectively with their lead of 100.
If you're an England cricket fan or player, you'd be looking at that scoreboard, and the number that would concern me slightly is the number 52. Because Henry Nicholls has been in for a while now, and he is a really experienced batter who knows his game. And he was one of the few to have been got out, in my opinion, in that first innings.
Here's Tongue again, bowls, overpitched into the pads of Rachin Ravindra, whipped away nicely down to Sonny Baker at long leg, and they go through for a single. Henry Nicholls bowled by Josh Tongue for 24. 71 for 2. We've got about 27, 28 minutes to go, maybe actually 26 minutes to go until the tea break. 71 for 2 New Zealand. Very much their game to control. It's their car to park here. It's their test match if they can reverse it into that
Where
parking
are you
space.
going with this?
John, I'll leave it with you.
All I say is I've loved the last half an hour. Do you want to do it again? Because I'll go and have a word with the guy that puts the
yeah, we'll do that.
makes these decisions.
Melinda Farrell can take you through till tea.
Brilliant stuff. Manners is off. I will just commentate this delivery, which is bowled by Joe Root, and sees Rachin Ravindra just stepping back in his crease. And there's nobody out at deep mid-wicket. There's 2 fielders, one at catching mid-wicket, short mid-wicket, and then there's Jacob Bethel at mid-on, a bit wide, just a touch wide, but it's there if he wants it. Forward and defending out to cover. No run. 71 for 2, and really, as we move towards the tea break, which I think is still at 3:40, but I've long since forgotten where we are, as pushed out to cover again, and Henry Nicholls takes a couple of steps down the track, but it's not a run.
I can inform you, John Norman, that we are at the Oval. I can tell you that much.
Is that all you can inform me about?
Pretty much.
Can you inform me about your name?
It is Mel Farrell joining John Norman. As Root is around the wicket bowling, and it's pushed out just behind point by Ravindra. No run. Ravindra, who should have been out on 9 as well.
Could have been out twice.
Yeah.
And there's been 2 that have kept so low he could have been out 4 times.
He gives himself some room and just slices that one out to a deep point, and they'll take a single. Well, it was the 2 that stayed low that are very interesting. So Josh Tongue, who I thought bowled absolutely brilliantly in that 6-over spell, very unlucky not to have more wickets. He got a couple to stay very low. In comes Root once more, and they like this. England again appealing, but no dice, says the umpire. Well, he doesn't say that. They're having a little discussion.
It'd be cool if he did.
No dice.
Imagine if that was the thing. The umpire was supposed to. So, like, how's that? Back in the day, when that started out, no dice was. And if you ever said no dice, and the 2 words would be merged into one, no dice. How's that? No dice.
I think I should be in charge of creating cricket vernacular.
When did How Was That first originate? How many years ago did How Was That start? It must have been 200, 300 years ago, maybe. I mean, we'll have to find out.
But why is the response not no dice? It obviously should be end of the over, by the way. New Zealand 72 for 2 with Nicholls on 25 and Ravindra on 27. And, well, obviously we could have seen more wickets fall. We've had drop catches, we've had close LBW shouts, but this pair have managed to survive what has been a very, very testing and tricky period. As Sonny Baker has swung around, he's going to bowl from the pavilion end.
Well, I was wondering about why he'd only been given 3 overs, and in my mind I was thinking possibly going to replace Josh Tongue, who has bowled really, really well.
Baker runs in. He's bowling over the wicket and pushes the ball across Ravindra, who lets it go. Yeah, he's mostly bowled from this Vauxhall end in this test. There was one spell that he bowled from the other end.
I wasn't here yesterday, so I'm not 100% sure, but he certainly bowled a late in the day spell from the pavilion end of 3 or 4 overs. But yeah, his first spell in first innings and second innings is certainly from the Vauxhall end. That's right. He got a wicket from that, from the pavilion end, but he was bowling so far behind the crease. Can you remember? He got Daryl Mitchell out.
He's running in now. Bowls again, pushing it across the left-handed Ravindra, and he's happy to let that one go as well. They've got a slip and 2 gullies, as they have pretty much had for Ravindra since he came in. The 2 gullies. See Bethel and Duckett in there. They had a leg slip for him as well, and it was this really weird kind of view of very evenly spaced fielders from leg slip across.
Be interested to see where this ball goes. The first 2 have gone very wide.
He runs in now, Baker. In bowls. This is a bit tighter line, and it's just squeezed out to point. And Jordan Cox does the fielding. They've had that offside stacked for Ravindra, and it's been a bit streaky at times from Ravindra. He's had a tough old test, the 3rd dropped catch late in the day, the ball coming into the shadows, and he's fielding down at fine leg. That was a really tough moment for Ravindra, and I do believe at the time I had Jeremy Coney on with me, and wouldn't you know, he is coming in to join me once more as Baker is in and again left alone outside the off stump. Ravindra being a bit patient here. Baker is coming over the wicket as opposed to Tongue was coming around for much of his excellent spell. 72 for 2. Here is Jeremy Coney. Hello, Jeremy. It's our first time
Hello,
together
Mel.
today.
Yes, it is.
You've been a busy man.
That's very exciting, I'm sure, for our audience.
It's exciting for me.
Yeah, okay, really. But it is an important section of play, though, isn't this whole thing at the moment?
Baker is in. He plays at that. Does Ravindra and gets it just in front of point, but no run because they have got that offside stacked for him.
Well, they've got it stacked because they really would like him to play drives into that area of the field. He loves a drive, you know, and he'll go for it. He won't be put off by that, but he does sometimes not quite get it along the ground, and he will be aerial, and I reckon it's a wee bit of a, you know, it's a guess for some of those positions spreading out across there, those radials, if you like.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about that as Baker is in again, just pushing that ball across. He did reach 90 miles per hour in that over, so the balls are coming at pace, but the way he's pushing them across, they are very comfortable leaves for Ravindra when he decides to leave. So the end of the over, 72 for 2, a maiden over there from Sonny Baker. Yeah, I was going to ask you about the spacing, because that's been, at one point they had a leg slip in there as well, and they had a leg slip and a slip and the 2 gullies, and everyone was almost equidistant. So it was like a sun's rays, if you like, coming around the back, and a lot of gaps in between those positions as well. And yeah, I found that quite interesting as Joe Root begins another over. First ball driven, lovely lofted drive, and it's 1 bounce and a 4 straight down the ground from Nichols.
Very good, very good. Just a shimmy, a little shimmy from Henry Nichols, who's been there, and actually he's been overtaken, I think, in the run scoring by Ravindra, but there, a little shimmy and nice and straight, and got a good contact point out in front of him, got the weight going forward through the shot and that's what provided the impetus for it to get that far down the ground. Quite safe.
It was a lovely shot. He's there again as Root tosses one up and he whips his hands through this one. More conventional drive is along the ground, but it gets the same result. Another boundary, 2 on the hop from Nicholls, and he has brought up the 50 partnership with that shot. So these two, it's been a very important partnership for New Zealand, losing a couple of early wickets. And it's been very testing. They've probed away, particularly, I would say, Josh Tongue really testing them out, but they're still there. Next ball from Root is slightly flatter and turned around the corner. Just be the single.
Yeah, you wouldn't blame him for being flatter after being hit for a 6 or 2 fours, wasn't it, consecutively. The second one a little bit wider, so it's not a case of getting loft into that. That's a case of getting to it, which he did, and punched it wide of Baker at mid-off.
Rooting once more, and it's just a little twist of the wrists as the ball is pushed by Ravindra out to point. No run.
Yeah, so it's starting to get closer to the point.
As Root bowls again and forward in defence,
where Root will start feeling mildly, let's put it that way, uncomfortable. Once to the 200 ahead, I think once you get there,
as Root bowls again, defended into the onside.
and there's still perhaps 8 wickets or maybe 7, 8 particularly, with Ravindra is there. He's such an attacking, an instinctive player that he can take a game away from you in probably an hour, so half a session, just by the attacking strokes and the range of those strokes that he can play to access different parts of the ground. And you've got to be very careful when he starts to get. He's already had a bit of a chance. He's had a almost. He got a nick, didn't he? Or was that Nicholls? I can't remember.
No,
that was
Ravindra on
Ravindra,
9. He was
and
dropped by Roo.
Roo kind of fell away slowly to his left. Not a big mover, Roo. I thought he would be a better mover, to be honest with you, behind the stumps. You either keep on your feet if you're a really good keeper, like a Folkes, for example. You'd go shimmy, 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 and you'd be still on your feet, and your balance is much better. He almost went too far with the fall, didn't he?
Certainly did. Sonny Baker starts a new over. Oh, it's rapid and it's a good high elbow defence into the leg side by Nicholls.
But it does show you that Ravindra, while he is a very dangerous player, he also gives you a little chance here and there along the way. But if you don't take it, I've seen him in lots of games now, just the whole match just swings wildly to whoever he's playing for at the time, which is mostly New Zealand, I'd have to say, but sometimes he's in other teams. But I think generally, to come back to your question, Mel, is to cover the shorter area in a better way. You know what I mean by that?
Cutting off the angles?
Well, just we're going to cover this area for the catch, and we're going to be in relatively close formation, so the ball shouldn't get through between us.
It's Nicholls on strike now as Baker is in. He turns this around down towards deep square leg, and they'll come through for another single.
Rather than being wide and having gaps between your catches, you find particularly you can do that and be wider apart when the bounce is on the pitch. So in Australia, a place like Australia, where you can actually stand deeper because the ball's going to carry more because of that bounce, you find that you can actually stay on your feet and move, and you want to get that head, if you can, right in line with the ball as it's coming towards you. As soon as your hands get outside the compass of your eyes, then the chances of the catch being taken is reduced quite significantly.
Baker's in and bowls to Ravindra, who drives that square on the offside. It's picked up by Emilio Gay running across to point. No run, New Zealand 82 for 2. Ravindra now on 27. Nicholls definitely back in front of the runs tally. He's on 35 now. You see a couple of boundaries in the previous over. Little discussion going on between Root and Brooke, just out in the middle before Brooke goes running back to slip. Those two very much the brains trust. Slipping the two gullies there still. As in comes Baker and bowls, pushes it across, and that is driven beautifully, manages to get it past Jofra Archer, who got a hand on it, and it's gone all the way to the boundary. Got there. It was Gay, I should say. It was Gay who got a hand to it, but the ball's rolled all the way out to the boundary, and I thought it might have been stopped, but it's managed to get in there. I think that's Jordan Cox out there.
Yeah, partially stopped initially by Gay, who's probably, I don't know, about sort of say 15 to 20 metres. 15? No, he's moving in now, so a little bit less than that. But he's there for the catch rather than perhaps to stop a full-blooded cutting drive, really. As Ravindra loves to stand tall and come down onto the ball. That's how he tries to make sure it goes down into the ground. He gives himself, could I say, extra inches.
It really is an odd-looking field, just various positions they are standing in. As Baker in once more, it's driven again. This time it is stopped. In the covers, Root is prowling there in a shortish cover position. Yeah, you know what? You sort of normally see the field in a curve almost, but it's all sharp angles and straight lines of the fielders to Ravindra. Only two fielders on the leg side. We've got a sort of straightish mid-wicket and then a deep backward square leg. As in comes Baker once more, runs in and bowls. He is played into mid-wicket, and that will finish off the over from Baker. So Ravindra is not afraid to attack despite that heavy offside field, and he did get the ball through there. 86 for 2 now.
Yeah, as I say, partially stopped, but then hit with such power that it's even on the rebound, it's gone, and beaten the fielder chasing that to the boundary. So another 4 to the Ravindra total now. And here, how long is Root going to bowl? Well, he's not, and I'm not surprised. There's been a bit of attack going on, and New Zealand have looked as if they're quite willing to risk a little in order to get on top of Root. Root, of course, chosen this time ahead of Bethel because of the two left-handers at the crease. And that's, I think, would be their argument for trying him first this time. It hasn't worked, but that's okay. Your spinners really, with the heat of the day, it's actually exposed the way these sides have decided to select their side and the balance of their team. And now they're going to go back to Archer. So he's having a crack this time at the Vauxhall end.
Yeah, we've seen him bowl a lot from the pavilion end.
It hasn't been quite so much bounce from here. Maybe he'll target the pads.
Nichols on strike as Archer is in and bowls. It's a short ball, and he didn't even really have to duck to get underneath that one.
Well, as we survey the rest of the field rather than just the pitch, you can see why he's started that way. You know, we've got a man at fine leg, we've got a man at backward square, we've got a man on square itself saving a single, we've got a bat pad, and we've got a kind of a 2/3 of the way back at a sort of a, you describe it for us, Mel.
Well, you know, they did this before. I was saying, well, it's not deep point and it's not point. It's sort of a neither here nor there kind of mid-wicket position as the next ball again sails harmlessly over the head of Nichols. It's it hasn't got his back to me. I think that's Jordan Cox there. But he's sort of, I guess, 2/3 of the way back.
Yeah, to a kind of a wide, long on, really. Wide, Wideish long on.
Sort of in between kind of a mid on and
Mid-wicket,
mid-wicket.
yeah,
And
that's right.
it really is a sort of bizarre position. Neither here nor there. And there's a big discussion and a lot of fielding changes now for Nicholls, who is on strike. They're running all over the place. Root's waving his arms, and he's gone into a short straight mid-wicket. I'll try and describe this field to you in a second as Archer is in, bowls, and it's just pushed in to backward point by Nicholls, no run. So they've now got, for Nicholls, I'm just waiting to see where Harry Brook ends up being, because it sort of, was it a wide slip and a gully? Now they're all changing again. What are they doing to me every time I start to try? They've now got a leg slip coming in. So they've got a leg slip, and then they've got a very wide slip and a gully. As in comes Archer, a full delivery that's just pushed up to wide mid-on, no run.
It's been a feature of the game, hasn't it, that both captains have decided that they are going to have catching positions generally after the initial burst where you might get a catch into the cordon. Then they have dispensed with a lot of those players or spread them out a lot more and used those extra people for in front of the wicket but in catching positions.
Now Root's right next to the cut strip as Archer is in, bowls, it's let go by Nicholls.
That all leads me to believe that this pitch is not really fast. It's harder to time the ball. You've got to be overly full for a drive to occur. And especially as if you try and knock it to the leg side, we've seen catching mid-wickets like Cox got out this morning, for example, when Latham went into that position and he flicked it to him and it just was in the air and he took a comfortable catch. But it was that sort of position that both captains have kind of liked.
As Archer is in once more, bowls, and that's driven, gets through the gap and down towards deep point, 4 runs. That is another, he's dealing in boundaries at the moment, Nicholls, and there is enough of a gap there with those fielders spread in that certain way, and he just gets on top of that one and uses the pace of Archer. Bowled that one a little bit too wide and loose.
Well, what I was saying before, there'll come a time, maybe 220 ahead. If no wickets are taken prior to that, and there's 8 wickets remaining for New Zealand, it might just start making Joe Root a little bit more uncomfortable. And we may find that fields start to disperse a bit more to try and protect those boundaries at the moment that are coming. He's more interested in wickets at the moment. That may change at some point, and run stopping becomes more important.
It's interesting you mentioned that Tom Latham change when he came into that catching position at mid-wicket, because I thought that was really good captaincy when he moved out from the slip, because Cox had played and whipped the ball away on the leg side, and he has the propensity to do that. And it took one over and he had the keeper up to the stumps as well. Really good captaincy. Here's Baker for another one. It's a full ball to Ravindra, who just defends it back to the bowler. I thought Tom Latham really captained well this morning. But then there was that period with that frustrating final partnership, which was from Fisher. It was definitely not the prettiest innings I've ever seen, but it was as much about the attitude he had. He took charge of that partnership. And who knows how valuable those runs may be. They might be for naught, but I thought it was impressive. As Baker starts with his little hop. He's got that slip and 2 gullies in again. This is in, and a very straight elbowed defence into the leg side by Ravindra.
Yeah, it was. It was a good sort of counter-attacking 50 from Fisher. Didn't get a lot of response from Baker and didn't expect it. And he really hung in there, and it was a good example of how partnerships can work together sometimes. and Fisher was the man leading it. He started with very and overtly aggressive cuts, and then once he settled down, he started to play and show that he could actually play some other strokes as well, some drives, some pulls.
Baker around the wicket to Ravindra, who just drives that one square to point, no run.
We criticised England when they came out, I think, on the second morning with the short pitch policy, and then there were other strange things, no Archer appearance at the bowling crease, and Bethel coming in after 5 overs with the second new, and those kinds of things. There was a general, what's going on here? But, you know, New Zealand also in that period, I mean, I don't know, O'Rourke just came in and bowled, 3 or 4 overs of just straight short pitched balls, and after a while everyone just stood there and said, really? Have another go.
Here's Baker, and that's flicked away into wide mid-on. Diving stop there. It's Josh Tongue.
Now that's the stroke I'm talking about. Did you see that in the air for a while there? Root was interested, who's at mid-wicket, because that was well to Root's right, but it was in the air, and those are the sorts of strokes that will convince him to continue with these slightly odd positions in the field, because it is so hard to time the ball exactly correctly.
It's been an interesting pitch. It's offered different things to different batters and bowlers along the way. And it's now Baker running in, bowling. Ravindra's on his toes, punches it through the covers. That's a lovely stroke, and that's another 4 runs to the total. This time it's Ravindra. And for all the funky fielding positions we've got, if you time it as well as that, doesn't matter where they are, you can send it where you like.
Well, you've only really got to beat them, don't you? And that's a short ball. That gets up to around about waist high, and it's just given Ravindra too much of a look at it, and he gets up on the toes, giving himself an extra inch and punches it hard. So 35 now to Ravindra, and you can see a man's now gone back to almost 3/4 at backward point, looking to save runs.
And Jordan Cox dropping back as Baker bowls the next ball, and it's defended back up the pitch by Ravindra. New Zealand now 94 for 2 with Nicholls on 39 and Ravindra on 35. Very, as we see the players, they're just going to go and that's it, is it? I thought they were going to stop and have a drink for a second. This session's gone so fast.
It's tea.
That's it. It's tea. It's snuck up on me.
Make a big announcement here. It's tea, everybody.
It's tea, everyone. It's a ninja tea because it's snuck up on me. And Jeremy Coney's already had his. He's been chomping on a muffin while sitting next to me. Interesting session. You probably... Who do you give that session to then in the end, the afternoon? 2 wickets, but that New Zealand are in a very good position now at 94 for 2.
Well, it's 194 really, of course, in terms of the match. And New Zealand are starting to look as if they get a good start again after post-tea, then they will feel as if they are again in a more commanding position in this match. And England, what do we think that they can get on this surface? We're seeing more deliveries just keep a little bit low and squat. And I would have thought at 300 plus is going to be a pretty hard target to chase.
I think it will. I think even if it was 350 and there was plenty of time in the game, England can be such a good chasing side. And I think whatever it is, they'll try and chase it. But 350 is still thinking, you've seen them do it before. But yeah, those balls that have stayed low, I think will just give an indication of what could be to come. And it's going to be quite fascinating. So huge session. We keep saying it, and that's because it's been a brilliant test match. We've had lots of entertainment and a real contest between these two sides. New Zealand having the better of it so far. So with New Zealand on 94 for 2, 194 in front, Nicholls and Ravindra will continue after the break, and we will return with some more commentary. But for now, I'm going to hand it over to the great, the mighty Sam Ellard.
Thanks, Mel. Tea here on day 3. And delighted to say I've got a fun guest today as Jeremy and Mel move away. They're off to get themselves a cup of tea, maybe a scone, I don't know, maybe a sandwich. Oh, we are. What did I say, Lords? No, we're not Lords, we're at the Oval. All good, Jeremy? All good? Jeremy Coney, by the way, legend. Comes across the ledge. By the way, I got into my hotel room last night, put on the TV. First thing I saw was you, Jeremy Coney. You were talking about your debut. Yeah, literally. I spent all day with Jeremy Coney. I get to my hotel. There he is on the TV. Sorry. Don't be silly. Don't say sorry. Don't apologise. Come on, young man. Come and join us. .94 for 2 then on New Zealand at sea. That's for the lead of 194 runs. We'll be back in exactly 15 minutes time. It's time though for some tea, and it's time for a chat with Charlie Harden. Charlie, welcome. You are on Talksport's international feed here at the Oval. For those that don't know, who are you and why might some people have seen you all across social media?
Well, I'm Charlie Harden. You
I got that right,
to me,
didn't
Sam.
I?
Thank you very much. You did. Perfect. I'm part of the What's He On About cricket podcast, which I founded, and it's mainly on social media. I do lots of cricket commentary down at Hampshire for the BBC, as well as county, just dropped around every ground I can possibly reach, really. But the content is where I focus a lot of my time at the minute. Built up to around 150,000 followers across all platforms, and my main journey at the minute is increasing accessibility into the game of cricket. How can I show off the game, the county game especially, to as many people as I possibly can? And I'm currently going through a series right now where I'm visiting every county cricket ground there is, and I've done about 8, and I'm thoroughly enjoying my time rating the flat whites and the food wherever I go.
Okay, good stuff. Take us back then. How did you get into this? And is this a full-time job for you now?
Completely full-time. So
Good man.
I've been going for a year and a half. That's when I first developed it, and actually ended my teaching career back in February. But where this all started was the dream to, well, be here, commentate on England cricket, and this feels like another step towards that dream. I won't lie, Sam. And
we might get you on tomorrow, by the way. Talksport is the sort of place where once you're on Talksport once, honestly, you might get a text at 10:30 this evening being like, hey, Charlie, you were really, really good at tea on Talksport. Can you do comms tomorrow next to Matt Pryor and Steve Harmison?
You know, I wouldn't be able to gauge that at all. You know?
What do you mean?
Well, it's so professional. It seems so professional.
Wow, we have our moments, don't we? What I think is great about Talksport is we can go from moments of being really good and really professional, but then 5 seconds later it can be so silly, but that's part of the fun, right?
It is. I wonder how I would affect that level of professionalism, whether I'd increase it or
well,
decrease
you'd
it.
immediately be our best dressed person at the cricket, looking absolutely suave, absolutely dapper, as producer Scott goes straight into a muffin. Right, back to the content, okay? So you're going around all of the 8 county championship, all of the 18 county championship grounds, and you're trying the coffee, you're trying the food. What sort of other stuff are you going to try and bring to people that have maybe never gone to a county game before?
So the main thing is, how can I put across the atmosphere? How does each ground feel? And almost why would someone in the area want to go and visit that ground? And I can pick out one example. Hove, I felt, was a beautiful seaside ground. I showed the fact that you could go for a 10-minute walk to the beach to pick up probably one of the top 3 best fish and chips of my life on the beach side at Hove. And
what makes it so good, the fish and chips?
Everything, and it
just tastes nice, basically. The answer is it tasted really nice in my mouth.
Excellent batter, yeah. And the main thing for me was the tartar sauce just brought it all back together, and it was almost that sometimes.
Are you Simon John's son?
Well, you think fish and chips is just fish and chips. That's absolutely not the case. You know, actually, it all gets brought together by the tartar sauce.
Yeah, like I'd say the mushy peas as well is a key. I'd say the mushy peas and the curry sauce are as important to a fish and chips and the fish and chips.
Well, the mushy peas can be the make or break. And if you have a poor mushy peas, you're in big trouble.
Let me ask you this question then. In the world of cricket content creators, who do you think is doing it better than everybody else, and why is that? Like, if someone young is, apart from yourself obviously, and Talksport, you know, if someone young is wanting to find and watch the best cricket content, where would that be?
I think Cricket District do a great job. They're a very, very strong outfit and so professional.
Strong outfit, like they're an 11.
Very, very, very strong outfit. And I think what Cricket District bring is just a wide breadth of content. They're so for the game. You know, I like to almost follow in that footsteps in terms of everything we do on content is not only for engagement and growth, but it's how we can grow the game. And we're, well, me personally, still relative to the world of Talksport, for example, a small voice, but doing whatever we can do to get more bums on seats, especially in county cricket. How can we grow the game from the ground up, village cricket, etc. And just the world of cricket content gives us that ability to be able to show it off, showcase everything each ground has to offer. And I was here at the Oval the other day, and even on a relatively quiet county championship day, there was still 7,000 people in the ground. It was the schools cricket day, where loads of schools were coming in, an unbelievable atmosphere. And I think it's so untapped to be able to showcase what going to a county game really looks like.
So what video of yours in particular has done the best for you, has gone viral, if you like, if any?
So one of my more viral ones, well, of late, showcasing on the media days have been really successful, showcasing the net sessions, who's training well, how these training sessions work, what actually happens on a media day, the day before games. It's almost so privatised, so enclosed to the media. Actually, to be able to showcase that off to the public, what happens on a media day, that's seriously successful. In the past, a lot of the more humour-based content is strong because it's so relatable. It's how can we relate cricket to the wider audience, and humour's a good way of doing it.
Give me an example of what that would be.
So, for example, I did once naming cricket fielding positions. How on earth was cow corner named?
Because apparently the ball always moves over there.
Thanks, Sam. Well,
Did you get it?
I got that very well indeed, actually. And I think the main thing for me with that one is maybe back in the day, the ball was hit to cow's corner because you'd expect that was the corner where the cows were, right?
I don't know.
Well, maybe it did just move that direction. I feel like we're going to have to bring in a cow corner expert.
I feel like we had an awful 30 seconds here, just trying to guess why cow corner's called. And do you reckon this content's going to do well? If you put this content up on your social media pages?
This would probably do slightly worse, I reckon, if I'm being brutally honest.
So 150k subs you've got, right? That's pretty impressive, by the way, on a serious note. That's, you know, and do you do all this by yourself in terms of making it, creating it, uploading it, editing it?
Yeah, everything's on my own back.
That's really impressive, mate.
Thanks, Sam.
So
I really appreciate that.
How would you get the next 150?
India.
Okay, yeah. I'm going to try and, just find Virat Kohli and put a microphone in front of him, and there you go, sorted.
That would quadruple my following. No. I think the main next step for me is how can I relate cricket to the wider sports fan. That seems to be the real next step. And I know when I'm hitting the right algorithm, when someone who doesn't really like cricket can come up to you and think, well, I really enjoyed that video you did. You know, and actually, where you get the most engagement is how can you relate the game of cricket? How can you relate a day in a county ground where the ground's not packed out, you're there. How can you relate that day, that feeling, to the audience? And a lot of it comes through the feeling. How can you make a listener or a watcher feel value in your content?
But it doesn't have to just be county cricket, does it? You can do blast stuff. You can go to the 100, or you keep referencing county cricket. I understand why you'd want to do that, but there's also many other places and games and formats to go to in this country, right?
Yeah, and beyond this country indeed. And actually, the reason I say county cricket is because in the run-up to the Test summer so far, we've had in this summer in particular a lot more county stuff. My work definitely, as over the last few days, has evolved into international stuff, of course, and various franchise tournaments as well. I've got plans to go out to the IPL over next winter, of course. And actually, wherever you can grow the game of cricket, whether it's the 100, whether it's county cricket, T20 Blast, county championship, which has a special spot in my heart, because that feels like the centre of all English cricket broods from there. But no, the whole thing, the whole work I'm doing is how can I grow the game? Every single aspect of it, every format. How can we make more people relate and enjoy the game of cricket?
In terms of getting access to players and doing content with players, have you been able to do much of that? And have you tried? And if so, is that quite difficult to try and get access to?
Well, it is difficult to try and get access to. I find with the players' content, it's interesting. The engagement levels can often be quite similar to when you are working hard on your own to try and grow the game, whether you've got a player in there or not. I think a lot of my player orientated work comes through Q&As, emceeing, freelancing at different counties. That's where I get a lot of my player contact. But in terms of actually getting players on the content, it's not something I search for, because in terms of where I'm trying to hit the market, if I'm trying to hit the wider sports fan, sometimes a detailed planned video that is executed to not attack, that's not the right word, to hit the algorithm of the person who is a wider sports fan, interviewing a county cricketer might not give you that. Do you see what I mean? And actually, there is definitely a time and a space for people to go after the players, definitely that time. But when you are approaching that wider sports fan, actually it's important to plan your videos in a different way. And sometimes the player being included in that video works, and sometimes there's no need to force it, especially when you are growing as a personal brand. It is tricky to get hold of players, but also I don't think that's a problem, because there's going to be a time where you are in the right spot to do so. But currently at this point, players is not really the be-all and end-all of good cricket content.
But the fact that you've got that on you and you've got, accreditation, maybe 5 years ago, certainly 10 years ago, that maybe wouldn't have been. No, working in football, lots of content creators, YouTubers that are able now to go to press conferences and able to sort of mix with, your written media, your broadcast media. It's the fact that, you're able to have that on you and come in also shows that not sort of, everybody's moving with the times of the content creating world, right?
Absolutely, media is evolving, and I definitely see that. I feel a duty in my role almost now that I have a bigger part to play than I would have done a few years ago, and actually to be able to raise such a spotlight, almost just through the numbers and engagement you get on an average video, shows that media is massively evolving, massively growing. And you're absolutely right, to be able to sit in the media centre, have my spot amongst the tapping journalists, when my role in the world,
tapping journalists.
No, the journalists tapping away on their keyboards, whereas I'm editing.
Do you get some dirty looks occasionally? Sort of like the OG guys.
No,
like, come on, name drops. Any OG guys that sort of, what's this young kid doing in here with his camera and his microphone and his linen shirt? Come on, he's just out of school.
It's an incredibly inclusive environment. I never feel.
Talksport's very inclusive, you know that. How old are you?
I feel at home. 23, recently turned.
That's great, by the way, isn't it? Seriously, 23 years of age, to have those numbers and to be able to, to come to places like this, and you must be absolutely over the moon.
Absolutely, and I mean, Lords was my first day as part of the media. That second media day was my first time ever getting into the ground.
Good lunches, right?
Lovely lunch.
What was your favourite Lords lunch?
Really flipped up the topic there real quick.
No, that's what we do here at Talksport.
What was my favourite lunch? I think
surely there's some content around that, right? The Lord's lunch. I know, just to mix things up a little bit, no?
That's a really interesting concept, actually, because
I'm sure so.
It's been requested.
I don't think that's an original thought from me. Take a picture of the Lord's lunch and put it on your social media channels.
Well, it's been highly requested to see what a media centre looks like on the inside, and I feel a little bit of a sense that now I'm in here, I'm not gonna start initially straight from the off showcasing everything that's got to offer. You see what I mean? I feel like
but I reckon give your fans what they want.
Maybe I should do it today. Maybe I'll get in early when not many people are in.
No, but I do genuinely think that being able to show people what does go on, behind the scenes, behind the curtain, if you like, is a piece of content that people are genuinely interested in.
Well, it's a massive example of how media is growing. People are always after more behind-the-scenes content. They're always after what can they get, what extra bit of content can they get, and maybe the next step, maybe the next thing you'll see on What's He On About is behind the scenes in the media centre. What does the lunches look like?
For people, young people watching this and they're interested in this sort of type of industry and line of work, what would your piece of advice be for a young person who has 0 subscribers and 0 videos to their name but wants to one day have 150k subscribers to their name?
Two key things. Number one is uber consistency. Crazy amounts of consistency. Minimum one video a day. And the next thing is make the videos you want to make, and they evolve by first 3 seconds. The first 3 seconds is the most important part of your video. How can you hook a viewer in the first 3 seconds? That's the last key.
3 seconds.
You only get 3 seconds to hook the viewer, and then
Is that right?
Absolutely.
That's good advice. That's intense, isn't it? Because you're right though. When you're scrolling, for me now, I'm actually thinking about it. I don't know why I'm like, on TikTok. I'm scrolling through TikTok. It's possibly even a second. You know, if you just grab your attention in a second, you're constantly flicking through, aren't you? Right. Final one then. Where can people find you? Throw all your social media handles out there.
What's _he on about _pod. Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, you name it. That's where you find it. And if you love the game of cricket, give it a follow.
Charlie, thanks for joining us, mate. Good luck with everything, and keep on going. And hopefully this time, maybe next year, we can do it again, and you'll have 350,000 subscribers, right?
Sounds good. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate this.
We're taking one more real quick break, and then we'll resume. When we come back, it is the evening session. New Zealand are 94 for 2. That's with a lead of 194 runs.
Welcome back, everybody. It's evening of day 3. The evening session. It's not the evening, it's at 4 o'clock. It's the evening session on day 3 here at the Oval, the second test match of the summer. England against New Zealand. England winning at Lord's. On the north of the river, they're finding life a little tougher on the south. New Zealand at tea, 94 for 2. Partnership of 66 between Henry Nicholls back in the side. New Zealand's new number 3. He's battled away, 64 deliveries. None as testing as the first few against Jofra Archer. He's 39 not out, and Ravindra dropped once, and there was a couple of scary moments for New Zealand's talented, well, not a youngster so much anymore. He's drawn level almost with Nicholls. He's 35. First ball of the evening session then, and it's Nicholls facing, and first ball, he's pushing at this delivery from Matt Fisher, who bowled 5 overs for 14 runs with the new ball. But really, his most important, well, the most important impression he's made on the match so far is his maiden Test 50, coming into bat at number 9, and alongside Sonny Baker, who scored 4, I think. They put on 53 for the 10th wicket, just to drag England back into contention. Fisher running away from us in the sunshine, and this is pushed up to mid-on by Nicholls, no run. So a deficit of 100, when at one stage it looked like New Zealand's lead might be as it is now. 194. 3 quick wickets this morning, all going the way of Matt Henry, who took a 5-fer, only for that nuggety and idiosyncratic innings from Matt Fisher to just give a bit of hope back to England. 2 early wickets, drag them closer, driven by Nichols up to extra cover. Tom Latham caught behind from the bowling of Jofra Archer, and then Devon Conway becoming just the second player in the match to be caught in the slips. 28 for 2 at that stage, so 128 for 2 in reality. And if not for that drop by James Rew behind the stumps of Rashan Ravindra, possibly, might have been another one before the tea break, but it wasn't to be. As this is pushed square of the wicket, and there'll be runs here. The ball just slowing up a touch before the boundary, so should just be kept in the field of play. Indeed it is, but 3 runs to start the session. A session that England, you feel, have to dominate if they are to stay in the game. If Nichols and Ravindra are still there, come stumps, then it'll be about saving it rather than winning it. Jeremy Coney is alongside me in the commentary box, and a lot of hard work has been done by these two in that afternoon session, just to make sure they did their utmost to shut the door on the England comeback. Nichols has looked really compact and assured, and he's allowing the ball to come to him. He's going to have to be got out. Ravindra a little bit more chancy, but getting on the front foot and trying to put pressure back on England by scoring quicker runs. Fisher in, and this is exactly what I'm talking about with Ravindra. That's an expansive shot to play. His first ball of the evening session, and it was a little bit chancy, but that's where we are. So a lead of 197, New Zealand are 97 for 2. And the other thing to bear in mind is that this ball is now 25 overs old. Last ball of the over, squared up just a fraction. So it's not bouncing as it was. No great pace in this pitch. There hasn't been since day one. But, Jeremy, just a couple of alarming moments in that afternoon session. As much for England as New Zealand, with some balls keeping very, very low from the pavilion end.
Yeah, that is an issue, isn't it? And it's going to be throughout this match from this point on. I think as soon as the ball does get a little bit older, doesn't bounce so much, hasn't got the hardness, and overs mean that the ball is going to just be a little slower, but also a little lower. If New Zealand can get, in my opinion, another 150, whenever that takes until, they've got plenty of time to do that, maybe 2 sessions at least. If they're good enough, they'll continue beyond that. But that would leave 350. And anything over that, I think England are going to have a pretty tough job. They'll have to play really well, or New Zealand have to drop catches and bowl poorly for that to be attained. I know they've got 350 before England, and they're a team that like to bat last, and they're a team that like chasing totals that they know about. I just think the way the surface has been behaving is going to make that total pretty difficult.
And they'd certainly give 350 a crack. Archer is going to share the new ball, nearly gets a wicket first up. Henry Nichols, who has been tested, of all the bowlers, it's Archer that, to my mind, has given him the most trouble. Takes this ball on, goes through with the pull, and James Rew diving to his right, can't lay glove on the ball, and it travels quickly down to the boundary for 4.
I think he's got glove on this, and Rew, even though he takes a step, it's not a very large step, and so the dive therefore has to be bigger, and it's a leap from a non-power leg. It's the one on the right, rather he wants the one on the left to really be bent and then shove off that to give him that distance of the dive. Didn't quite get there, but it's movement that is the issue for him.
Archer again, and this is tucked off the hip. It's going to be fielded at fine leg. We don't have a screen in the commentary box, so the first replay suggest to me that I misjudged that slightly, and I think Rue did. I thought that ball went to the right of the keeper. I think he's almost gone under it. It's almost like a goalkeeper deceived by a late swerve. The catch he dropped, he got to and put down.
Oh, he went too far, actually.
He did.
And it was more of a falling rather than a push. You know, again, more of a fall. And I just think keep your feet as long as you can if you're a keeper. I think if Folkes was there, he'd have taken that catch by moving his feet.
Goes on the pull. That's 4. That splits the field at short mid-wicket and mid-on. And there's some intent here from the Kiwis. Straight after the tea break.
That looked a slightly tired bouncer to me.
Didn't get up, did it?
No. Ravindra is as I've said, I'll underline it, he's a dangerous player if he gets going. But that he will give you chances. He's not prepared to work hard for his runs in Test cricket.
Archer again, and this time plays with a, not quite a straight bat actually, kind of turns it round towards mid-wicket.
So he won't just get started again. You know, let's start again after tea and play 2 or 3 overs, get the bounce again, get the pace of the pitch again, play relatively defensively, unless it's a really, like that short one, fair enough, I don't have any problem with that. But it's more looking for runs and trying to make something out of, you know, a delivery that isn't quite there.
I was disappointed with Conway's shot. You know, Josh Tongue, first ball, very wide, followed it, didn't really commit to the shot. I think he's going to be very disappointed with that. Latham as well, played it when he didn't need to. Here's Archer, this is good from Ravindra, it's straight, it's on off stump, and he just plays with a very straight bat. Back to the bowler, no run. Ravindra at 39, Nichols at 47, New Zealand 106 for 2. And as I was saying to Neil Manthorpe earlier, we've got easy maths, don't we?
We love the way the players have organised this for us today. Yes, we can. We look up at the total, add 100 to it, bang.
It's a good day.
We shouldn't have said that, folks, because you know, you might think that we're quite good at maths.
Here is Archer round the wicket, angling in on off stump, and it's defended again. No run. Well, look at the reaction of Archer there. His shoulders are slumped. I was speaking earlier, I don't really believe in body language, but that was just slightly telling that there's a defeated air to Archer. Maybe, I actually think he's angry and he feels that James Rue has put down a chance, which he has.
It looked like a weary tread, didn't it? And I'm just looking, he's 22, so that's the 6 overs that he's had in this innings. That was his 6th. And he really, England need him to be charging in, I think, in this spell. Try and claim another 2 wickets.
2 catching mid-wicket fielders, 2 in the covers. Well, actually, you could say this is hit straight to one of them. Bethel, I think it is. Or was that Cox? I do mix those 2 up. It's Cox, number 93. Cox, I've got to remember that. Emilio Gay in at mid-wicket. So 2 short mid-wicket fielders. There's Duckett at cover points. And Joe Root is just trooping back as well. He's at a very straight, short mid-off. There's also mid-on, mid-off. So fielders all in front of the bat. And this is wristily flicked through points. That's a beautiful shot from the bat of Henry Nichols. And that will be 50 for New Zealand's number 3. Fine knock from an experienced batter who's still got a story or 2 to tell, a chapter yet to be written within this New Zealand batting order. He's back in the side after the retirement of Kane Williamson, and 50 in testing conditions with the game in the balance is exactly what New Zealand required.
51 off 72, 6 boundaries.
Fisher continuing, and there'll be more runs here. May well be 4 of them. He's managed to just guide this ball past backward point and down to the boundary. We know that's one of the shorter of the boundaries for 4 more. Back-to-back 4s, and New Zealand have started this evening session with a flurry of runs. 55 now to Nichols, 39 to Ravindra, 114 for 2. So the lead is now 214. England will be set a sizable chase. Will they chase? Probably. There's so much time left in the game. New Zealand do need to win this one though, of course. Fisher will walk back to his mark. Back-to-back tests as well. I found it slightly strange. I guess it had something to do with the time of the T20 World Cup that got underway on the Friday after the end of the first test. And there was a big gap between the first and second test, and then the second and third, it's back-to-back. And that's not going to give a lot of breathing room, as this is pushed again through point. Won't reach the boundary, and it'll just be a single. So Nichols moves to 56. So it feels like England's bowlers are going to have to bowl quite a lot of overs today and tomorrow, certainly if New Zealand have got anything to do with it. And then, of course, the third test match starts in Nottingham on Thursday. It's not a huge turnaround, but, of course, there is a feeling that 2 very familiar faces, not just on the party scene, but within England cricket circles, could be back for that test match. So keep an eye on that. Atkinson playing for Surrey today, and Stokes for Durham. 4 more. There's a slip in place and a gully, and at this time Rachin Ravindra, similar shot actually to the one that got him out in first innings, has just guided this on the up through the field and down to the boundary. Reaches the boundary on this occasion. It was caught by Jacob Bethel in first innings. Was it the same bowler? I'll have to have a look. I think it might have been Baker, actually. Yes, it was Baker. Here's Fisher, and this is straighter, and Ravindra tries to work this through the 2 fielders stationed at mid-wicket, but doesn't manage to do so. So, end of the over, another decent one for New Zealand. Ravindra 43 not out, and Henry Nichols is 56, and the partnership now approaching 100 for the 3rd wicket. And there haven't been too many 100-run partnerships in the series. In fact, has there even been a 100-run partnership in the series? I'm not asking you. Do you know the answer?
No, I don't know the answer. The concern for Root, I think, if Fisher starts going for runs, who's more of your third seamer kind of bowler, as I look at the England attack, they would love him to be able to bowl quite a long spell. Jofra Archer comes in again.
It is Archer, and played on the up on his toes and pushing again through point. Duckett with the chase, and the ball is not going to win. That's a good diving stop at backward deep point from Ben Duckett. So it'll be 3 runs, but he's not quite sure, Duckett. So possibly the 3rd umpire. Is that Rod Tucker? Is going to have a look at that one. Just looking up at the big screen now, and that's 4. Ben Duckett collected the ball inside the rope, but the back of his hand touched it at the same time. So 4 more runs to New Zealand, and they continue on at good pace. And that shot there, right there, from Henry Nichols, was not a shot we were watching him play in the first forays of this innings. Ben Duckett now being pushed back onto the rope. I wonder whether Ben Stokes would have done that. Seen a bit of back and forth between Archer and Root, and Archer's won most of those battles in a way that didn't really see against Stokes. And that's exactly what has happened here, because of course with that gap or space, it allows Henry Nichols to just ease a single, and Duckett then has to run in from the deep backward point boundary to field.
If Fisher, however, can't bowl a long spell here from the Vauxhall stand end, it puts a lot more pressure on the other three. If Jofra Archer isn't going to bowl too many overs, it doesn't give me the impression that he's really working up, you know, a lot of speed at the moment and looks really engaged and involved in what's going to be ahead of him. Tongue will be the next one, I would have thought, from that end.
Here is Archer, round the wicket, pitched up and not driven with any real timing. It's very, very full, and I think that Rachin Ravindra's kind of hit that with the toe end of the bat rather than the meat. So it's been fielded at mid-on, no run.
So I just feel if Archer isn't going to really crank it up and give it a go and try and break the stand and go to, you know, New Zealand might lose a couple more, then there's more interest generally in the game from an England perspective, then it's starting to look like trouble.
Again, this is very straight from Archer. Yeah, the intensity that was evident at the start of the afternoon session seems to have dissipated somewhat. And now it feels like the fielders are there to stop runs rather than take wickets.
Yeah, well, there's starting to be a bit of that. Deeper at point now and more at orthodox point, the fine leg and the backward square. Just starting mid-on and mid-off have been pushed back a little bit more. We haven't seen those funky fields quite as much as we did prior to tea.
Archer again, defended resolutely by Rachin Ravindra. He is working hard at the moment for his runs. 43 not out, Henry Nicholls 61.
And as I say, Archer, and if Fisher starts going for runs as well, you're left with just the other two really. And you know, Baker's in his first test. He'll run in, and we know that he'll be enthusiastic and ebullient and all those things. But you know, he's really only in his second season, isn't he, of certainly of international play.
Here's Archer, short ball and ducked by Nicholls. What are you pointing out there?
I'm just
Jerry?
interested in how Archer's looking going back after that over.
Well, I've seen him
Going to
happier.
get four overs. Does it look 4 or 6? 4, I would say, more than 6 overs.
Oh, I can't see him bowling 6.
No.
No way. I mean, he only bowled 4. I thought he might bowl 5, and with a new ball, and he bowled 4. You'd think he's definitely got another.
Yeah, he's bowled 7 altogether.
He hasn't bowled a maiden yet. He's picked up a wicket, but he's been quite expensive.
Yeah. So let's keep an interest in that, because you want to have the resources available to you, I think, as a captain, and you've got to be careful you don't over bowl someone of those number. And if you're going to over bowl someone, it's got to be the Fisher type of bowler, and he's got to be holding things together from the Vauxhall end. If he starts going for runs, it's just uncomfortable for the captain.
We could be faced with a situation where, come Trent Bridge, Shoaib Bashir comes back into the side, Gus Atkinson, Ben Stokes and Ollie Robinson. More likely than not. Here is Fisher, and this is punched to the right of mid-wicket where Jordan Cox collects on the bounce. It's funny, isn't it? At the end of day, what day was it at Lord's, where Glenn Phillips was still there at the crease, day 1 actually, and we'll give our opinions on what we think may happen the following day, and we're all in agreement that if New Zealand were to get a score, then Glenn Phillips was going to have to hang around and, you know, shepherd the tail up to of course he was that first ball that he faced, but yet still New Zealand did add those low order runs, not quite to a point that drew them level in the match. It's Fisher again driving, and that has got through the covers and will reach the boundary as well. That wide long off. Nicholls suddenly motoring. He's 65. New Zealand 128 for 2.
Yeah, he's made an excellent start after tea, has Henry Nicholls. He's been punching it square, and so he's now broken up that offside field of catches. He's got that one through extra cover. He's gone down to third man, and there's been quite a number of runs on that offside. So that's just broken the Joe Root field up at this point.
Fisher continuing round the wicket, and this is straighter and work to short mid-wicket where it's fielded also meant that the partnership reached 100, a neat 100. Sam Ellard alongside me, giving me the heads up. And it's come at a crucial time for New Zealand. They were just wobbling, weren't they? Both openers gone, the crowd engaged and sensing on the moment. They'd enjoyed the second half of the opening session, and now we're enjoying the start of the afternoon. But Nichols and Ravindra have led the comeback. Although they were never really behind the game, were they? Pushed out to short cover where it's fielded. So 228 for 2, essentially. New Zealand find themselves with Henry Nichols 65 not out and Rachin Ravindra 43. In the old radio sport days, because of course we're very fortunate in this country to have two broadcasters competing to broadcast throughout the night back home whenever England travel away. Not always the case for New Zealand, sadly, but back in the day, radio sport full up and driven up to mid-off, no run. Radio sport, yourself and Brian Waddle and the team, you'd go overseas, wouldn't you? You'd broadcast overseas?
Yes, we did.
Everywhere?
No, not everywhere.
Which were the countries that you...
Well, we usually came here. We went to India.
When was that? What time?
88.
Wow.
Yeah.
That must have been something.
Yeah. Obviously Australia. I've been to Australia. So we went around a number of places together.
It's pushed out to point, no run.
I think the whole...
You ever do a Caribbean tour?
Yes, he and I were there.
What one did you do there, or did you do numerous?
I did quite a few series there.
Wow. We've done a couple.
I haven't been to Bangladesh.
Pakistan?
Yes.
So you've done Sri Lanka?
Yes.
Oh, love Sri Lanka.
Gaul, and Gaul, of course, was the main. They play all their games in the series that I was there because they didn't have to move all the television network and the screens and so on. So they just played two. It was a two-test series. They kept at the same venue.
Was that recently?
Yeah. With SEN.
Ah, it's SEN, of course, yeah. I saw Colo out the back, chomping on a muffin. Here's Archer, and what seems like the fifth or sixth consecutive delivery is just drawing perfect forward defensive block from Rachin Ravindra, who doesn't mind one bit at the other end. Henry Nichols is hitting the ball to all parts. He's just blocking Jofra Archer out. What's your favourite then? Do you have a favourite country to tour?
For the actual cricket itself, I mean, England is hard to beat, to be honest. The atmosphere is so interesting.
Here's Archer, short delivery, ducked by Rachin Ravindra.
Other things to do, you speak the language and all that kind of thing, which makes...
spend hours at the airport.
No.
I mean, you have to spend hours in the air to get here, but once you're here, you know you don't have to worry about flying for a bit.
That's true. But yes, I mean, I quite like Sri Lanka too because of the turn that they create, the pitches they want to play on. So that makes it interesting, I think, especially when you see sort of seam from both ends here the majority of the time, especially at this stage and phase of the season.
Archer continuing. This is pushed up to mid-on by Ravindra. 128 for 2, and Archer's bowled 7.4 overs. We think he might have... This might be it, actually. This may be it for Archer for this spell. We shall see.
Yeah, unless he's what you conserving energy to bowl a couple more, if you know. And I'm not sure I'd ask Archer to do that. I'd rather he bowled 3 quick ones, try and get his wicket, and then have a spell, and kind of use him in 3 over spells. I think if it were my choice, you need to have that. I think a differentiation from each innings. Otherwise, it's all right arm over, right arm round, same pace.
Archer again, up on his toes. Rashan Ravindra, big gap at square leg, sets off really quickly like he wants, a bit like Matt Fisher was doing earlier with Sonny Baker at the other end. But the fielder dashing in from the boundary. Sonny Baker, it is at deep square leg, and it's just the one run, 129 for 2. Yeah, we're very fortunate, aren't we, to be able to travel to all these
well, I got on the
exotic
field.
countries.
I got on the field, of course.
Well, I was going to ask, as a player,
that was in India.
What? Huh?
That was in India.
Go on. Actually, after this delivery, round the wicket, continuing. Jofra Archer. Oh, it keeps just a lot slow, and is that a catch? At leg gully, the reaction of Gay is it's just dropped short. I mean, a ridiculously fine bit of athletic fielding, but he's caught it on the bounce.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for England. I mean, for Archer and for Gay. You can't really go forward for those easily at all. It's just pitched in front of him. Nichols just got on top of it enough. And he's got it kind of on the half volley, I think. Flicked away. It went fine. He was in the right line to just to his left. But he made it very clear it didn't quite carry.
Wow, brilliant bit of fielding, but England needed that little moment to go their way. Here's Archer again, and again it's helped round the corner. There's a fielder down at long leg. Fisher, who hurls the ball back, and it's misfielded by the keeper. Thankfully, Joe Root is backing up. So, if Sri Lanka and England were your favourite places to tour as a commentator, what about as a player?
Well, England, of course, for a New Zealander, has always, we've tended to look, when I was playing, and we're talking about a few years ago now, but we tended to look to England to how to play the game. A lot of our players went to England and played. Probably Glenn Turner would be one of the first players that went to Worcestershire and played a lot of time there. John Parker went there. Deepak Patel went there. And so we learned the way to play our game from England, really.
Joe Root is in, bowling from the Vauxhall end. A slight misfield from the bowler as it's punched back to him. So, who's he just replaced? Matt Fisher. So Matt Fisher's spell has come to an end. He's bowling round the wicket. And on the sweep comes Henry Nichols. We know he's good against spin, and that's a fine tumbling stop at deep backward square leg by Emilio Gay, I think. But it's another couple of runs to the score. 132 for 2, a lead of 232. There's a Root with a long off down at the boundary, and using his feet well as Nichols. He's got a scamper. Got to get to the other side quickly. Ball hurled at the stumps at the non-striker's end, but comfortably home. Another run, 133 for 2. So England was a destination of choice as a player?
Oh, yes, I think so.
What was the most
ever since you get your cardboard book when you're 6 at Christmas, you know, and there's Trevor Bailey playing a forward defence at a place called Lord's.
Defended back to the bowler this time by Ravindra, who hasn't added many.
No, a couple.
Since the tea break, but he's still there, and that's what needs to happen, because New Zealand do have all the time in the world. Touched fuller and driven back to Joe Root this time by the left-hander. One or two left-handers at the crease for New Zealand.
Usually you book by lunch on Christmas Day had a sort of a Macintosh's lolly sticking the book together, the pages. So
listeners, if you're not in New Zealand, will have to know that lolly doesn't mean a lolly. A lolly, this is a pushed out square leg, it's just a single. A lolly in New Zealand doesn't mean the same thing as a lolly in England.
Well, I'm a New Zealander.
I know, I'm talking to the listeners, not you. Well, I'm talking to all of you. But a lolly in England is a lollipop, but a lolly in New Zealand means a sweet, right?
Yes. confectionery. I suppose they both are confectionery. But yeah, so it is. It certainly is built up as a place you would like to play.
I think we're both off. Well, I'm certainly off. Manners is ready. He looks like he's peering over the garden fence. Keep the noise down. After a word from Jerry, it'll be Manners.
Well, it's going to be a double change, as it looks like that Tongue is going to replace Jofra Archer. So it's double change. Out in the middle, Joe Root. Be interesting to see how long he bowls. And Tongue is, for me, the danger man as far as New Zealand are concerned. He just has that awkward delivery, and you've got to be careful and very wary about him. You've got a couple to bounce a bit low as well. Go Manners.
Thank you, Jeremy. Josh Tongue round the wicket, bowls to Rachin Ravindra. Glorious off drive. Oh, he's such a sight. Is Rachin Ravindra well, actually, he's still good to watch even when he's not in, because he still plays shots like that when he's just starting his innings. But just such an elegant, glorious, flowing off drive before as Josh Tongue over pitches. My goodness me. England are on their backs with their throats exposed, and New Zealand are about to make a grab at the throat. And they're 138 for 2, 238 for 2 with their 100-run lead. And England are in desperate need of some inspiration and a little bit of magic, or a bit of luck. If you can't get magic, get luck. But well, nothing happening for England. It's absolutely glorious. Middle of the afternoon, day 3, not a cloud in the sky, blue skies, 28 degrees, flat pitch at its flattest, I think, that we've seen throughout the course of the match. Still a bit of uneven bounce, but with the ball getting older and the bowlers getting more tired, it's an opportunity for New Zealand to really take charge, with Rachin Ravindra honing in on his half century, 49 not out, plays this one defensively though. Henry Nicholls has played some glorious shots. A life for both. Ravindra dropped on 7 by James Rue, and I'm afraid the keeper at fault again when Nicholls was on 42. So James Rue, without in any way being disrespectful, he's a batsman who keeps, and at test level it's harder to get away with that. Here's Tongue in again to Ravindra, drives it up towards mid-off. It's certainly work to do technically. We heard from Matt Pryor on the first 2 days that he needs to work on his body position and I don't know, strength, quads, core strength. But he's put both of these two left-handers down, and so far proving to be significantly costly, particularly with Ravindra dropped on 7. Nicholls on 42, they're on 49 and 69 respectively. Tongue in again. Ravindra drives gloriously square of the wicket on the offside for 4, and that brings him his half century. Been an innings of sumptuous shots, really pleasing on the eye. Very modest celebration from Rachin Ravindra. Hasn't taken his helmet off, and just one acknowledgement of the applause. And there's a good few Black Cap supporters in at the Kia Oval, I can assure you, as there always are with the Australasian teams. Big Kiwi and Aussie population here in London. Talking of Kiwi and Australian populations, so our commentary is the only source of ball-by-ball commentary for followers in New Zealand. So if you're listening, here is Tongue again, bowls. Ravindra beaten outside the off stump. That came from nowhere. That was a bit against the run of play, pushing at that one maybe a bit wide, reaching for it, and, beaten outside the off stump. So if you are listening in the early hours down in New Zealand, do feel free to drop us a message on the comment section if you've got the YouTube channel. Maybe you're just lying in bed and listening and not watching, but love to hear from you. We had an interesting message from a listener in Estonia earlier this morning. Don't know whether we've got as many listeners in as many countries and territories as we did for the India series last summer. Got up to 85 different countries people were listening to us. Tongue in again, driven through mid-wicket by Ravindra for 4 more as Tongue over pitches, attacking the stumps. I suppose he can't be criticised for that, but Rachin Ravindra just, I mean, unless he nicks one through the slips, every boundary of his is something to savour and appreciate, as Cameron Ponsonby is alongside me. How's your own batting coming on these days, Cam? Are you still playing? You're working so hard.
I am still playing, actually. Unfortunately, a decreasing amount of Saturday cricket with England very selfishly scheduling matches for the same days. No, I got 80 yesterday. Had a little match yesterday. I did indeed, yep. I genuinely haven't mentioned it to anyone today, and you've teed it up, so it's fine. I'm good against children, that's what I've learned. They're under the age of 15. They are terrible.
80 off how many balls?
99, actually. It was scored. I got off to a bit of a flyer, actually, and then I actually got worse as the innings progressed.
Decelerated.
I went down the gears. I was batting myself out of form.
Joe Root has brought himself back into the attack, and first delivery is driven firmly by Nicholls, but didn't transfer the effort into transfer of energy. Not successful to the ball. Came off the toe end of the bat. Clunky sound. Trickles up to Bethel at mid-on. 146 for 2. Here's Joe Root outside the off stump. Quicker, wider, left alone by Nicholls, who's out of position.
Also, just another little fumble behind the stumps from James Rue there. It clipped the gloves on the way through, and Harry Brook took the ball. So a difficult little session this for James Rue so far.
Forward comes Nicholls, pushing it to cover. Let's not beat the bush. He's a batsman. He's a batsman who keeps. He's struggled. It's difficult to get away with that at Test match level. He's dropped both of these two. Cameron, as Joe Root's in again. Nicholls forward defending, straight back to the bowling. And, you know, I'm extremely aware and wary of the fact that he's only 22 years old and he's got a phenomenal record as a batter. He's got 12 first-class hundreds. That's driven by Nicholls down the ground. Matt Fisher fields at long off, and so, you know, I would prefer to think of it as not as criticism, but merely an observation. And his keeping, it's been a difficult Test match. It's not, you know, it's been a difficult little session, but it's been a difficult Test match for James Rue behind the stumps. 22 byes, half of which probably weren't his fault, shouldn't have been called byes, but, you know, it's still there on the record. Outside the off stump again, last ball of the over from Root, and it's left alone. And I sincerely hope that Matt Pryor said over the first 2 days, you know, he's got work to do technically on his body position, and dropped one in the first innings as well. Put Tom Blundell down on 34, and has now dropped Nicholls on 42 and Ravindra on 7, and Ravindra's gone on to 57.
Well, across this innings, he's had kind of two 50-50 opportunities, but by definition, if they're 50-50 opportunities, he should have taken one of them, and both have gone down. I don't think his future as a Test cricketer is necessarily as a wicketkeeper. It's very similar to Jamie Smith in that England are really keen on these guys as batters first and foremost. James Rue was in the squad not just as a backup wicketkeeper initially, but as the spare batter, full stop.
Here's Josh Tongue continuing from the pavilion end. Around the wicket to Henry Nicholls, and that one bounces a bit more. There's that more of that uneven bounce. This one has actually hit him on. Did it hit him on the glove? It has, of course it has. It's hit him on the glove, and he's actually in denial. Was for a few seconds, wasn't he? He was walking away thinking it doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt. Damn, it does hurt, and the glove is off. Not the gloves, just the glove. The one that has been smitten by that short one from Josh Tongue, and he's called for some assistance from the physiotherapist. Like I said, I don't mean to be in any way harsh, unkind, unsympathetic, but the observation is that his wicket-keeping has not looked up to the task.
Well, you've also got Jordan Cox in the 11. Now, he was in a very
Are you
similar...
advocating a switch?
Well, no, I think it's an illustration of the route into these England teams right now, where Jordan Cox was initially meant to make his Test debut back in 2024 against New Zealand on their home turf, and the criticism or the concern then was Jordan Cox wasn't an inexperienced wicketkeeper, and that was the last time Jamie Smith was on paternity leave, by the way. He's been giving a fair go at it. 2 kids. Keep on going along, Jamie. He's having a great time. But even then, Jordan Cox wasn't a regular wicketkeeper. He hadn't done it in a first-class game for several years, or had only done it occasionally. Jamie Smith, famously, is not the first-choice wicketkeeper for Surrey. James Rew does keep for Somerset, but as we're kind of seeing here, he's not been moving particularly well. The second opportunity today, where it was off the glove of Nichols and he was diving away to his right, he just seemed a bit out of sync. He almost dived past it. It wasn't a kind of a fluid motion.
Well, that's right. The ball's gone on the inside of the glove.
Yes. And you saw the frustration on Jofra Archer's face when if you're a fast bowler and you're charging in the 30 degrees heat, you're desperately hoping that for all your hard work you get some reward, some support from your teammates. So it's been a difficult test match for James Drew, and it's one of those strange ones. You don't know if it's more pressure or less pressure if you know you're only in for one game, because Jamie Smith will come back in for Trent Bridge. And so James Rew, on the one hand, has a free hit at the situation to make the most of it. On the other hand, he knows if he doesn't impress, well, you might be waiting a while to have another go.
I may be out of touch because it is over 30 years since I worked on the county circuit, but I remember very clearly going down to Taunton and thinking anybody could keep here. I mean, because you know what? It was not only flat, but it didn't turn as much as it used to then. It wasn't...
That's the thing. It's now a spin-heavy place. They call it Hyderabad, which whoever invented that, I think...
It's a good nickname.
It's a good one.
Yeah.
So I think if James Rew would have had experience keeping to Jack Leach in those environments, there's no doubting he's an incredibly competent first-class wicketkeeper. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done it for so often for Somerset. However, just at this highest level, the pressure going up a little bit, the lights being a bit brighter, so far it's not been perfect.
What are the umpires doing? The fourth umpire.
We're checking a ball. We're checking a ball.
Graham Lloyd has come on with a box of spare ammunition. Is that what they're doing? Are they?
I saw some rings. I saw the rings of doom where they kind of... I should know this off by heart by now. The ball needs to fit through one of the rings and it needs to not fit through the other one. And then we get the excitement of using a different cricket ball, which from 80 yards away you can tell perfectly.
But it looks like an umpire initiative. I mean, normally it's the players who need to have a bit of a moan and a whine about the ball in order to initiate a check. The umpires, of course, are perfectly entitled to check it off their own initiative. And I didn't see any... I mean, it's an unscheduled break because of a blow to Henry Nichols' finger, and the umpires, maybe they just thought,
it would make
what
sense.
should we do?
If you're England, you've got a break in play, you're waiting for Henry Nichols to get some treatment, and you go on umps, check that out for us please. The partnership's 119. If we can change anything, if we can make any subtle shift to the momentum, the occasion, that would work in our favour. It looked as if the same ball got lobbed back to Joe Rew. We'll just make sure to check that's correct over the next minute or so.
We're going to be, again, woefully behind on the day's allocation of 90 overs. We won't get anywhere close. We've lost 24 overs in the first 2 days.
Some of that to weather. We had a couple of rain delays.
No, I know, but the time was added on in order
to get the extra half hour on each day. But I think we missed.
Well, we've had more than that though, because we finished at 7, and the scheduled players 6. Close of players 6, with the extra half an hour being 6:30. We've gone to 7, so we have lost 24 overs because they did add on time. That's what the boffins tell me. The stats analysts tell me that we're 24 overs short of what we should have bowled in the time that we've had. Down the leg side here, and it's brushed the batsman's pad on its way down the leg side. I'm not going to blame James Rew for that, but he just seemed a tiny bit sluggish and setting off. I don't blame him. I'm sluggish. I'm sitting still in the commentary box. You know, it's a hot day.
I've got a counter opinion to the slow over rate, which I think you're going to disagree with, and I also think I disagree with it, but I've started thinking it, which is actually given
You're
the
just feeling
given the increase in
obstreperous and
2 and
cantankerous.
3 day test matches, the slow over rate is saving Test cricket because it means we're getting an extra day every now and then.
tongue in again and pushed away by Henry Nicholls, and there's no run. He's had the magic spray on his finger. I mean, Lords dodged a financial bullet in the first test, didn't they? That would have been a 2-day test if we hadn't had
It was
rain.
fewer than 2 days. It was 164 overs or something like that. So could you imagine if they'd not bowled slowly? Thank goodness.
I mean, I'm just thinking about, you know, all the food and drink sales and the you know, I mean, the fact that we got well into day 4 was a very, very large slice of luck for the Lords administration. Out down the leg side now from Josh Tongue, and a flick and a miss from Henry Nicholls. We're talking about Rachin Ravindra because he's so eye-catchingly attractive as a batsman that we tend perhaps not. I'm guilty perhaps of not praising Henry Nicholls enough. I mean, it was a burst of run scoring straight after tea. 26 from the first 13 balls, and he's played some very, very positive cricket, coming in at number 3, replacing Kane Williamson. You know, he wouldn't have thought about that at all. You know, I think it's just so accepted that when a legend goes, you don't replace them. You might have to bat in the same position, but you know, you're not taking over from Kane Williamson. That's clipped away to the offside, straight to the fielder. Sonny Baker tidies up. 151 for 2.
I think it was a good line from one of the New Zealand coaching staff when asked about the absence of Kane Williamson, how would it affect the team? He said, well, no team's ever going to get stronger without Kane Williamson in it. And to that point, Henry Nicholls, who again is an indication of a smaller playing population, 34 years old, has played international cricket for the best part of a decade. But he was the top run scorer in the domestic league over the last year in New Zealand, both the List A and the 4-day competition, so gets his opportunity again.
Round the wicket comes Tongue, and tucked away by Nicholls out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. I mean, he averages just a tick under 40, so he's no slouch.
I saw that. And when I realised his test average is 39, I thought, well, why has he been out of the team? He must be having some extreme peaks and troughs.
Yeah, exactly. He did. He was absolutely fallow, is the kindest word, for a year. And, you know, there were all sorts of eyebrows being raised in, like, how long are we going to keep backing this? You know, I mean, you know, and it's, you know, in New Zealand, well, we've invested 35 tests in him, you know, he'll come good. But I always feel sorry for Will Young. Like, the man can do no wrong. I mean, he scores runs every time he gets the chance, but he's just a perennial 12th man. Joe Root continues with his off spin, and it's still a bit too short, and it's chopped away by Rachin Ravindra out to the man sweeping on the cover boundary. England had gone flat here. They were really good in the first half an hour of New Zealand's innings. They were buzzing, they were fizzing, there was good energy, constructive noise, but not now. They've gone very flat. Root in. I think he might well have beaten the outside edge there. A little bit of, tiny bit of turn, I think. Henry Nicholls pushing forward, and James Root flicks the bails off, but back foot remained firmly in the crease. Down the wicket comes Nicholls now, hitting straight back over the top, and attempt to field in vain by Matt Fisher down below us. Just misread the bounce, I think. It was coming from sunshine into shade, but he dived to his well, just forward. He tried to parry it back with his left hand and missed. But Nicholls backing himself against Joe Root. Like, he couldn't have to go over the top. Yes, and he does get 4 for it. 156 for 2. Lead of 256. And now Nicholls pushes this one to the sweeper on the cover boundary at Sonny Baker. Time for Bethel. Left arm spin to 2 left-handers.
Well, Jacob Bethel needs some cheering up at the moment because he was left hanging by his teammate Matt Fisher there. He had his hand out for a high five for a hell of a long time.
He was offering him a hand up, I think, wasn't he? He just like, give me.
I think it was all of the above, and Jacob Bethel gave himself a nice little high five in the end, just to congratulate himself for his kindness.
75 to Henry Nicholls. Rachin Ravindra now 58, and New Zealand in complete control. Root tries the round arm slinger in at the feet of Rachin Ravindra, who defends it without difficulty, and there's no run. It's going to be interesting, isn't it, Cameron? The Test series, if New Zealand do win here, and it's going to be a heck of a fight back from England to deny New Zealand. We go to Trent Bridge, the return of Captain Ben Stokes, presumably Gus Atkinson. How's he going on? He had 2 for 8 off 10 overs against Glamorgan.
Oh, I didn't see he was off 10 overs. He's still only got 2 for, I think, Glamorgan a 6 down over in Cardiff. But it sets the New Zealand victory here, sets the series up perfectly. There was the idea that this year, without an India or an Australia touring in Test cricket, it could have been a fallow year. But New Zealand are a high-class team, and to go down to a decider will pique the interest of as many people as possible.
Here's Tongue again, bowls to Henry Nicholls. It's misfielded by Sonny Baker, who looks down at the ground in quizzical bemusement, wondering how that one managed to slip beyond his grasp. Thanks, Cameron Ponsonby. He's off. I think we've got me old mate Harmy. Steve Harmison is going to join us. What an absolute pleasure to have Harmy on air for the first time in this Test match. He's been very busy co-hosting 500 corporate guests in the green room. 258 in New Zealand lead by, 258 for 2. Long way back for the home team. They're trying. Joe Root is not just sitting back and waiting for things to happen. He's trying to be creative, and we're going for it looks to be a very funky field at the moment. With we're going short ball leg side theory. Josh Tongue round the wicket to Rachin Ravindra. Nobody on the cover boundary. Only 3 men on the offside. 4 men on or close to the leg side boundary. A 5th at square leg, that is Joe Root, and one at short leg. So 6-3 leg side field. Josh Tongue round the wicket, bowls to Rachin Ravindra, who cuts it through point for 4. Oh, what a moment for Steve Harmison to say his first words after 3 days of non-stop corporate hospitality. I don't know what. Can I just remind you, you cannot say on air what you might have said if you were still in the green room.
Yeah, good afternoon, Manners. Good afternoon to everyone. Yeah, I mean, it's a good job. I mean, I've had Bumble for 2 days. Okay, he was an HR nightmare, but he was very, very good. Bumble, coffee as usual. Belly's been up there. Ravi Bopara, Mark Ramprakash. Try to think who else has been up there. Devin Malcolm, Curtly Ambrose was there, and Curtly Ambrose was a bit seasoned towards the bowling unit of England on the first morning, bowling 2 short. He was very, very irate, was the big West Indian.
Here's Josh Tongue in again, bowls short and pulled by Ravindra. There's, as I said, 4 man on or close to the leg side boundary, so it will be collected by Jordan Cox. It is out there at deep backward square leg.
Yeah, he was. You know, the great West Indian was too short. You kept on shouting, too short, too short.
Does he live in England these
no,
days?
No. He says it's too cold for him in England. Come over for a fortnight. He's been here for 2 weeks. Did a bit of sort of cricket with, I think, Lashens, and then he's got a few. He was here on behalf of Ruth Strauss Foundation. He was hosting a table. I mean, put my teeth back in. I've not done this for 3 days, man. I haven't been drinking at all.
Here is Josh Tongue again, another bouncer, and this time Henry Nicholls just ducks underneath it, not interested in that. 6-3 leg side bouncer field, and Rachin Ravindra cuts the first ball for 4 through point.
Yeah, he was hosting a table for the Ruth Strauss Foundation, which was good. It's been nice upstairs. Been very pleasant. Lawrence Dallaglio's up there as well, who's on World Cup rugby winner, top form. So we've had a nice few days, and the cricket. I'm finding myself wanting to criticise but can't criticise because of the amount of caps that England players have got.
There's Tongue again, bowls to Henry Nicholls on the back foot, pushes it out towards extra cover, and Joshua Archer does the fielding. They go through for a single. Harmy I know exactly what you're saying. Of course I do. And, you know, Test cricket's different to first-class county cricket. But I think there have been some basic disciplines.
100% agree. 100% agree. I think the discipline has been poor, but I think this is this team. I think this is the way this team's being coached. I think it's the environment that this team is in.
Tongue again around the wicket, short, pulled hard, powerfully, so hard that it beats the 5 men on the leg side. Crashes into the boundary. It's Jacob Bethel. It's one of the quickest across the ground. I mean, we often exaggerate these. I do sometimes. I say, oh, he only had 3 or 4 yards to go. But genuinely, I do think he only had maybe 5 or 6 meters to go. It was hit so hard that it's just beaten him for pace and crashed into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, he had no chance. Absolutely no chance. It was no chance for Jacob Bethel. So, look, they're going to the short ball tactic. I've got no problem with that. I think I look at this side and you see some of the inexperience and you see the sort of elementary mistakes. I get that, and I do, and I want to try and protect some of them. I look at, there was a lot of criticism about Rue and the extras and the buys, and he's not used to keeping that 5 yards further back. He's used to keeping it up to 2 spin bowlers and Lewis Gregory, Craig Overton bowling it at sort of 80 mile an hour. The 5 yards further back to Josh Tongue, Jofra Archer, and then the angles of especially the ball swinging after the event. I mean, these things I think need to be sort of taken in consideration when you're analysing, because we are quick to analyse in this country on how a debutant first Test match, second Test match, third Test match is, and I think you can give them some sort of leeway. Same with some of the bowling. I think the energy levels of Sonny Baker has been very, very good. We knew he was going to be expensive. I mean, England lose this game by 100 runs, and it's a lot of it's down to, the medical team, like we've all spoke about. I mean, dumbstruck. Brendan McCullum said he was dumbstruck on the Ben Stokes issue, but I mean, me and Darren Goff have been sitting upstairs for 2 days now, dumbstruck about how Jofra Archer didn't come out and bowl for an hour and a half and cost another 100 runs onto a total. When if you think he bowls them 3 overs, he comes in, takes a couple of wickets, and they're off the field. He's not fielding for an hour and a half as opposed to waiting an hour and a half to bowl. So all these things, little mistakes. But I actually think that's coming from a direction of off the field. Off the field. Off the field is really where I want to be more critical.
You haven't made clear why Jofra Archer didn't bowl for an hour and a half, because
the medical team is getting involved.
Said he was in the red zone.
It's in the red zone. You're either fit to play cricket, you're not fit to play cricket. I mean, you're in the red zone. So I turn around to the medical staff and say, if he's in the red zone, what would it be better for him to bowl 3 overs now, or wait an hour and a half and bowl 3 overs and you get the wickets unless the hour and a half standing around in the field? I mean, that makes so much more sense. What medical teams have got to do with it? If he's not fit to play, he shouldn't have been playing. If he's fit to bowl, he bowls and knocks tails over.
Jacob Bethel's been brought into the attack by Joe Root. Gives me a first ball played defensively. Just a couple of messages I want to mention. Fraser Parsons says he's listening from Australia on the night shift, and Leslie Reynolds says, doing a good job, guys. I'm listening in the USA. And Stuart says he's listening from Luxembourg. Here's Bethel, quicker, shorter, drag down from Jacob Bethel, gets away with it. It's pulled into Emilio Gay at short leg. Now Stuart says, listening from Luxembourg once again. Always a pleasure to hear Manners and Harmy. Oh, thank you, Stuart.
Thank you, Stuart.
Send my love to all the team, he says.
We've had a few. Might be the same Stuart that comes on all the time from Luxembourg. We've had a few from Luxembourg, haven't we?
Yeah, no, it's Stuart. I
Big
think he's a
fan,
regular. He's
yeah.
a regular listener.
Good man.
Good on you, Stuart. Thanks for those messages. It's England who need the love, though. At the moment, they're struggling. Bethel in again to Henry Nicholls, who pushes that one defensively out on the offside. 168 for 2, 77 to Henry Nicholls, 67 to Rachin Ravindra. Bethel in again, quicker one. He does have a pretty sharp element of pace, Jacob Bethel, sometimes. It does, however, when you bowl, if you've got a good quicker one as a spinner, it does mean that you tend to drag it down.
Drag it down, yeah. And I think the drag down bit, man, as you watch cricket, for a hell of a long time, the drag it down bit is the person that doesn't bowl that much, and he's not used to bowling the quicker ball and the different variations.
Quite right. There is another drag down, but it's quick. And on the back foot goes Henry Nicholls, chopping it away out towards backward point. And did you see Jofra Archer throw it back left-handed?
Throw it back left-handed. That'll be the medical team will be happy that he hasn't used his right arm. And it sounds as though we're having a go at Jofra. And again, what me and Goffey have been saying upstairs and reiterating, we are not for 1 minute. I am not for 1 minute having a go at Joff. Not for 1 minute. I think he's tried his best and he's bowled his heart out. I really do. But I think medical teams just get out the way. You're either fit to play or you're not, and this is the frustration for me, the culture that this team has now, whether it's from the coach. I mean, the bowling coach does the bowling coach know, has he seen any of these bowlers bowl in the build up to these games, the plans that England had towards the New Zealand batters?
Here's Bethel again, and forward comes Ravindra, and I think he got a little inside edge onto his pad, and it popped up in the air. Emilio Gay's at short leg, and he did his very best to get a hand underneath it. He sort of stumbled and tumbled towards where the ball was about to land. I think it was an inside edge. He didn't get there, he couldn't get there. And it's 169 for 2, lead of 269. Yes, Harmy, the point, I shall leave you with this thought and you can expand on it. The medical scientists say, if we have this technology now, why not use it? And it's because there's a cricket match to be won.
There's a cricket match you won and you're playing for your country. And my counter towards that, man, as I know you haven't got your headphones on, but you can listen, you can hear me. I haven't read or heard or been convinced by the science that it is actually doing that it is the right thing, because bowlers are getting injured anywhere. So the less they're bowling, there seems to be the more they're getting injured. So if they're not bowling and you're trying to protect them and they're still getting injured, then what you're doing, you're not doing your job properly there either. So, like I said before, very difficult, and I'm getting into trouble having a go at medical teams. And, the medical team needs to try and get the player fit, trying to get the player recovered, try and get the player in a position to start the test match. And for me, once the test match, especially when talking test cricket, once the test match starts, all bets are off. You just play the game and try and get through 5 days.
Start of a new over from Sonny Baker. First ball is wide and down the leg side. Hello, Harmy.
How are you, Mel? You all right?
Yeah, I'm very excited.
Very summary.
Well, I've got to say, this is the most summery I've felt. It's warm.
It is warm. I mean, we lasted 5 minutes outside about 11:30 this morning. I thought my jeans were burning to my leg. I was like, right, that's it, going back in. So, no, it's been warm. It's been a lovely 3 days. The sun has had its hat on. The ground has looked magnificent here at the Kia Oval.
It certainly has, as Baker is in around the wicket, bowls, and it's down the leg side again, and Nicholls shaped to try and help that on its way. They've got fielders behind the stumps though on the boundary, so it might have been not a great thing for Nicholls if he'd only made half the contact.
He got a good piece of it before, and Jacob Bethel just watched it go by because it was flying. And it's a short boundary down at fine leg. Got a catch around the corner. It's probably on what I would say leg gully, but at the edge of the 30 metre swat would be an edge of the 30 metre circle. Joe Root's just in front of square on the leg side. Catching position.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of unusual fields as Baker is in again, a short again, and well, Bethel is down there hunting, takes it on one bounce down at fine leg as he runs in. And now 170 for 2 New Zealand, that lead 270. I love the fact that it's a round number, makes it easy to calculate the lead.
Yes, easy to calculate the lead. I think another, I think they've not got enough now, but I think it'd be a big ask for England, 270. If we get into 320, 350 and beyond, then I think that this series goes 1-1, and I can't, with the way O'Rourke looks at $1 million. Henry's back in the game. Smith looked as though Lords took a lot out of him, and Jameson as well, but New Zealand looked a good lineup.
Here's Baker, bowls, and that one was whipped away through the pool behind square leg. And it does go all the way for 4. The diving fielder can do nothing about it. So the runs continue to pile up. You've got 2 very set batters here now in Nichols on 79 and Ravindra on 71. He's dropped on 9, remember, by James Rue. Not the easiest of chances, but one you probably expect your test keeper to take.
Yeah, you'd expect him to take. You know, and like I said to Manners just a bit earlier, Mel, it's difficult. You know, James Rue, he's been keeping it Taunton for the majority of his career. He's had a little bit bounce from Craig Overton, but it's 80 mile an hour. Gregory at 70 mile an hour, standing a lot closer. You're standing a long way back to the likes of Baker, to Tongue, to Archer. The ball's moving after the event. The other angles, the distances. It's been a tough time for James Rue.
In comes Baker, a short ball, and Ravindra ducking underneath it, reasonably comfortable.
But I'd rather celebrate that he's got into the team rather than sort of judge him too much on this one performance. You know, he's got 3 fast bowlers who are different types of fast bowlers in Tongue, Archer and Baker. Similar speeds, coming in a different trajectory. If I be any critical, I think he might be standing a little bit too deep, but that's just me being like hypercritical. I think from Rue's point of view, it's a good education, a good start for him in Test match cricket, because hopefully he does play a lot of cricket.
Ravindra waits as Baker is in a short ball, and he does hook again, and that's well fielded by Bethel, because he managed to get the ball on the bounce and his momentum was taking him over the rope. And he just tossed it to Harry Brook to prevent the boundary. Nice bit of teamwork out there, and it's the end of the over. New Zealand 175 for 2 now, with Nichols on 79, Ravindra on 72. Harmy, Scotty has just sent me a message that's come in on our YouTube channel, the Talksport YouTube channel, from T3485, saying, Harmy, I recall Michael Vaughan reminiscing how you forgot your pads but took your, it says, date board to New Zealand.
Yeah, no, my date board. It was too.
Your date board's something different. You left that behind.
Yeah. It's overseas listening, isn't it? I mean, I don't think Haley's listening, so it might be all right that way. But no, me dartboard, Michael Vaughan. Yeah, he told that story. He elaborated a little bit, as Michael does from time to time. But yes, the dartboard went, the blue pads didn't. But there was enough viable excuses.
Here's Bethel for another over. First ball is a bit of an agricultural hack down to long on, no run, one run. I
basically got to a position where I had enough room for one of them, dartboard or pads. And at the time, I played 30 on one-day internationals and batted about 5 times. And it wasn't me white pads, it was me blue pads, by the way. And I was working to the theory that I wouldn't bat in white ball cricket. And if I did, my captain, Michael Vaughan, averaged 20 in ODI cricket at the time. The likelihood of me and him having the pads on at the same time, because we were both sponsored by the same company, were very, very small.
Bethel over the wicket to Nichols, who takes a stride forward and pads that ball away.
So because of working with that theory that my captain is useless at one-day cricket when it comes to batting, he will not be batting at the same time as a number 11. So I'll just borrow his pads for any time I get to bat. And what I didn't realise was, during the test leg of it, Michael Vaughan got injured and he took his blue pads home with him. So I was stuck on my dartboard, and out of seven games in India, I batted 5 times.
Here comes Bethel. Oh, that has just stroked up to long on, where Duckett will keep it to 1 run.
So Gunnar Moore were not best pleased walking out with. I did try first up going out in Marcus Trescothick's pads, but it looked very, very foolish as a fast bowler with a left-handed pair of pads on. Mind you, I'd have been probably better batting left-handed than I would have batting right-handed. So he does elaborate a little bit, Vaughan, on that story, but the truth was, I thought I could get away with not using my own pads. I'd use his. But he got injured again, and he went home and took his pads with him, unfortunately.
Here's Bethel to Ravindra, and he just flicks that behind square leg. Won't get too far, though. As protection, they'll go through for a single. But
by the end of the trip, I was very good at hitting double top, though.
Well, do you know what? That single, by the way, has brought up the 150 partnership as Ravindra and Nichols march on. I've heard I've heard people refer to pads as surfboards on the
Yeah.
legs, but not.
Yeah.
You could have worn your dartboard, maybe.
No, mine was my dartboard. I mean, I've been working with Tuffers as well, and Tuffers talks about his bat being his little teddy. And I love that. I think that's one of the best stories I've ever heard. Tuffers calling his bat Little Ted. Only like a kid drags their little Ted when they're in such a fettle.
Here's Bethel. Next ball swept firmly, but only as far as a backward square. We'll come back for a second.
Yeah, the cat, he describes his bat as his little teddy. You know, you've got little children who drag their teddies when they're not happy, under protest around. Cat used to drag his little his bat to the middle when he went out to bat against one of the fast bowlers. It was like a little Ted. He didn't enjoy batting, did Phil Tufnell. Great storyteller.
Here's Bethel over the wicket. Next ball pops up but lands safely off the bat of Nichols. Just behind square leg. A bit of excitement. Couldn't believe when Bethel, whose over is now finished with New Zealand 180 for 2. And Emilio Gay couldn't quite get to that ball from Bethel. He just kept running and running with his hands on his head, Jacob Bethel. He just couldn't believe it. As the players take drinks.
Yeah, he couldn't. And I actually think it was one of them ones from Emilio Gay's point of view. And it's difficult, the sort of deception, the sort of deception of what you perceive where the ball's going to where the actual ball goes when you're a little bit disorientated, when you've got a helmet on and the ball goes up and then you're sort of gone from looking down to looking up. It's short leg. He actually, if you watch it again, I think he had more time than he first thought, because he went diving with one hand and he got a bit off balance. I think he could have just braced himself a little bit more, composed himself, gone with two hands and getting there comfortably. So it'll go down as a chance. It was a tough chance, but in the situation England are in, 280 runs behind, I mean, even quarter chances they've got to take.
And you mentioned Harmy too, how the Oval is looking a real picture, and it really is in this bright late afternoon sunshine, and so many people out there wearing the headbands. I noticed you've got yours around your wrists. I'm a little bit disappointed. I'd like to see it around your head, but it's just, oh, hang on. He's putting it on. There we go. If you're not watching, he does look very much like a 1980s tennis player.
Yeah, I mean, it's in memory of a great man, a great friend, a great player, a great teammate. Came in this morning. The first thing you see when you came through the Alex Stewart gate, and you walk towards the Graham Thorpe charity stand, Mind, in association with the charity Mind. We came upstairs to the green room where we were, and everybody to a person put their hand in, and it's a minimum donation of £5, but there wasn't many £5 going over. There was a lot more of that, and I think that tells you what Thorpe meant to England cricket team, to Surrey in general. A great man, one of the best innings. I got 2 or 3 great Thorpe stories, but one of the best ones that I had was in Barbados. England were 2-0 up in the series 2004, that memorable series I had, and I walked out to bat, and he had just, I think we bowled the West Indies. I think we were 120 for 8, and he put 40 on with Simon, and he put 50 on with Simon, 40 on with me, and we got ourselves in a position where we went past the West Indies by about 5 runs. I think the West Indies had about 210. We bowled them out for 210, and we were 120 for 8. And he was so determined to get England into a position. And I walk out to bat, and there's Thorpe. His eyes were steely determined. He had a beef with one of the journalists. I'm not going to tell the story on what that beef was, but he had a beef with one of the journalists, and he was like, stick with me, I'll get there. And I think we put 40 odd on. I think I got 3. I didn't get very many. And his ability to marshal a tail, and it was against a Fidel Edwards, a young Fidel Edwards who bowled quickly, Tino Best who bowled quickly. It was a very, very good, aggressive West Indies side. And we got ourselves in a position, we got ourselves in the lead. And to be out there in the middle of the old Kensington Oval in Barbados, the wooden stands, you could smell weed from like everywhere, because it was towards the end of the day. And to walk off were great. To get him to 100 I mean, one of England's greatest players, to get him to 100 was something special. And I remember him running towards, got his 100, he came running towards me. And I felt like pushing him away because I was like, I want nothing part of this celebration. It's full of English people. It was like a home game. And it was like, Mike, you go and milk this for everything you got because you have been brilliant today. And he went, helmet off, that famous headband, bat in the air, and we got Chris Gale out. I got Chris Gale out, 1 over. Chris Gale out at the end of the night. And we had the West Indies 50 for 5 by lunchtime the next day. And we won. We went 3-0 up. And he was a special man, great player, great teammate, excellent coach to a mentor to the likes of Joe Root. And when the headbands were going for £5, I mean, I was looking and thinking, you're worth a hell of a lot more than that, Graham Thorpe. And it's brilliant that everybody that is wearing them is supporting a fantastic charity in mind.
Yeah, it certainly is. I know last year it was very emotional as well. Joe Root
it was
scored that
raw
century.
last year, wasn't it? It was a bit raw last year.
Does it feel different this
I think
year?
it feels a bit different this year. I think there's more of a celebration this year than it was last year. I think that, if I'm being brutally honest, it was a little bit raw last year. This year is a little bit more, I think, of a celebration of what Graham Thorpe meant to English cricket, to this ground, this famous, great oval ground. I think it's been more of a celebration this year.
Well said, Harmy. So the drinks break is over, and it's going to be Sonny Baker. New Zealand 180 for 2. He's in and bowls to Ravindra, short ball, sails over his head, and Matt Fisher, who's fielding just in front of us at a very fine deep third, has just given him a clap. So he at least liked the short ball before he gets down and starts doing a little bit of back and hip stretching. Shadow from the stand that we are in now is just creeping out now. It's getting to a similar point where Ravindra was fielding a fine leg and Ben Duckett sent the ball in his direction and he dropped it yesterday. Well, he's now in the middle facing Baker, doing brilliantly, and he does also turn the ball round the corner. Just be the single. 181 for 2.
It's good from Baker. It's good energy. I mean, he's trying to create something out of nothing. This is what you want from your fast bowler and Jofra and Josh Tongue and Sonny Baker. Again, like I sort of try to defend James Rue, I'll try and defend Sonny Baker because he's young, he's raw. It's an education and experience. He's not got a lot of first-class cricket behind him. If he is going to play a lot of Test matches, there are passages where he is going to have to bowl like this because a flat pitch, ball gone soft, especially in the Southern Hemisphere when you're bowling with a Kookaburra ball, you've got to try and generate something, either short ball or pierce through the air.
So Nichols now ducks under another short one from Baker. Fisher again clapping the effort of his teammate. We have seen a lot of short stuff in this test.
Yeah, we have, and they've not shirked their responsibility from a bowling point of view. You can say there's been boundaries on offer, but when you pick bowlers who are a bit sort of maverick, who are a bit faster than others, who are likely to get you a wicket, but also have a little bit of expense, especially early in their career, you have to put up with that. And I think Sonny Baker, I've been really impressed by him this week.
He's coming in now around the wicket, and well, Nichols backs away and just carves him over the top of the point region. That's another boundary. He's done so well. He's been through a really tricky period early in his innings. Nichols, were under the pump, particularly when Josh Tongue was bowling. He was causing all sorts of trouble. That ball was quite close to his body, but he was still able to manoeuvre it over the top.
It is, but it's so easy and so comfortable that where the field is set and the way the situation is. England are going to bowl short, so this is sometimes where it's difficult and it's hard to criticise because it's not happening. There's not a lot happening for England. But I also sometimes go, Sonny Baker is bowling that fast through the air. Joe Root having a slip in and give him the option to pitch it up. If you know it's going to be short, you can do Henry Nichols there and just backed away.
Comes in again, Baker. Next ball's just dropped into the leg side, ends up going down to deep backward square leg.
They're just teasing England now.
Yeah,
He's
they
just
are.
teasing England now. Joe Root's just come onto the offside, and that one's just been clipped at exactly where Joe Root was. It's difficult. There's not much happening for the England bowlers. The England captain is trying everything he possibly can to try and create something because they're desperate for the breakthrough. But like I said before, I always believe when I was going to a short ball as a fast bowler, when I was going to the short ball, don't have all eggs in one basket. Give me another option, and the other option for me would be here. Yes, have your two men back. So you've got your Jacob Bethel, you've got your Harry Brook back. You only need two men on the leg side. You have your catch on the offside, but have a slip and a gully. So it gives Sonny Baker the option to pitch the ball up.
He's running in now over the wicket. Another short ball banged in. And that will be the end of the over for Sonny Baker. New Zealand 186 for 2. Nichols now on 87. The unlucky number for Australians, and Ravindra on 75. Another comment or question that's come in from YouTube from Stuart Harmy. What does Harmy think about Ben Stokes playing for Durham, and should he come back in next week? I've just been having a look.
He needs to get his finger out playing for Durham. I mean, Durham have had one here. They've won the toss, bowl first, and last time I seen there were 180 for none, or 170 for none. They're now 260 for 3. So we've managed to pick up a couple of wickets. Stokes 0 for 53 off 15. I'm sorry. A lot of this for me is nonsense. Ben Stokes should be back next week. I understand the curfew bit.
Bethel in over the wicket, slapped away through the offside down to deep cover. No run.
But
One run.
I'm sorry. At the end of a test match, when the test match is finished, I mean, should there be a curfew? Shouldn't there be a curfew? For me, I think a lot of it has been blown out of all proportion. I'm absolutely astounded what Surya Botham said today. I really don't get that. I mean, he must have had a memory transplant, I think, Beefy, because, I mean, for what he was saying about Ben, I'm really disappointed in the great man for that.
Next ball from Bethel is spooned by Ravindra up to long on for another single.
At the end of the day, for me, yes, there's a lot of team protocol, and he should be sanctioned. He should be, he'd be disappointed, and he should be reprimanded. But for him to miss a test match over being basically as a 35-year-old man with 2 kids for being out after 12 o'clock, I can't get that. Especially after the criticism these boys have been getting.
As Bethel bowls another one, it's a sweep, but it's straight to the fielder at deep backward square leg. It's a single.
I went through this in 2006-07. We lost 5-0. I was embarrassed. This is why I feel strongly about it. I bowled the first ball, the second slip, and I had to wait nearly 6 months to have a right to reply to any England fan because I didn't get a chance to play cricket again for England. Ben Stokes has got a chance after getting beat 4-1, humiliation of the Ashes, to play in a test match and his team won. Surely you can go out and celebrate.
Bethel in, bowls swept again. They like this one, England, and they've got it. Bethel strikes, and the wicket they have been trying to get all afternoon comes in the shape of Ravindra. They're talking about it, New Zealand. They're deciding whether or not to review, and he is indeed going to review.
Oh, my initial thought was, is it going? Is it going down? Is it going? I think it's hit him in line. I just wonder if it's gone on with the arm. Trying to see what's Bethel bowled here. Now he's trying to spin it. Just wonder if it's gone on with the arm. No, I don't think it has. I think this is close. I think this is really, really close. I'm not sure Ravindra is going to get away with this unless he's hit it.
Well, just watching it through, and there is no spike, I believe. I'm just watching it on the big screen. It looks very, very tight. And just watching the Hawkeye coming through. And impact, umpire's call, and hitting. So there we go. The wicket does fall. It's been tough work coming. And Bethel has tried as hard as anyone, but Ravindra does depart Finally, he was dropped, remember, on 9. But he has played a fine innings trying to sweep. Maybe Bethel just darting that one in a little bit quicker. He was absolutely delighted. So 189 for 3 now, New Zealand. They're a long way ahead in this game, 289 runs to be exact. But can this just open a little door for England?
Fingers crossed, Mel, for England's point of view. Fingers crossed. It was a well-made 76 in the lead of 289. I think a long way behind from England's point of view, but good from Bethel. Really good from Bethel. It was the one that England needed. Something that, hopefully from now, from Joe's point of view, there could be a spark. I know we've been talking about Ben Stokes, the England captain. But from the England captain at this moment in time, Joe Rui, he can find a spark, open and end up. Yes, it's Daryl Mitchell, and he's a top international player. But the wicket's got a little bit in it. It's a bit up and down. Can he get one of his fast bowlers on from this end as well, or does he keep Jacob Bethel going and hope to expose Sonny Baker to get one up, keeping a bit low, catch him LBW or a mistime pull because Mitchell will take it on? These are the things probably going through Joe's mind now, and a decision he needs to make sure this 1 becomes 2, and all of a sudden England get a foothold into this last session.
So it is Mitchell, who made 44 in the first innings, coming out, and we've got a right-handed batter. My goodness, feels like ages since I've seen one.
Ages, hasn't it?
Well, it's been some hard graft for England. Now Bethel, a left armour, has the right armour to play with. There's a slip in. First ball's left alone by Mitchell.
I think just to finish off before I go on Ben, I really do hope that things start dying down. I think there's a lot of being blown out of all proportion. And I think if we can get him back playing next week as England captain and hopefully get back to winning ways, then time can be a good healer.
Next ball is just played up to wide mid-on, no run. I've actually got a couple of thoughts, and I'd be
you go for it.
Well, it's the end of the over, 189 for 3. After the first test at Lord's, there'd been so much negativity in the build-up around after the Ashes, and I really felt at that time. I wrote at the end of that test, I went and listened to him in the press conference, and I felt like I saw it in his face, all the questions about the pitch. It wasn't about England's win, it was more about the pitch. Still felt a bit quite negative. And I was looking at him, and I wrote this at the time, I didn't write it after the fact. It felt like it didn't matter if England won every single game in the summer and they did everything right. There were some people who weren't going to be happy until there were more heads that rolled.
Absolutely. And there's a difference. I was very critical of what happened in Australia, possibly went too far. I seen somebody I care dearly about, Spikey in the press conference beforehand, desperate for the game to get going. This is their first chance to put a few things wrong, to get positivity back.
In comes Sonny Baker for another over. It's defended on the leg side by Nichols. But the other thing that I saw in his face, it was like, I'm on hiding to nothing here. It doesn't matter what I do. It doesn't matter what we do.
And that's the thing that's really frustrating me, because that's what it leads to. Like I said before, I've been there. 2006-07, first chance you get, you want to win that test match and you want to turn a negative into sort of being a positive. The positive was we won the test match, and all anybody wanted to talk about was the pitch. And if I don't know this for a fact. I've not spoken to Ben about it. But if it was me and it got to 11 o'clock and I've just won a test match, and I've had a few beers, I've probably had one too many. Yeah, I'm also going, why should I be going home? Why should I be going home? After what we've been put through and what the negativity that's around it, why should I?
In comes Baker, and he falls over as he bangs the ball in hard, does a tumble and gets to his feet, sails over the head of Nichols.
So to finish that off, and it's like, that's what would frustrate me. I'm only putting myself in Ben's situation. We've just won a test match and I'm still being talked about. They're not talking about we've won. We're not talking about anything changing. We're not talking about anything positive. The first thing after winning a test match, after being humiliated in the Ashes, they're talking about the pitch. If I was at 11 o'clock and had a few beers, I'd probably still be staying out as well. So I'll defend him on that front.
Well, I know I would, because I stayed out past my own 12 o'clock curfew last night. As Baker is in and bowls down the leg side, he almost lost his footing again. He's giving it his all, Sonny Baker, as he has all the way through. Great listening to Steve Harmison's thoughts there. We're about to have a change again in the commentary. It's not a box, but in the commentary position as John Norman is sidling into place. But yeah, Sonny Baker, he's not leaving anything behind, as to be said in this spell. Wouldn't he dearly love to get another breakthrough? Nichols is still out there, resolute as in comes Baker, and again he's almost losing his footing. It's a bit of a carbon copy, ball sailing over Nichols' head. He really is putting everything into this short ball plan, isn't he, John Norman?
Yeah, he is. I understand the tactic. But, you know, they've just had the breakthrough. I suppose they're aware that Henry Nichols is 11 away from 100. He's not going to want to do anything daft, you would have thought. I don't know. I just something doesn't agree with me. A hot day, late in the day. You know, only 4 bowlers.
Baker runs in over the wicket, and it's down the leg side, and he does get bat on it this time, Nichols, and he gets it fine enough so that Bethel can't get round from fine leg, and that's another boundary. Keeps going on into the 90s, 93 now for Nichols.
So that was a better bouncer because he's forcing he's giving the batter the option to play, and actually he gloved that. Could have got a little less purchase on it, and that goes through to the keeper, but the bouncer before was so way down the leg side, it's not going anywhere near it, or it's going too short and therefore too high. That, for me, just seems like a waste of everybody's time.
And energy, the energy that's
absolutely,
required.
Absolutely, because England still need 7 wickets. They still need a lot of overs from Sonny Baker.
He's running in now, Baker bowls, and Nichols backs away and slaps this down the ground. Ended up being almost a tennis ball, a tennis shot. It ends up down the ground and goes for another boundary. I almost lost that because he was shaping up as if he was going to play it on the offside, and it ended up like a forehand smash.
Yeah, it looked like he got into a little of a pickle, didn't he? But actually what it was the pace of the pitch is so slow now. He had time to wait for the ball. I think he was going to play that to the offside and then realised, hang on, and he just swatted it down the track. It actually bounced in front of the bowler. He hit it. It's very rare that you see a ball hit into the ground straight with a cross bat or a horizontal bat. What's going on here? Well, while we're working out what's going on, Jerry and Manners are talking off air rather than on it. Bethel continuing, and Mitchell will just ease forward and pushes this out square of the wicket on the offside to get off the mark. 198 for 3 then England, with Henry Nichols on strike, 97 not out. And to talk him through to his dismissal or to 3 figures will be Neil Manthorpe.
I thought you might keep yourself on, John. A little soft spot for Henry Nichols.
Jerry doesn't look like in any real rush to get back on the mic, does he?
Spent the whole day on the mic.
But he's still talking.
Right, it's Henry Nichols on strike at the moment, and 97. Jacob Bethel is in to him. Is he eyeing up that mid-wicket boundary? Hit with the spin? No. Defends this one. It's there. The option's there. Hit with the spin. Nobody on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Here is Jordan Cox at mid-wicket, stationary, quite close. Just clear him. 100 is yours, Henry Nichols. Short and wide and cut. Doesn't really get hold of it. Little sort of bottom edge, I think, and it's just a single. He moves on to 98.
How have you assessed Jacob Bethel's bowling?
Well, he bowls wicket-taking balls, and he got some turn and bounce, didn't he? I mean, you know, he's not a nude spinner. I mean, he does put revolutions on the ball. And
Yeah, balls are quite fast, isn't he?
yes,
Gives
he
it
does.
a little rip.
Yeah, exactly right. And that's a good weapon to have in your armoury. Quicker one here, and it hits Daryl Mitchell on the pads as he takes a half step down the pitch. But he's, he has the makings of a very good part-timer. Really useful part. You can see him in helpful conditions, finishing his career with as many wickets as Joe Root, certainly. Not sure he'll play 165 test matches, but on the back foot, Daryl Mitchell pushes it out to extra cover. He's not a guy that's going to bowl you 6 cheap overs at the end of a session, necessarily. Maybe he will, but I think because of his variations and his quicker one, he's going to be prone to the drag down. He does bowl quite a lot in nets, though. In practice training sessions, he does. He's not a reluctant part-timer in any way. Pushed away by Mitchell, fielded by Bethel as he dives to his right. So, what did you think?
It looked like he's learnt how to bowl spin in shorter form cricket.
Which he has.
There we go. More pearls of wisdom to come on the following on podcast after play.
Yes, of course. He'll be no doubt talking about Jacob Bethel's match haul of 4 wickets. Getting rid of Rachin Ravindra on the sweep. LBW. It was a close call whether the ball pitched, whether the ball made impact with the front pad in line with the stumps. It was a close call, but that was down to technology because it was reviewed, and it's the technology which confirmed that he was dismissed. It was confirmed by Gary Morgan that we have lost 24 overs from the game, from the allocation, not including overs that were lost to rain, because time has been added to make up for those overs. So we certainly are struggling with the over rate in this test match, but there's been plenty to enjoy. I mean, 90 is what's supposed to be bowled in the day. We've become accustomed to losing 3 or 4, but to lose more than 10 from that allocation on both of the first 2 days was disappointing. Right, it's going to be Josh Tongue thundering in from the far end. It's Matt Fisher, beg your pardon, and first delivery is back of a length and chopped away, not timed by Henry Nicholls. What a moment this will be for Henry Nicholls in his first test match in place of Kane Williamson at number 3. 10 hundreds, 12 50s, higher score of 200 not out. Average, as I mentioned earlier, just a tick under 40. When you consider that he has had a couple of very fallow periods in Test cricket, well, what a restart to his Test career this would signal. Fisher in again, driven by Nicholls, as far as catching extra cover, straight to the fielder, and there's no run. Popular cricketer, Jeremy.
Yes, I think he has polarised some, but the players like him. He was voted the player of the season, just the season just completed.
But he was the leading scorer, wasn't he?
He
in
was
the Plunkett Shield and the One Day.
By plenty, by plenty. Batting at number 3 for Canterbury, captain.
Fisher in again, and Nicholls plays defensively. What is it about him or his game or his personality that puts some people off?
I think some people feel perhaps he's had some good fortune in the past, and I think that some people feel that he's
special treatment.
Yeah.
I had that impression. A few people said to me, like, gee, how long are we going to keep investing in this guy? Around the wicket comes Matt Fisher, and Nicholls pushes it straight up towards a catching mid-on, all the way along the ground, no run. It's a quirk of professional sport. Some players have more faith invested in them than others.
I think there's also a bit of a feeling that some younger players could maybe come in who have been scoring some runs. I mean, Young, for example, hasn't quite had the same time spent on him.
Will Young, I've got a massive soft spot for him, and the number of times he's been the 12th man. Here's Matt Fisher again around the wicket, and it's defended by Henry Nicholls. England have a ring field. They're going to make Henry Nicholls really work for this 100 if he's to get there. 199 for 3. Lead of exactly 100 on first innings, so New Zealand are 299 for 3. It's a long, long road back for England. I don't fancy that New Zealand are going to be too generous if it comes to a declaration around about tea time tomorrow. England will need to bowl them out if they want to have a chance at a high run chase in the 4th innings. Last ball of the over is again defended by Nicholls, and there's no run. The equation comes down, Jeremy, to how New Zealand want to construct the 4th innings in terms of the overs that they feel they need or they want, and there'll be all sorts of calculations about when the new ball might become due, if they require that. I mean, do they want 120 overs? There's often a feeling that if 100 overs isn't enough or 110 overs isn't enough, then 120 or 130 is not going to make any difference.
Yes, but you want to, as you say, you want to crack at that second new ball. Sometimes that counts, doesn't it? You've got teams maybe 7 or 8 down, and you want to have that choice to have that second new ball come into play. I'm interested here with Bethel. When he bowls, instead of around the wicket.
Here he is. Forward comes Daryl Mitchell defending, no run.
Right at the moment, he's landing on the better part of the pitch where bowlers haven't been following through over the wicket from the far end, from the pavilion end, and have created some footmarks and some target areas when he bowls over the wicket. Now he might even try that to the right-handed Mitchell.
Here he is up to the crease now. It's another short one, and it's chopped away by Mitchell. He bowls at least one drag down and over, does Jacob Bethel, and it's usually when he's bowling his quicker delivery, and his quicker delivery is pretty rapid. And that's cut away for 2, and it brings up the 200 for New Zealand, and the lead of 300. 201 for 3, lead of 301.
And I think that if there are left-handers in particularly the top order for England through the first 3, and Roux, of course, so 4 in the top 6.
Here's Bethel again, and flicked away by Daryl Mitchell for a single out towards mid-wicket. The other thing that New Zealand want is not leave too many overs as far as England are concerned. I mean, you know, it's all very well having a target of 450, but if there are 130 overs for England to score them in, then basically they just need to bat.
Yep, they don't want to do that at all. No, it always involves time, or overs, if you like, always come into that equation that they're going to have to consider. They're not going to make it easy for England.
Here is Bethel. That's short, another long hop, and it's pulled away through mid-wicket for 4, and it's Henry Nicholls' 100. Nobody on the deep mid-wicket boundary. That is disappointing for Jacob Bethel, but congratulations to Henry Nicholls. He raises his bat, the helmet is off, under his left arm, the bat's raised. Well played, Henry Nicholls. That's a tremendous effort. The game was there to be taken control of, and Henry Nicholls has done a wonderful job in doing exactly that.
He has, and if you think about the big gap that Kane Williamson left at number 3, and he's moved into that place, and what a statement, what a good performance coming in there, and in a way compensating for the loss of someone like Kane Williamson. It's been a fantastic effort from him. He's not going to find it easy right now. Let's just have a look at this and see if the turn.
Here is Bethel, and Nicholls slightly too short. He could play that off the pitch and pushes it into the offside for a single.
There is definite activity from outside the left-handers off stump when Bethel goes to that over the wicket line and hits those targets. Nicol himself was hit well up on the shoulder, and it's created a bit of uncertainty, but New Zealand won't mind seeing that now.
Still going round the wicket as Jacob Bethel up to the crease now, bowls, and once again just slightly too short, allowing Mitchell onto the back foot, punches it out to Joe Root, fielding it wideish mid-on, and they're through for another single. Nichols is 103 not out. Daryl Mitchell has 5. It's 208 for 3.
Second 100 against England for Henry Nicholls. The first one was in Auckland in 2018. Remember, that was the pink ball test, and New Zealand bowled England out for 58 in the first innings of that match, and then constructed a big total through Williamson and through Nicholls, and won that match. So well done, Henry Nicholls. You've done it again, this time away from home, which is always seems to count a little bit more.
Century number 11. I mean, there's it's undoubtedly universally accepted landmark. 10 hundreds. You've got 10 hundreds. You've proper player. You've played a lot of Test cricket. You know what you're doing, and his conversion rate's extremely impressive because he's got 12 50s. So now 1100s, 12 50s. That's a very, very impressive conversion rate. Matt Fisher is continuing now to Daryl Mitchell, who plays this defensively, watchfully out to Ben Duckett at cover. It's a ring field here for Daryl Mitchell, with England having a slip and a straightish gully. Jacob Bethel's more like a fourth slip, really. So Harry Brooks at first slip. James Roos standing up to Matt Fisher. There's a leg slip, a short mid-wicket, a short cover, mid-on, mid-off. Looks like a prep school field. Steered away by Mitchell off a thick outside half of the bat towards Bethel at gully. And there's no run. I don't mean that in any disparaging kind of way at all, but it is the sort of field that you might see for an under-13s match. Everybody close in, saving the one. No sweepers and the like. There is a man at deep back with square leg, but for the most part now, Joe Root is trying to apply a strangle with his most accurate and controlled bowler in Matt Fisher from the pavilion end. Forward comes Daryl Mitchell, pushing that one straight back up towards Joe Root at short straight mid-on. There's undoubtedly an air of resignation amongst some of the crowd, many of whom have started to file towards the exits. They've seen enough for the day, or maybe they're drunk enough, or maybe they're too sunburnt. There are some very pink people milling about.
Sounds like a new tribe.
The pink people. Here's Fisher again. That's chipped defensively by Mitchell straight back towards the bowler and drops short of him. It is. You do see some very well turned out people who've had just got the mix of gin and tonics and sunshine wrong at the end of the day, around about 6 o'clock, and you do feel a little sorry for them and hope they do manage to make it back to base camp. Here is Fisher again. That's down the leg side, and quite a long way down the leg side actually. That's James Roos done all right to get his gloves on that, and he's knocked it on to Emilio Gay at leg slip. Otherwise it would have been probably 4 byes, and should probably have been 4 wides. But away to our left in the Galadari stand, the 3-tier Galadari stand, and I think it's the SEC Powers stand, single tier. It's that's getting the full blast of the late evening or early evening, late afternoon sunshine at the moment. Those people are particularly broiled as Fisher is in once again and nudged away defensively by Daryl Mitchell. Perfect scenario this from Mitchell. He'll love watching. you get the impression that Daryl Mitchell just one thing he enjoys more than scoring runs and taking wickets is watching the opposition suffer.
I think you're probably right, actually. I think he does get a little pleasure out of that. I like that verb, broiled. Does that mean they've almost been put in a pot, or is that to do with oiling as well? But anyway, let's just say for Henry Nicholls, 8 of those 1100s have occurred in New Zealand. The 3 outside. Yeah, well, yes. The 3 outside, Zimbabwe, 1 in Zimbabwe, 1 in Pakistan when they played at the UAE, and 1, of course, now in England. So the rest of them, 2 against Pakistan, 2 against South Africa, 2 against Sri Lanka, 1 against West Indies, Zimbabwe, Bangladesh, and 2 against England. So that's the construction of how he's gone with his big totals. 8 at home, you can understand that, I guess.
Those 2 against South Africa, were they COVID or when the SAD team went?
I think one of them might have been that.
Against the D team, yeah. But that's okay. It's Test 100, you know. I mean, they weren't club cricketers. It was just that South Africa's 60 best cricketers were all contracted to the SA20 at that time. But you know, they were still.
There were cries of, "Oh no, this is the end of international cricket." Weren't there?
Yeah.
Weren't there?
Some of them maybe from me.
Yeah.
It was an unfortunate thing. It hasn't been replicated, I'm glad to say. Anyway, it's Nicholls on strike now. Jacob Bethel's continuing to him, and he pushes that one behind square on the offside to backward point, straight to backward point. No run there. Joe Root's doing his best to applaud his players and gee them up, keep them going. Got 35 minutes to go till the close of play. We'll be a long way short of the day's allocation of overs once again. That's another long hop from Bethel, and he gets away with it as it's slapped by Nicholls straight to Root, who's wideish and deepish at mid-off, but it went straight to him and quite powerfully. Seats in the members' pavilion are also as many empty as there are occupied. Disappointing day for the home side. So you never give up. There's still room for a fight back, although it would have to be a dramatic one for England as Bethel is in again, punched once more to backward point, fielded by Fisher. Henry Nicholls, 11th Test 100, and he's batting beautifully on 103. Daryl Mitchell has 5. We saw a sumptuous, delightful 76 from Rachin Ravindra, out LBW sweeping against Jacob Bethel, giving him his 4th wicket in the match, and it's Bethel in again and Nicholls defends. You thought there might have been a bit of a question mark over the technology, did you, when Ravindra was given out LBW? No, you said the impact was very close to being outside the off stump, pushed away for Nicholls as he guides it into the covers. But
no, I thought it, but before they actually showed it to us, I just was interested to see where it made contact with the pad. Ravindra was very close to his glove as it went past, but there was no doubt about it, and it was hitting middle, and I think it was certainly in line with the stumps. I wondered whether he was going to, instead of sweeping, whether he was going to try and go sort of a wide, long on area. I thought that'd be the area he'd be keen on.
Me too. Mid-wicket boundary was unguarded. Yeah, exactly. I thought Nicholls might be interested when he got to 97, 98 as well when he was facing Bethel. Bethel's last ball is defended by Mitchell, and there's no run. 209 for 3. It was clearly an option, wasn't it? Because there was a close in mid-wicket. Jordan Cox was quite close, stationary at mid-wicket. So you just had to clear him, hitting with the spin. And I thought Nicholls might, I'm sure he thought about it, but then again, he thought, well, I probably could hit it there 19 times out of 20, but maybe it's the 20th and I get a little top edge. So he decided to play it safe, and is entirely understandable and probably prudent as well. 209 for 3 New Zealand. 309 for 3 in effect. After England today bowled out for 291. Let's not forget that it could have been much worse for England, and it's much better for New Zealand, because There was a 53-run partnership for the 10th wicket for England. Matt Fisher made an unbeaten 50 from 77 balls, batting at number 9. Here is Fisher, the bowler, and this one is cut. A little bit of width outside the off stump. Nichols hits it straight to Sonny Baker at backward point. I mean, New Zealand could be sort of in the clear by now. They could be 360 ahead, and then they would be gone. 3 down. Another 100 tomorrow.
And 53 just reminds me of the number of extras in the first innings, which is the partnership.
Yes. Good point. Yes. That's pushed defensively by Nichols straight back to the bowler. We tend not to mention that as often as perhaps we should. You know, we look at that New Zealand scorecard and think, well, it's, you know, the 100, maiden 100 from Glenn Phillips is what hits you, and then you think, well, not really any big scores. 51 from Tom Blundell, he gave it away a little bit. 44 from Daryl Mitchell, but it's the 53 extras compared to the 9 that New Zealand conceded. There isn't often a lot you can do about leg byes and that sort of thing, but pushed away out towards extra cover. There is a misperception, I think, though, Jeremy, that, you know, leg byes just happen. That, you know, that you can't do anything about leg byes, but it is sometimes a reflection of the bowling.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
Swing bowling, beating the inside edge of the bat onto the pad, runs away. Absolutely it is. Or nips back. You know, there's certainly. And that's why there are LBWs, really. And if you think of Root's dismissal, you know, that actually could have been a leg bye, couldn't it, really? So that's the difference. And I don't have any problem.
Fisher in. Nichols pushes it to Emilio Gay at square leg, no run.
Some people suggest that they should go to the batsman. I've heard that suggestion before. Wild, I don't understand that. Yes, I don't. Or they shouldn't occur at all.
Well, there shouldn't be runs.
No.
If a bowler bowls,
you've been beaten.
But if a bowler bowls a bad ball down the leg side and it hits a batsman on the thigh pad and goes,
you don't have to convince me.
No,
don't launch into an exciting.
That's just a silly idea. That's pushed out to extra cover, straight to Jordan Cox, and there's no run. 209 for 3. Leg byes shouldn't count. No, honestly. Who are you?
Dan Norcross. Dan Norcross is the man. You have a chat to him. He'll provide you with a reason.
I know you do. You never trust a man who drinks half a pint of Pinot Grigio.
Okay.
And never buy him a drink either. Here is Fisher again to Henry Nichols, and that's pushed away out towards extra cover and or to mid wicket, I should say, and there's no run. Nichols is not giving it away. He's dug in, just because he's got to his 100. He's got a number. His highest score is 200, not out. So he's not going to be guilty of giving it away just because he's reached the landmark. In fact, he's been quite happy to be tied down, having reached 3 figures. And I think he scored 3 runs from his last 12 or 13 balls. Harry Brooks coming on for a trundle. I like Harry Brook, the bowler. I've said this a number of times. I mean, there's an element of white flag waving about him coming on to bowl now. Melinda Farrell and Cameron Ponsonby are going to take you through to the close of play.
Well, Harry Brooks' bowling average flashed up on the big screen just now. 114, 1 wicket to his name. That of Kane Williamson, lest we forget. Strangled down the leg side in Wellington, I believe. And he's going to have a leg slip, a wide leg slip, as Ben Duckett gets into position. And Brooks up to the stumps. He's on the money first up. Left alone outside the off stump by Daryl Mitchell. Mel Farrell's ready and in position.
For a change. In position for a bit of Harry Brook magic. He loves bowling, doesn't he, Harry Brook? He's always very, very keen. But a bit of a worry for England as Brook is in at a half tracker, let's be honest, but it's defended by Mitchell straight back down the ground. No run. Yeah, so only half an hour left, and things looking pretty grim for England at the moment. They trail now by 309, and with only 3 wickets down, it'll be a lot more, one imagines, as the next ball is just played onto the leg side. No run.
Willie Nichols. Willie Nichols? That's his brother. I've fallen into it straight away. Henry Nichols.
Do you know what, actually? Henry.
What do I know? What?
I was there for his debut, actually, Henry Nichols, 10 years ago. As Brook is in, bowls, and it's a steadfast defence by Mitchell. I was in New Zealand, so I was at Wellington against Australia. And Willie Nichols, his brother, had started working as kind of the social media guy, did lots of filming around there, and Henry made his debut. He made a half century in the second innings. And as Brook is in and bowls to Mitchell, who defends again on the offside. And so then we went to Christchurch for the second test. Australia won the first test big, but Henry got a half century. I actually shot a video with the two brothers. I did this whole feature for ESPN on, you know, Henry having made his debut and his brother is all excited running around filming the nets and everything. And I'd forgotten I was there for his debut. As another half tracker from Brook is defended. And that is the end of his over, 209 for 3, and it's a maiden at first up from Brook. So yeah, I feel quite connected to both the Nichols boys.
Well, I've fallen into a bit of a trap of my own making, and John Norman's making there, actually, because as we were about to come on air, John Norman went, I've got a message from Henry's brother. Give Nichols some love when you get on air. And I had Willie Nichols on the mind. And Willie Nichols coming out of my mouth as well, I guess.
I'm going to let that pass. Well, Willie, if you're out there watching, a very warm hello to you. We miss you on tour, that's for sure, and it's lovely to watch your brother getting a century. He's on strike now as in comes Baker, clipped into mid-wicket, and they thought about a second, but they've thought better of it, and probably rightly so as well, because it was being hunted down by Emilio Gay.
Something I have wanted to talk about with Nichols' innings today is that he's not necessarily the big ticket name in this New Zealand batting lineup, but he's played some fantastically entertaining shots. England have looked to go short at him, often leaving the offside boundary open, and he's backed away from Josh Tongue on occasion, slashing him over the offside field, sometimes on one occasion pulling him straight. And I think this oval English crowd, more to the point, has kind of got a little bit sleepy in the afternoon and not quite necessarily noticed the pace at which Henry Nichols is scoring his runs. 105 off 149. Consecutive centuries for him as well. His last appearance was against Zimbabwe last year, and he made a big century on that occasion as well. He has a mighty fine test record.
So it's Mitchell now on strike, though, defending onto the offside. From Matt Fisher, who's running in from the pavilion end. And the other thing is, I mean, with everything in the past week, the fact that Kane Williamson just sort of sidled off into the sunset without really any fanfare, the fact that New Zealand have had such an experienced campaigner and also a really solid performer for them to be able to come in to the side, into the top order, has been a boon for them. As Fisher is in and bowls, that's tickled fine. It's too fine for the leg slip, and it's another 4 runs. This time it's Mitchell. Just got enough on it, and it was fine enough. It takes New Zealand to 214 for 3.
I don't think England will mind that erring of line from Matt Fisher too much. They're deliberately trying to bowl very, very straight. They have a leg slip in position. They have a catching mid-wicket in place. So you're trying to bring LBW and bowls into play. And the risk you run there is if you get a little bit too straight. If you're missing just down the leg side, it's a positive miss, as it were. If he was missing a long way outside off stump and getting carved for 4, then you're wondering whether your bowler's being able to execute his plans.
James Roux is keeping up to the stumps as Fisher is in and bowls. It's defended. Mitchell is paying him a bit of respect there, particularly after that last delivery. But yeah, they are bowling very straight at the moment. I don't think I have seen so much of a keeper up to the stumps in Test cricket as I have in the past 7 months.
Well, it's become very trendy. Australia have almost changed the game to that extent. It became a real tactic of choice against England when England were in their kind of full Bazball mode, looking to use their feet.
Fisher in and bowls, and that's a mightily extravagant swing from Mitchell. It sails down the ground. And I think, are they just checking to see if it's gone for 4 or 6? I haven't seen a signal from the umpire yet.
Well, those sat in the pavilion have decided it's 6, and so too is the umpire.
Now we are, there we are. We've got a belated signal thanks to the fans down in the stands. It was just a big languid swing from Mitchell, who's starting to get a motor on now.
It's an incredibly disrespectful shot from Daryl Mitchell. Matt Fisher, not only does he have the keeper up to the stumps, but he's been treated like a spinner by Daryl Mitchell as well, just lifting him back up over his head.
It's been a real examination of England's plans, ideas and execution this afternoon as Fisher is in over the wicket, and that is outside the off stump. Roux, did he get a hand on that? His hands went up. It's squirted down towards deep third, but it's been fielded and it is signalled as by, so he didn't get a hand on it. His hands went up with the ball, but maybe just out of reach. And more buys. There have been a lot of them in this match, particularly on the England side, and it's the end of the over. New Zealand 221 for 3 with Nichols on 115. Mitchell, well, he's decided he's going now. He's 15. But the way he played that 6, I suspect we might see a few more shots going.
Well, forget Ben Stokes' kind of tactical acumen, his role as a leader in this side. What you're really seeing in his absence here is how England have to balance their 11.
As Brook is in over the wicket and he just bangs it in, and that's gone again. That one's gone fine outside the off stump. It's another boundary.
We've now had 13 overs bowled between Joe Root, Jacob Bethell and Harry Brick. It'll be 14 by the end of this over. And those overs, ideally you'd want them to be bowled by a frontline spinner. But the absence of Ben Stokes being a seam bowling all-rounder at 6 or 7 means England haven't been able to pick a specialist spinner.
Mitchell waits as in comes Brook, and he's just turned this around towards deep square leg. I'll just get the single. Well, it is the best for all sorts of reasons. It's obviously you've got both the experience and the skills of Stokes and Atkinson. And Stokes bowling in particular over the past year has been so important to England's attack. But their ability to get through the overs as well, those tough overs. They're missing that. They don't have a frontline spinner. Obviously, there are issues around selection that are not related to form or anything else, but it does feel like a bit of a hodgepodge when selection-wise, and it's not really surprising. It was always going to be tough for them without a spinner and without a bowler like Stokes. As Brook is around the wicket now, and that's just pushed into the offside, not with a huge amount of timing. The chase is on. It won't reach the boundary.
28 for 2. England started quite well with the new ball, and that actually better contextualises how easy almost the last 40 overs have been.
Harry Brook is over the wicket to Mitchell, who raises his elbow high and fences that to point. No run. Well, yeah, that's it. And there'll be criticism of Joe Root and his captaincy and the tactics and the short ball stuff and everything as well. But I think it was always going to be difficult in this test to manage the bowlers, both experience-wise and also variation-wise. As Brook is in and bowls, it's driven, but it's well stopped in the end by Fisher at mid-on, a tumbling stop, but they'll take a single. It takes them to 230 for 3.
We just looked down the English bowling figures, and of the seamers, Matt Fisher, the most economical seamer, at 3.83 and over, so even he's going at the best part of 4s. You're not going to be containing anyone with economy sat around that mark. Jacob Bethel, the most economical bowler on show, at 3.5.
Brooks and Nichols, he just thumps that one into the short cover region, no run. And that is the end of another Brook over, with New Zealand now 230 for 3, an expensive over, 9 runs coming from it. It's just all too easy. Mitchell has moved on to 21. And Nichols, he just keeps going. Really have enjoyed watching him bat today, the Centurion.
Well, we're going to have a change of bowling from the pavilion end.
Which end?
Pavilion
The
end.
pavilion.
It's not like we have to say that word regularly in cricket, so it's fine. Josh Tongue, one last roll of the dice for England. It's been a gentle last hour. There's only 15 minutes left in the day, so you'd expect around 3 or 4 overs to be bowled. And if New Zealand reach the end only 3 down, their position in this game is so strong. 333 is their lead, still with 7 wickets in hand. Well, the good news is, for the neutral, we're heading towards a decider in... wanted to say decider in Durham, just for alliteration, but it's in Nottingham.
A nail-biter in Nottingham, perhaps.
We'll be tied in Trent Bridge. There we go.
Here is Tongue. He's over the wicket to Nichols, who just clips this in front of square leg. And chases on. It won't get to the boundary, I don't think. No, 2 fielders converging out there, but I'll get another couple. And yeah, I thought Tongue actually bowled really well. He bowled 6 overs in his first spell today, Josh Tongue, and he was fantastic. I thought he was constantly challenging. He got a couple to scoot through low. Of course, he had Ravindra dropped on 9 by James Rue, but he looked so dangerous. We were on here together, and it looked like he could really scythe through that top order if a few things had gone his way. It's a very different prospect now with him back into the attack, and we've got fielding changes galore. They're all running around like little white ants.
Well, 2 fielders out on the square leg boundary, so the option of a short ball here to Nichols.
And it's in and bowls. It's not really short though, but it is clipped by Nichols down to the fielder at deep mid wicket. One of the ones who were sent out there, not really short at all, more of a length ball. So it was maybe the bluff.
I'm glad you did say bluff there.
And not double bluff.
Not the double bluff.
Well, it's not a double bluff. It's just a bluff. If it was a double bluff, well, you never know. You can't have a double bluff, can you? Because it's either what you think it's going to be because it's what they've signalled, or it's the bluff.
But then the double bluff, I don't think my brain's going to work enough.
The double
fast
bluff,
enough to do this live on air.
The double
Let me
bluff
think about it.
would be the original plan. Now it's Mitchell on strike as he leaves one that just goes over the top of the stumps from Tongue.
It's a really horrible position for England to be in here. The ball's 52 overs old. The pitch is getting a tiny bit of variable bounce that we're seeing occasionally. Jacob Bethel extracted some erratic behaviour from the pitch. But in truth, England have 28 overs to go until they get a new ball. And by that stage, New Zealand's lead will be the best part of 400. They need something to happen quickly, and they need some inspiration from somewhere.
As Tongue runs in, bowls to Mitchell, leaves this one alone. And the thing is, we still have 2 days left. So New Zealand don't have to be in any hurry whatsoever as they keep building this lead. They've got plenty of time to bowl England out. And if the equation, they want to give themselves certainly enough time to bowl England out. But if the target is so high, they're going to give themselves the best shot as well for that nail biter in Nottingham. Tongue, he's in, bowls to Mitchell, squared up a little bit. The ball squirts out into the offside as a shy at the stumps. But they're home safely, and the shy misses.
Well, it's been really good from Josh Tongue. A lively over on a couple of occasions. Darryl Mitchell just leaving the tempters outside off stump. Definitely an injection of pace from Matt Fisher, who was bowling previously, and Harry Brook from the Vauxhall end. And just look at that bowling card. Jofra Archer has bowled 8 overs. Joe Root, Jacob Bethel, Harry Brook between them 14. It's not the balance you want.
It really isn't. His Tongue is in and bowls, and that's clipped just towards mid-wicket, where it stops suddenly, and that will be the end of the over from Tongue. New Zealand marching on, 235 for 3, with Nicholls on 109 and Mitchell on 25. He's the one who's taking on the aggressor role, and they can afford to as well, because Nicholls can just stay out there now as long as he can, and just kind of guide this innings along.
Well, we're going to have another change of bowling. So it was just 2 overs for Harry Brook. We're turning back to Jacob Bethel, who has bowled well across this Test match. He got a couple of cheapies in his first innings. The dismissal of Nathan Smith will live long in the memory, not for the most aesthetic reasons. A knee-high full toss that was top-edged into the air, but he got the 3rd wicket for England today, that of Rachin Ravindra. But again, it shows the heat that England have been bowling in throughout today. They've had to call upon their part-time bowlers so much.
1 for 21. The figures for Bethel of his 6 overs. He's shaping up to bowl to Mitchell now, the right-hander, but he pulls out of his run-up. Mitchell goes for a walk. There is a slip in for Mitchell as well. As Bethel comes around the wicket, it's just defended out into the offside, and a little misfield as Bethel went across to do his own fielding. They thought about taking the single. They realised it was a bad idea, and then they both raised their hand to each other, almost as if to say, what on earth were we thinking? Switch on. Bethel slowly gets into position. He's off, he's in, he's bowled, and it's swept and swept hard. Beats the fielder, backward square, and that's another boundary. Just too easy. It brings up the 50 partnership between Nicholls and Mitchell, and I tell you what, that has come pretty quickly as well.
Bethel just drifting down the leg side, and Mitchell able to get his sweep out. 50 off 70 balls. Darryl Mitchell scoring 29 of them. Nicholls 20, 1 by in that partnership. Just wonder whether England could have turned to Sonny Baker from the Vauxhall then, just for a final flourish, along with Josh Tongue. Try and add some jeopardy, add some pace to the occasion.
Bethel around the wicket to Mitchell. He's on the back foot, just carving it away down towards deep cover. We'll take a single. 240 for 3 now. I'm not sure what the crowd, there was a little ruffle in the crowd there.
I have absolutely no idea. On a scan of the ground, and I'm none the wiser. Someone's happy about something.
Well, I was just looking up to see if there was any particular milestone, but no, they're just happy. They've had a good day at the Oval. Even though England fans will be disappointed as Bethel is in. It's just a little wristy jab into the offside, and they'll take a single.
It's very, very easy for New Zealand at the moment. Runs on offer everywhere. The lead 341. It's a pretty nice place to be batting. I wouldn't mind being Henry Nicholls at the moment. Being on 110 not out.
It really has been a wonderful day for him. As in comes Bethel. It's worked into the offside by Mitchell for another single. The singles are so easy to come by. They're waiting for the bad balls. They're putting those away. They're taking them on when they want to. It's just all going New Zealand's way. And yeah, for Henry Nicholls, I mean, he's still only 34, Nicholls. Talk about his debut 10 years ago. He was very young then. So got a few years in him left, I imagine. He's on strike now as Bethel is over the wicket and he slaps that down towards deep cover for another single. Very, very cruisy.
It's a wonderful time for Henry Nicholls to find his way back into the Test team. The next 9 months for New Zealand, there are some amazing fixtures. They finish off this series against England next week in Nottingham. Then in their summer they welcome India for a multi-format series. They play 2 Test matches against them, and then they go to Australia for a 4-match Test series. And it's the first 4-match Test series New Zealand have played. Do you know the answer to this one? Pop
Since
quiz.
a long time.
Correct. 1999. Got it in one.
There you go. End of the over, by the way. 243 for 3. Well, Australia are very bad neighbours to New Zealand. They really are. I remember when we went there in 2016 for that. It had been so long since Australia had actually been there and played, even though the two countries are so close. Right, Josh Tongue in now around the wicket. It's just worked into the onside by Nicholls. No run. And they usually only come to Australia for a maximum of 3 tests. It's a bit dismissive, I think, Australia towards New Zealand, and I don't like it.
It's just a hop across the ditch. That's the right phrase, isn't it?
It is the right phrase. Yeah, it's only a little
Perfect.
ditch. It's quicker to fly from Sydney to Auckland or Wellington or Christchurch than it is to fly from Sydney or Brisbane or Melbourne to Perth.
It is still really far though. Perth to Brisbane is it's like 6 hours.
Hop and a jump. Here's Tongue in bowls. That's nicely flared into the offside. Just manages to find the gap through point. It's going to be another boundary.
That's a frustrating boundary for England. The field set is for Tongue to be really straight with his bowling. He does have 2 catches in play with a slip and a gully. But Nicholls is just able to push the ball into the offside. Because there's a relative lack of protection away to the left-handers left. He's gifted a free boundary.
Tongue in around the wicket, short ball. Nicholls stuck under it. The shadows now lengthening from the players, but also from the big stand, and are almost reaching the heels of James Roux. Those shadows now. This might be the last over. No, it won't be the last over. They'll get
I
one
think
more
we'll
in.
sneak one more in.
One more in, yep. There's Tongue. He's in around the wicket, bowls, flick to mid-wicket, and they'll stay put.
I do think England are trying their best to keep energy levels up in the field. On a couple of occasions, the ball's been clipped to Jordan Cox at mid-wicket. He's been fizzing the ball back into James Roux. You're almost trying to artificially create energy. You know you're on the wrong end of a pretty damning scoreline for the host. The lead is 347. But all you can do is keep giving as much as possible. Try and make the breakthrough. Try and take a few quick wickets and give yourself a chance 'Cause at the moment, England look like they're going to be facing a deficit of around 500.
Nichols taps his bat, waits as in comes Tongue, and that slipped, I think, from Tongue's hand because it was a full bunger down the leg side. James Roux had to move a long way across to stop that one. I get what you're saying, Cam. That was way, it really was a long way down the leg side. Just watching it again. It's just slipped out of his hand, the attempted slower ball. As he starts his run up again, still a slip in place. Bowls, that's punched away, but not very far without any real timing, just into the covers. So Nichols will now be at the non-strikers end for the final over of the day. New Zealand 247 for 3. Nichols and Mitchell doing some late afternoon damage.
Well, I've just had a statistic sent my way by producer Scott that England have already conceded more extras this innings than New Zealand did in the entirety of England's innings. So on all facets of the scoreboard, New Zealand are coming out on top.
So 10, add that to the 53 we had in the first innings. 63 extras, that's a lot. Here is Bethel, full ball, tossed up and just bunted down to Joe Root at mid-on. He fizzes the ball back in as well. But they do look a bit tired, I have to say, England. Been a very hot afternoon in the sun. Mitchell waits as in comes Bethel with another full delivery. It's just checked back to Bethel.
Think about the contrast to a couple of days ago when Jofra Archer lit up that first evening session.
It was like a long time ago. A slightly flatter ball from Bethel. And it's going to be pushed away, and another single as well. Fielders changing.
England released a video on their social media page of Brendan McCullum giving a team talk at the end of day one and praising the energy from everyone on show about how they turned what could have been 350 for 5 for New Zealand to 270 for 7, whatever it was, 220 for 7. And here we are today. You've got Jacob Bethel bowling his part-time left arm off spin. You've got
He's in now, bowling that part-time left spin, a left arm spin, and it's just pushed behind point, no run. But it does look like, at times, it just really has looked like they've run out of ideas, not just their energy, that they're obviously still trying to impart as much of that as they can, but just out of ideas and options as Bethel is in. It's a big stride and just open the face of the bat, and that is another boundary that leaves Bethel his hands on his head.
Well, the runs keep flowing. 250 up for New Zealand as well. Their total 252 for 3. Henry Nichols has made 119 of them. I don't know if I don't know if I'd criticise England too heavily for not trying different things out. We've seen different catches in different positions, short ball plans, full ball plans.
As the next ball's defended back to Bethel. Certainly don't criticise them for that. I just think that the selection that they've done has left them with some limitations, shall we say. As we see, the end of the day, stumps is called, and at the moment of stumps, New Zealand are 252 for 3, with Nichols on 119 and Mitchell on 32, and it has absolutely been New Zealand's day. Just a reminder how the day started. England were 222 for 6, with Cox and Archer, the night watcher, out in the middle. And then once Cox departed, it looked like they were in all sorts of trouble. Only a last wicket partnership between Matt Fisher and he was really entertaining, actually. Half century to him, alongside Sonny Baker, who was there with him in support. That was the only thing that gave England even a sniff. They still finished 100 runs behind New Zealand's first innings target, all out for 291. And then since then, it's just been all New Zealand. Slight wobble early, Latham departing for 4 and Conway gone for 11. But then it was the Ravindra and Nichols show, Cam.
Well, aside from that 10th wicket partnership from England where Sonny Baker and Matt Fisher put around 40-50 runs, it's been the perfect day for New Zealand to finish 252 for 3. I actually think it's a almost truer representation of the batting surface we've been playing on for 3 days now than a particular indictment on England's bowling attack, because on day one New Zealand finished 7 wickets down, but a lot of those wickets have been very cheap. Likewise, England returned the favour on several accounts. This has been a good batting surface, and for the first time across this test match, we've seen 2 batters, and Henry Nichols in particular, apply themselves, managed to build a score. That being said, England had their opportunities. 3 dropped catches across this afternoon. The key one being Ravindra when he was put down on 7. Well, I say that, Henry Nichols put down on 38. He's not now almost added a further 100 runs. Had England taken those opportunities, the game could be in a very different position. As it happens, New Zealand well ahead of this second test match.
Now, Rachin Ravindra, he did end up departing LBW Bethel once he got to 76, but it was a fine contribution. And then Daryl Mitchell at the end, playing some aggressive shots, taking a bit of pressure off, I say pressure off Henry Nichols, but I don't know that there's been too much on him. He's looked pretty serene out there. So Mitchell and Nichols will resume along with the play on day 4. And the question may then be, if England are not able to suddenly grab a clatter of wickets, it's all a case of the third innings, pickle innings, isn't it? It's like New Zealand, how much time do they give them? Because it's about time as much as it is about runs that they want to set them as a target.
Well, an area of concern I'd have for England across that innings, and why the kind of third innings pickle, as you and Daniel Norcross from a rival broadcaster talk about it, is that you can often find yourself in a scenario where you don't really know whether to stick or twist. New Zealand have scored so quickly. They're 252 for 3 here, and that's not off 70, 75 overs, it's off 56. Since the first 10 overs of this innings, they've basically gone at 5. So if you look at the England economy rates, only Matt Fisher sits underneath 4 runs and over, and he's up at 3.75. England haven't been able to find any control at any point across this innings, and that's why New Zealand have been able to surge and build this steady lead. At the start of this innings, there felt like there was an opportunity, if England struck quickly and regularly, to contain New Zealand to a lead of 350. Can you bowl them out for 250 is effectively the challenge England had in front of them. It hasn't happened. New Zealand's position in the game incredibly strong, 352 ahead. And I believe, well, I can see you're making way. We're going to have Jeremy Coney coming in for Mel Farrell. And John Norman in for me. I'll just wait for John Norman to come and sit down. I'll get his initial thoughts on today's play before handing the microphone over to Jeremy Coney. Are you ready and raring? I was waiting for John Norman to put his headphones on.
You.
I was teeing you up, I was getting ready, you sat down beside me and I was like, here we go, some thoughts, initial thoughts from John Norman before Jeremy Coney comes in for myself.
Thank you very much, Cam.
You can head off.
Head off. Thank you for your work today. Cam will be back tomorrow, but now it's time for Following On. Hello and welcome to Following On from Talksport Live from the Oval at the end of day 3. A day that has been dominated by the Kiwis. A quite marvellous century from Henry Nichols. One of the questions we asked before this test match was, how do you replace the irreplaceable? Well, he's got some way to go, but it's a good start. 119 in second innings, and really, alongside Rachin Ravindra, battled through a really testing spell at the start of New Zealand's second innings. They had a 100-run lead after Matt Fisher hit his maiden Test 50, and Matt Henry with a 5 for as England were bowled out, but it took a while after 3 quick ones. Sonny Baker, who faced a lot of deliveries and didn't score many runs, providing ample support to Matt Fisher, who faced about the same amount of deliveries but did score a lot of runs. Frustration for the New Zealanders, but they would have gone in at lunch just after the fall of the last wicket. Phlegmatic, I imagine. It was still their game to lose. And even though they lost Tom Latham and Devon Conway early, 28 for 2 at one stage, from that point onwards, after the drop of Rashan Ravindra by James Rue behind the stumps, it was pretty much one team in it. 2 days to go, and England love a chase. But even if New Zealand to lose all 7 wickets without adding a run, they'd be facing a run chase of 353, which does seem an ask. I'm alongside Jeremy Coney for the next 20 minutes or so. First things first, Jeremy, as you scroll down the notes at the end of the day, congratulations to Henry Nicholls. A lot of pressure on him. There was not quite, it wasn't disquiet at the announcement that he will be coming back into the side, but there was some of the opinion that maybe Will Young was deserving of an opportunity at 3, but weight of domestic runs, top scorer in the Plunkett Shield, and the fact that he has kind of been there and done it. He's got the t-shirt and he's wearing it tonight, so well done to him. What did you make of the innings?
Henry Nicholls has, as I mentioned earlier, has been quite a polarising figure in New Zealand. I think some people felt that he got, a lot of chances, but today I thought he was solid right from the start. He played carefully, and after lunch, particularly, I thought he started to get the ball away through some funky fields, let's call them that, where everyone's close and so it looks like a 13-year-old Saturday match in the morning, and they did look like that, and close mid off, close mid on, close mid wicket, close cover, those sorts of fields. And as soon as he punched it through, he was getting a boundary. So his score progressed from about 50 to 60 to 70 quite quickly, and he got ahead of Ravindra at that point, which is quite a difficult thing to do, actually. But that was the key. They lost Latham quickly. They lost Conway quite quickly as well. But then that partnership of 70 odd from Ravindra before he was LBW sweeping at Bethel, and Nicholls just carried on at that point. And then Mitchell getting to 30, and he could be a bit of trouble tomorrow morning. I mean, at the moment, how many overs have been used up here?
In second innings, 56.
Yes, so we've still got
another 24.
Yes, now that's virtually another session.
And we're going to see quite a bit of spin.
The way it goes at the moment, we've lost quite a few overs in this match now, but New Zealand obviously have the choice ahead of them right now, unless England can claim wickets with that second new ball, you would think, or unless Bethel can land a few more on the targets that are there for the left-handers, outside the left-handers off stump. If he can do that, he may cause a little bit more concern. Other than that, it's really just New Zealand playing sensibly and not throwing wickets away. They've done that in this game, but they seem to be very wary of that at the moment, and then they work out for themselves the computations of how many overs, how many runs, what runs per over are we happy with. Let's factor in Brook, let's factor in Root, let's factor in Cox, and just see what we think we need. Now, I'm assuming there'd be 100 runs in the first session, perhaps. That's 450 odd. And then you might say we'll go further than that, maybe towards tea, and just have a little crack at the Englishman before that, and maybe it'll be 500. 500 and something. I don't know. That's for obviously for the team to feel happy with, and But it could be that size, couldn't it, quite comfortably, if New Zealand bat properly tomorrow.
New Zealand need to win the match
Yes, they do.
to keep in with a chance of winning the series.
So-
We have 6 sessions of play to go. They lead by 350. So you would imagine they would score 4 and over in that morning session. And if they get to lunch, maybe having just lost the 1, possibly 2, and Glenn Phillips is at the crease, then they will, I imagine, if they lead by 450 at lunch, I imagine they will give themselves 40 minutes before tea. As long as they're scoring quickly. They're not just going to have O'Rourke out there blocking it out.
No.
But Jameson, we know, can hit a ball. Phillips, of course, can do better than that. And they can score quicker than 4 and over. So once they get to lunch, I think they'll assess. And then I imagine we'll see England batting before tea.
Yes. Well, who is going to stop them? At the moment, you see, the second new ball is going to come presumably between lunch and tea. Just that early after lunch. And if they can, that's their opportunity to prevent the sorts of scenarios that we are discussing at the moment. Depends if they lose a couple earlier, who knows. But it's that probably you would think about. And how many overs does Jofra Archer bowl in that first session to enable him to attack with that new ball and maybe pick up a couple of wickets to make it a little bit harder for New Zealand to decide at what point are we going to do this? Do we feel comfortable with the number of runs that we've got in the overs remaining?
Have England got the balance of their team right? When you play a test match and you have Harry Brook bowling in the first afternoon of day 1, when you have a team which has Jacob Ethel taking the second new ball within 5 overs of it being called, when you have a team that doesn't ask more than 4 overs per spell of your opening bowler, and when you have in Sonny Baker such a raw talent operating within a very finite framework with no wriggle room whatsoever, can England look at that team and think, we haven't got that right for this test match? With the, obviously with some external pressures and with some understandable omissions, but still, looking at that team, do you feel that the extra batsman at 7 was more of a requirement than an additional bowler?
Well, if Jofra is unable to bowl his number of overs that you'd like, it puts a lot of pressure on someone like Tongue, doesn't it, to bowl long spells. Now, is that finishing him? Is that, does he feel fatigued thinking about tomorrow? And I might have to bowl, I don't know, 15 to 20 overs tomorrow. And you don't want those sorts of things to be happening because he's quite a special bowler. Baker is a young man who's enthusiastic. He's got some raw pace. He may develop, but he's not at the moment. If he doesn't get that swing away, he hasn't quite got the experience at this stage and this level. As Fisher, he's only in his second Test match, so it's a youthful looking attack. You've virtually replaced the entire attack from the first Test match. So you either do that or you have a very solid spinner to come in. Because as it happens, is the heat now. Are we going to get a hot day tomorrow? If that's the case, you need a spinner that you can rely on and not miss those targets, who will hit those maybe 2 to 3 times an over, not 2 to 3 times a spell.
See, I don't think Josh Tongue is that kind of bowler. Sonny Baker clearly isn't that kind of bowler. And Jofra Archer can't be relied on to be that bowler for very long in terms of spells. And then you don't have a spinner. So I just feel that the team selection is wrong. And it's a problem, and it may just be a one-off because, of course, there's a lot of bowlers to come back for the third Test match. But at no point, and this was always going to be the case, we did say this on day 1, You know, you're watching Sonny Baker's first spell, and we're all enjoying it. And obviously, Jofra Archer's bang on it for that first spell, and Matthew Fisher, after he worked out whether he was bowling over around the wicket and he worked out his angles, he looked really good. There's a bit of swing, but the question mark was always going to be what happens when it stops swinging, when you're a bit knackered, when your second, third spells, and when the pitch is flattened out, and the team you're batting against, which is a good experienced one, isn't giving away freebies. At no point today did I think Sonny Baker was going to take a wicket, and apart from the very, very early stages, I didn't really feel Matthew Fisher was going to take a wicket. Archer, first spell, especially he did take a wicket, and Henry Nicholls was given a real working over, brilliant, but it was over before it began. And as you say, that means you are relying way too much on Josh Tongue, who isn't economical.
Yep. And one of the two part-time spinners is going to have to fill a hole, a gap, that you knew might possibly be there if things didn't go well. And now the number of runs that New Zealand are ahead from the first innings, because they didn't really bat very well, did they? Today, where the tail, Cox, Archer, Tongue was swept aside in the course of about 3 or 4 or 5 overs. So that left, and it was a little bit of good fortune that Fisher and Baker were managed to last as long as they did. And so it could have been worse, actually, quite comfortably.
England are going to be set a world records target, and
do you think they'll have a crack?
Well, I'm not 100% sure, because of course this isn't a Ben Stokes team, this is a Joe Root team, right? Joe Root is going to be batting at 4, so it's going to be up to him how the kind of tempo he goes at. But also, New Zealand, and part of their calculations will be about the carrot. You know, are they going to dangle a carrot at all? Say they're going to give 4 sessions, 4.5 sessions, and they give England 475. Even that, I mean, they'd do well not to score 125 runs. I think they may even go to 500. There's enough time left for England to go for it if they wanted, and with Harry Brook in the side, you never know to a point. Will England go for it? Well, Brendan will want them to.
Yes, you can score very fast here. Across the oblong, which is all the practice pitches, it runs into the pockets very quickly. Look at the way Root was able to score in the first innings. He had 48 to 50% of his runs to third man. If you're not going to place a man down there, you want a catcher.
It's not a driving pitch, though, isn't it? I mean, you can
not
score
this one, because it's too slow.
Exactly. So you can score quickly square, but not straight. So
no, if your length is okay, it's quite hard to score, and some of them are just starting to keep a little bit low. There's a bit of interest for the left arm spinner from bowling from the Vauxhall end into outside the left-handers off stump. Nicholls had some very awkward ones. Ravindra should really have been caught bat pad by Gay, who used the wrong hand to go with to try and take the catch. And I just feel that there are some signs here that a spinner, a proper spinner, would be a very handy thing to have. And for the pitch to be doing that is not a bad thing. By the time the 4th day comes around, it's only player traffic. It's not as if from the centre of the pitch, the better part of the pitch, that it's doing something awkward. It's just that outside off stump and so on, with men around the bat to create pressure. That is there at the moment. We've seen that, and there's no reason to think that it can't happen again tomorrow.
Ravindra today had 2 lives, a bat pad, which Amelia Gay went with the wrong hand, as you say. He was also dropped on the drive. Josh Tongue bowling, genuine edge, and it was a bad drop by James Root, diving to his left. He's left-handed as well. So, but then
and
after
then Nicholls was dropped as well.
But then after that, though, I thought it was quite interesting the way, after tea, as you alluded to, Nicholls came out and was scoring freely all around the wicket, whereas Rashan Ravindra went very defensive. He faced a lot more of Archer than Nicholls was. I thought that was a very interesting passage of play. And do you know what today? I think there was another opportunity as well. Joe Root was bowling. He drove on the up. It just dropped in front of Jofra Archer at mid-off. If he was up a bit, he would have caught it. So he's got to learn, and it seemed like he learned at about the halfway stage of his innings. And actually, when he was out, although Jacob Ethel had been causing problems, it was one of those marginal leg before decisions. On another day, the umpire doesn't give that out, but he gave it out. Fair enough.
You mean outside off stump? You
Yeah.
mean? Yeah.
It's a decision that wouldn't have gone 20 years ago, that's for sure, pre-DRS. But I was impressed by the way Roshan Ravindra reined it in again, and actually looked like he was heading towards 100. It was somewhat of a surprise when he was out.
Yep, he's a dangerous player. As I mentioned right from the word go, he'll give you a chance, but and England set their field around point, and that lots of players in that sort of couple of gullies, one slip, and then right round to just in front of point as well. So that's where they felt that he was vulnerable. They needed their bowlers to encourage him to play into that square cover area. They weren't quite able to do that enough, I didn't think. And he's strong enough in other areas as well. If you err slightly in length, he'll put you away. And we've seen some attempts at short pitch bowling again from England to try and slow the New Zealanders down. Well, they didn't. They kept playing strokes this time. And the bounce wasn't there from Baker to be able to get it high enough on the New Zealand batsmen. So they were able to kind of pull the ball rather than hook the ball. And there's a difference and a different height involved with that. So there was a lack of menace about Baker at that time with the ball and the pitch combining not to be able to get the bounce that you wanted. Maybe Baker isn't quite tall enough, I don't know, to actually get over the front foot and get that bounce that you need.
Yeah, when you compare how electrifying it felt on day one when Jofra Archer was bouncing Glenn Phillips, today the comparison paled in comparison. It was nothing like it. Okay, well look, we've still got 2 full days to go. We are and have watched a day not dominated by bat, that's not quite right, but we saw runs towards the back end of England's innings, and we saw a 100-run partnership for New Zealand. So, you know, whilst a couple of those balls from Josh Tongue in particular, bowling from the pavilion end, did keep low, alarmingly low, this still isn't a pitch, especially when you consider there is no spinner, frontline spinner on either side.
It's not a minefield.
Exactly. So if England go for the win or not, we'll find out. But this is a pitch that you imagine if they're given 4 sessions to bat, they have every chance, with a bit of luck, to bat it out.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's not their approach, to bat it out. But I think even if it's 100 a session, you know, and 400, New Zealand will, I think, probably be asking more than that.
Okay, we'll find out. Thanks so much for your time today, Jerry. We'll be back tomorrow on the Talksport Cricket YouTube channel, and also part of the podcast Following On. But for now, thanks for joining us here on Following On.